see. Professor, I think when you come and sit here, it's better. So recording already, right? Yes. Okay, good morning, everyone in the room and joining us from on the Zoom. It's very nice to see you and still to see people still active. Yeah. Welcome to this is the third day of the conference. Remember, we started on Tuesday and then we continued yesterday. We had fantastic talk so far, a lot of discussion yesterday and also on Tuesday. And today also we're going to have a fantastic lineup of speakers. We're going to start, I know in London we had a lot of problem with the transportation system, but we should make a start quickly. Now, for those joining us from the Zoom, we always give you the first priority when it comes to the questions. We're going to start just to bring to your attention where we are now with the program. So if I am just sharing the program, so you will see where we are. We have to share sound, right? Yeah. So this is where we are. We are in day 3, as you can see here. We are on Thursday. We're going to start now. And our first speaker today, or we're going to start with this fantastic paper, Empowering Women to Combat the Stunning Crisis, Soil Transmitted Helminths Infection and Indonesian Past National Prosperity. It's going to be delivered by Professor Dewi Darnon from Universitat Sumatera Utara, Medan in Indonesia. So, Professor, the floor is yours. This is working, right? So he will share with you, and yes. Stop that share, right?
I'm sitting.
Yeah, let me stop. Yeah, and then start the share, yeah.
Sit here?
Yes.
Wait, you're going to give me 1 second. I think it might be better to do like this, actually.
Move to look at there.
Next level window.
Sorry?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor become here, invited by Prof. Alam to present my article, my publication about empowering women to combat the stunting crisis, soil-transmitted helminth infection, and Indonesian path to national prosperity. Senat? I use my...
Okay, I think it should be.
Okay.
What you want to say?
You can see this slide, but before I explain why this stunting is become a global burden, because we got 149 million children under 5 are stunting globally. Now, all of that, 45% of the cause is undernutrition. That's cause child death. Yeah, and it happened in middle income countries. So this is not a nutrition issue, but is global development challenging. Now, in Indonesia, we still continue to face this burden about the childhood stunting and often overlap with poverty, poor sanitation, limited access to health service. That all the stunting is not only about undernutrition, but it's always about the poor sanitation, limited access to health services. And this issue effect is all about the in countries with long-term human capital development. Why stunting matters? Firstly, we can see physical growth and have impact to cognitive development, and after that can impact the illness and learning outcomes. If the we have lack of nutrition, we is impact to the cognitive development about can make the brain not develop with well, and after that it increase the vulnerability to illness, poor learning outcomes, and the last is adulthood productivity and quality of life. Its impact continue if we not well development in children, if in the adult can be cannot, I mean, not giving quality of life in when we grow up. Now, stunting creates long-term consequences beyond childhood. One of the risk factor of stunting is infection. Infection in parasitic infection. Parasitic infection is when my finding is about sexually transmitted helminth is like in many children affected. Yeah. Nah, so transmitted helminth is like parasitic. Yeah. In many countries with tropical countries, it happen high cases. That's why this not only happen is like make nutrition about absorptions, and after that if we have like something happen in our gastric can make appetite reduce appetite. After that in long time it make chronic inflammation. Yes, after that making growth failure and stunting. The main point is transmitted helminth infection can worsen children undernutrition, can transmitted helminth cause nutrient malabsorption, reduce appetite, and chronic inflammation. All of this can make overlook pathway in stunting crisis. This is not nutrition alone, but should be food intake, health services, and do not explain stunting, but all in need some causes, because like household decision and why women important because we need the household decision and caregiving practices, and the woman can maintain the sanitation in their family and maintenance to access to care. Now, the woman can decide, organize all the circulate, decide the like how to the children have the food. Children have the vitamin to and clean their self before eating, after playing. That all prevent for the infection. Now, many children remain at risk to the infection because they forget to clean the hand after playing at the outside, and after that maybe going to the toilet, forgot to clean the hand, the circle of life cycle of the infection is impact with if we forgot to clean our hand or after we got playing in the field and the play yard, or maybe they directly after that eat any food. And household decision caregiving practice in sanitation and access to care, because the mother organize the children to have to bring to the hospital, maybe if like have maybe diarrhea after the infection, if long illness about the diarrhea, not if having the medication or not treat well, maybe impact for the loss nutrient and making the I mean impact for the growth to not getting the nutrient well. Now, stunting crisis requires a broader lens beyond the nutrition alone, but need the decision from the health and caregiving practice and well sanitation. Now, the caregiver roles is like child feeding, what I said before, and give the well hygiene and healthcare decision. And they prevent the children to wash their hand and maybe before eating, after to toilet, they wash their hand. And the knowledge of the woman, they know how to prevent the infection and how to clean their house, their make the sanitation, the good sanitation. They have need skills, need knowledge, and have support and confidence to make the stop the risk factor of the infection. There and if we, I mean like we, if the woman not give support, yeah, why I ask this is because woman is super. We work, and we take care our children, our husband, but maybe too tired, and after that, all of us, all of the women not having time to give take care herself, and cannot make all the roles of their give treatment for their family. That's why if the woman good take care, I mean good health and need good knowledge, they can make decision how to prevent their children with from the undernutrition. Women's empowerment can influence the root condition behind child stunting. And this research is we have research gap like evidence fragmented, inconsistent measurement, and limited integration. I doing with the systematic review, and my aim study is like in evaluated empowerment of on nutrition infection, compare empowerment domains, analyze social culture mediators, link to human capital development. And methodology is I using a systematic review approach, like I search and screen and select and synthesize. I use database searching like PubMed, Scopus, and Google Scholar. All evidence I read with I mean with my friend, and we select, and after that 569 records identified. After that, we screen. We got based on the objective. I mean the inclusion. We got the 500 to 200 to 28 screen. After that, full text 45, and included only 44 studies included as like the inclusion. But we not do the meta-analysis. We only the systematic review. In analytic, we extract and compare and grouping, and after that we interpretation and we decide for the validity with the next GBI, like the for the basic, what the name, yeah, I forgot. John Brick Institute for the critical appraisal tools and assessing the validity, confounding control, and statistical appropriate and dual reviewer process. And peer review it, read the article to make the summarize. And after that, the outcome is like women's empowerment consistently improves nutrition outcome like reduce stunting, reduce fasting, reduce underweight, then better dietary diversity. All the evidence shows reduction in stunting, fasting, and underweight along with better dietary diversity. Decision making and economic control appear most important. In infection pathway, we conclude that hygiene practice, sanitation, and care seeking and make the reduce infection risk. All the interventions synergy with nutrition, health services, and social protection. This make a stronger impact. It's strengthening hygiene practices, sanitation, care seeking, and reduce exposure to infection risk. Impact is stronger when combined with nutrition, health services, and social protection. All the mediators like education, all the four impact like education, wealth, cultural norms, and rural urbans in make effective varies across the context and make the have the that influence of effectiveness to preventing the stunting. The limitation of this research about like inconsistent measurement, cross-sectional bias, and limited infection evidence because we selected the certain papers. And our conclusion, like women's empowerment, is foundational, not complementary. It connects nutrition, infection prevention, and human capital development, like nutrition. It means it's necessary, but how to prevent the infection can make we prevent for the stunting too, and can be if all the complete together can make the human capital development will good. Then gender responsive policies should integrate with empowerment with nutrition, wash, like sanitation, and give the treatment for the patient, the children with the infection and good health services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very quick questions, either from the Zoom or from the people here in the room. Any question? Professor David? Also, just from the Zoom, if there's anyone in the Zoom would like to ask a question, just click on that reaction hand one so we will know you. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Now we move to AI versus human intelligence, cognitive bias, implications for sustainable skills development. And this is a paper jointly presented by Nicolina Mester and from Serbia and Dr. Anush Kumar from India, both from the Rashford Business School. So the floor is yours, Dr. Anush.
Thank you very much once again, WASD, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor Alam WASD, for giving me another opportunity to present the work. First of all, this presentation was need to be done by Nicolija. Unfortunately, due to some medical urgency, on last moment, she needs to cancel her flight. She's here. Nicolija, you want to say hello?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm currently in Montenegro, so hello from Montenegro. First of all, I would like to say that I'm truly sorry that I cannot be there with you today, as I was very much looking forward to it. On the other hand, I'm certain that my dear Professor Anuj will present our paper as well as Rashford Business School in the best possible light. I wish you all a successful conference, and I hope there will be a chance that we will gather again very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolija. Nicolija Master is a senior human resource director at Montenegro with Aman. The company name is Aman. So this work also, the idea when I was discussing with her, I thought of do something, some research. We need to connect AI and human intelligence. So I thought of something related to women because she's woman and taking care of recruiting people as a human resource director, interacting with them. So the research is connected to that only. And in this panel also, we have most of the women sitting over here. So you will be more interested while seeing this research, artificial intelligence versus human and human cognitive bias, implications for sustainable skill development in industry. This is the presentation outline. And let's set up the context, cognitive bias when certain, prior things always carry forward our mind. Okay, we go on certain conception. Okay, this will be happen in this manner only. We don't want to actually believe what is happening. There's a cognitive bias. Something is always pushing us from the past. So technological transformation, AI, automation, and advanced analytics have transformed the organization, raising the need for continuous skill development and workforce agility. Long-term organizational resilience depend on inclusive workforce. And the paradox: AI can improve decision making, but technological sophistication does not automatically create equitable access to development opportunities. It is true, like you all agree with me, and I was discussing with Nicolija as well, the usage of AI across the industry is increasing. But is the usage of AI is also increasing the development opportunities, especially in this research we are focusing on women, is also upgrading themselves in terms of their paychecks as well. So let's see to it. The research question: how do organizational asymmetrics and cognitive bias influence workplace participation in AI-oriented systems and sustainable development, sustainable skill development, and to what extent do AI-enabled organization system contribute to workforce productivity while supporting inclusive and sustainable organizational development? These are the two research questions. So CBT, cognitive bias theory, as I said, some unconscious patterns, some unconscious thing which influence your decision making. Cognitive bias occurs when human judgment deviates from the objective reality. They don't want to believe objective reality. Okay, let's give me a simple example. It has been assumed, and this always influence our mentality. Even there is a concept of glass ceiling. You must have heard about it, that the women in the top roles have been preferred less in comparison to the men, or there is always an assumption, oh, men, when it comes to top position or when it comes to work, they can handle pressure well. This is that. Prior, this was practiced, now this is an assumption, but we don't want to come out of that assumption. Heuristics at work: organization may rely on mental shortcuts and assumptions rather than purely fact-based assessment. So explaining asymmetrics, cognitive bias theory explained why leaderships and pay gaps can persist even in data-driven environments. Paradox: AI operates inside, existing human framework. Idea of potential still influence progression and rewards. Whether the human judgment AI system bias can be institutionalized within data-driven decision system. literature review what is said and what are the gaps, sustainable skill development beyond training. It is not just about technical capability. It requires ongoing participation and recognition. It's not about you know the usage of AI, you are well trained in AI, but if you are doing good, let's say either it's a man or a woman, you are not getting your due, you are not getting your participation, your recognition at workplace. What that AI will do it for you. Even you are IT enabled, you are technically enabled, nobody is recognizing you. Recognition is very small thing, but it creates wonder. And resilience, long-term organizational strength depends on how evenly the opportunities are distributed. Either for men or for women, the digital paradox, uneven distribution, digital transforming creates opportunity, but access to these new ecosystem remains unequal. In the later slides, we will show you the how it is unequal. The readiness gaps, while 68% of staff are open to digital change, but only 41% feel ready to implement actual innovation. Key insight: technology adoption alone does not guarantee equal success to future skill recognition and progression pathways. The literature increasingly shift from asking whether AI creates opportunities to asking who can actually access them. It is true AI is creating opportunities, but are those opportunities creating those advancement creating equal opportunities at workplace? This is the question. And research gap, what is missing? The missing link: most studies focus on AI adoption or bias, but ignore how organizations distribute opportunities equitably. Our focus, this study addresses the gap by examining how participation and leadership pathways affect future workforce sustainability. Okay. Research design, we have followed the exploratory secondary data research. Because of the time limitation, we were not able to go with the primary data. Focus link between AI adoption, cognitive bias, and the workforce sustainability. We have taken UNESCO 2021 and Kaggle 2026 reports for this secondary data analysis. Gender, our key variables, gender and salary percentage change, and the performance improvement. Now, what are the results of our research is showing? UNESCO 2021 results shown how uneven AI participation and heightened automation risk across workforce groups. Key finding: 22% women in global AI professional roles, 70% high automation risk jobs held by women, and 43% women in low risk technology resilient roles. So 70% high automation jobs held by the women. But whether these 70% are also converting into their higher paychecks as well. UNESCO 2021, the AI gap: while women make up 33.3% of researchers globally, they account for only 22% of AI professionals. The trend: participation decreases as the roles become more AI oriented. So the participation of the women decreases. Automation vulnerability, risk exposure, high risk jobs, 70%, as I shown you on the left, of roles at high risk of automation and held by women, and 43% in the low risk. Structure asymmetry: women are disproportionately concentrated in vulnerable roles and underrepresented in the growth areas of Industry 4.0. And another thing, this imbalance limits the diversity of future talent pipeline and organizational resilience. The results: leadership correlation. The selected technology shows that the technical inclusion and the leadership representation tend to move together. Technical leadership link: higher participation in technical roles correlates with stronger representation in leadership. Disparities suggest that the barrier to advancement are deeply embedded. When there is a disparity, even our cognitive bias is working over there. If you see, let me stand up just for a while. Facebook, women technical roles 23%, leadership role 33%. Kind of the gap is lesser, though gap is there, but it's on the positive side. Apple 23%, 29%, Google 21%, 24%, Microsoft 20%, 20%, but you see the gap. Samsung, women technical role 17%, but the leadership role 6%. So the gap, you can see Facebook, Apple show stronger alignment between technical inclusion and leadership representation. But inclusion gap, Samsung shows the sharpest gap, only 17% in technical roles, but only 6% in leadership. So the inclusion is more than HR metric, it is strategic capability that enhances innovation and future capability for Industry 4.0. Result, productivity reward mismatch. What is the previous slide is showing? Productivity is there, but the reward and the opportunities are mismatching. Kaggle 2026 result shows that the productivity gains do not translate evenly into salary growth, especially for women. Women 10.50% average productivity growth, but when it comes to salary growth, it is only 5.60%. So this is little concerning. Productivity reward mismatch. Women shows a stronger productivity gain, but the weaker salary increase. Because SDG also talks about equality. So here, the organization needs to work in comparison. If you see men, the average productivity growth 9.49%, but the average salary increase is 6.75%. The gap is even in the men, but it is lesser as compared to the women. So key factors where the gap is most visible: IT, higher female productivity with lower reward growth. At the same time, education productivity rises faster than the salary increments. And I talk about, as I belong to India, I saw women and men both are doing fantastically well in education, in higher education, but the paychecks are not increasing, even for men as well as for women. And this is the case for many of the Asian countries. Then manufacturing mismatch persists despite a strong performance gain. So what is the cognitive bias theory lens said? The gap suggests organizational values shaped by existing assumption rather than objective performance metrics. So what is the sustainability risk over here? This mismatch can undermine trust, employee engagement, and long-term skill development. We are not no more in the static world. We are in the dynamic world. People are changing, thinking are changing. We no more want to stick with the one organization. If they will get opportunity, they will leave, they will go. So the trust, the employee engagement, or the long-term vision will not be fulfilled. If today somebody do collaboration with you, somebody's come in your company, they look for growth. So sustainability requires alignment, productivity gains with the transparent, fair, and tracked governance methods. So AI, a balanced interpretation of AI, inclusion, governance, and long-term organizational resilience. AI as a power player, not a corrective tool. AI does not automatically eliminate existing organizational inequalities. AI often acts as a power player that fits into and reinforces established labor processes and historical structures. Was the sustainability challenge? Development imbalance. Technology progress is currently outpacing the workforce inclusion. The technology progress is there, but workforce inclusion is not there. Without equitable distribution of opportunities, organizational may face sustainability gap where technical talent is not fully leveraged. So the governance matters. What is the core takeaway? Sustainable skill development depends on governance and management, not just the technology itself. How you are managing that talent, that is more important. Not only upgrading them with technology, how you are managing and retaining that talent. Then long-term resilience requires balancing technical inclusion with a fair recognition and the reward system. Technology and governance need to work together. Integrated sustainability emerges where AI system matched with the inclusive governance, fair progression, and equitable reward structures. Technology adoption alone is not is insufficient. Inclusive governance is the driver of sustainability. The transition gap, AI and human synergy needs to be together. As a synergetic approach is needed where AI efficiency in Industry 4.0 and the human intelligence in Industry 5.0. Long-term organizational strength is built through recognition and sustainable skill development. So inclusive governance, sustainable AI-powered organizations will be judged on workforce governance, not just the technological advance. So success depends on evolving internal evaluation processes to ensure fair outcomes. A strategic roadmap define clear links between current law rules and the AI-intensive career tracks to ensure equitable access. And then development metrics, use tracking system for AI capability and leadership readiness to build a long-term workforce resilience. And transparent reward system align AI productivity gains with a fair compensation through transparent governance framework. Lot of work needs to be done on transparency and on the governance side. Sustainable Industry 5.0 is built through progression from equitable access to measurable readiness to fair awards. So core conclusion, the transformation gap, Industry 4.0 drives technical efficiency, but workforce transformation is in participation and rewards often lags behind. Strategic capability inclusion is not just HR metric, it builds a diverse leadership pipeline and strength long-term resilience. So the Industry 5.0 mandate says sustainable organization will be defined by inclusive governance and fair human recognition. Research horizons, exploratory baseline, establish an initial relationship between AI adoption and workforce asymmetry using UNESCO and Kaggle, interpretive framework, and what are the future pathways, open scope for primary research, as this is a secondary research. You can test this thing by doing some primary research. Is it actually true what these research are saying? And longitudinal studies and industry-specific investigation over time. And these are the key references used in this study. So that's it from our end. And I just want to say one thing. As this conference, and I've done the two presentations, human intelligence versus AI intelligence. And my dear friend asked me a good question yesterday when I was taking lunch. What do you think? That AI adoption will in later as we progress will be a choice or it will be a mandatory thing. I just want to say one thing to all of you. Either human will adapt AI or tomorrow AI will adopt you. Okay, so they will adopt you and give and say you goodbye. The human who will adapt AI, he will be in the demand. So thank you once again for giving me this floor and patient listening. Thank you.
And shortly we will listen to expert about this. I think this will be very good. Now, any question from, we always give the Zoom first. Those in the Zoom, if you want to ask any question, please raise the hand sign in the room. Yes, Professor.
Maybe you say, but I have one interest because you present in one slide that you measure the increasing of productivity in the men and the woman. How do you do that? There's
a report which we have shown, Kaggle 2026. So that report from the that's what is from the secondary data we got that.
Okay. It's really interesting the work.
Thank you.
Any other question? Yes,
yes.
proceed.
If you could go to the slide when you're showing the data snap, when you have all different companies. Yeah, like that. It's like the when you have this, yeah, this one.
Oh,
yeah.
previous one?
Previous one, yeah, when you have. So one of the things which because when you're doing the comparison between the female tech roles and the female leadership, did you only focus on this group of the companies? How many companies are you looking at?
As I told you, since we have a limited time, so we focused on not many in the UNESCO 2021 report. These companies were mentioned.
So that was like the group.
Yeah.
Because something which really struck me is that a majority of the companies that you have in the sample here, they are actually American companies. So they have a very different. There are two things. First of all, is the legal framework that you have in US regarding for the tech companies. I know because I work for IBM, regarding how you do promotion for gender equality. And another thing is a culture difference.
Yes.
Which can be as well affecting this aspect. This might not be related to anything regarding how many female leaderships we have and how many techs we have. It's literally a different culture and culture approach. So my question is, are you accounting for the culture impact on these results?
No.
Because,
Not-
yeah, because that's something which really kind of struck me.
This can be implemented in
Yeah.
our later research when we will do a primary research of the same thing. This can be you can say, a catalyst, whether it is affecting or not. So in the future research, we can take cultural influence. Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank
found
you.
very
Question from the
interesting.
Zoom? Anyone from the Zoom? Colleagues from the, yes, please, Professor.
Just in this slide, how many women in technical roles have in the same time leadership role?
There's a mention 23 in the technical and women 33%.
Yeah, but the same woman in the technical role have the leadership or not?
No.
Yeah, because the technical role, the percentage is the same that the student.
Certain times it matches, but not. I cannot say it's generalized.
But this is maybe really interesting to know.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So say with AI, the workers and the organization learns how to better include women, highlight them in their work, and meet the gap. If you were to take away the AI completely all of a sudden, how can you be sure that the framework that's encouraged by the AI still remains in place so that the women are still in the same positions, still get the same fairness after the AI has been taken? Because I think perhaps a lot of places, a lot of people will just be following what their workplace recommends just because that's how rules are set out. But if you were to remove that,
Even if you will take away the AI,
yeah,
you want to say whether this gap will reduce, women will get
yes, and if it will
and
sustain
this. You can very much. It is visible. AI was not there 5 years before. AI boom is from the last 5 years or so, or last 2-3 years more. But what the women were getting the equal opportunities in the like. No, it's what we are seeing. Whether the AI inclusion has reduce that gap also. So we are working on that. No, it has not reduced that gap to an extent in certain companies, but not everywhere. So that whenever technology comes, it reduces the gap, but not to that level. Even you say if AI will be removed, AI was not there prior, but those gaps were there. So it will. And that's what the role of cognitive bias. We still believe our belief system. No, they can't be.
Yeah.
And it will take some time.
Okay, no question from the Zoom, right?
but it's
Okay, thank you very much. You raised also a lot of discussion yesterday, Amir. But 2 months ago, we had the Women International Day, and the CEO of Vodafone and Sri, she was talking, and she mentioned something very interesting. Maybe we can have it for another debate. This is just 2 months ago. She said when she became the CEO, she said, I don't know, I can't remember the best word, her wording. She said she found that this AI is a male-dominated area. And she was a little bit, I don't know whether she said scared or something, when she suddenly walked into a room, the board was full of men. And they kind of look at her, how, yeah, that was in the video, like I said, she was talking in the conference. So it looks like we're going to start another debate on AI becoming, I don't know, or this male dominating area, I don't know why. And then we have to do the gender equality again. And but anyway, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I think we got like 7 minutes. We can do 2 things. Professor, maybe we do the signing now before we do that. So wonderful thing. Let's in the website here. Yes, that's exactly. No, we need once, if you don't mind.
All right.
Now, WSD for 25 years now. We have we have I personally I think I met many people. If you click on the partnership, where is the partnership? Yes, we have of course our strongest partnership with the United Nations Joint Inspection Unit. But interestingly, the last one we signed was here in this building. This is Professor Farid, our director at Queen Mary, and this is the president of the Gulf Science and Technology University in Kuwait. So it was actually signed in one of these rooms. So this was in India. This is in Khalid University. If you go down, this is if you scroll down, yes, no, up a little bit. We have a very strong partnership with the Association of African Universities. This was at Queen Mary, of course, the UN. This is also very strong partnership with World University Association, led by Erlangga University in Indonesia, which involved many universities from Japan, from Korea, Australia, Nepal, Pakistan, we met them. UN, this is a big project with Saudi Arabia. Again, this is King Salman, Saudi Arabia. So this is at the embassy of the Indonesian. So we did a lot of work. Bahrain, if you go down, this is Kuwait, the government we involved, Brighton, UN, Sudan. This is a Queen Mary. This is a Middle East knowledge. So anyway, we are very proud. We built a lot of relationships. And we signed 2 online, very successful one. One with Kigali. We're going to start our MSc and some of the MBAs on healthcare leadership. And one with Morocco. We're going to start the program in October. So we're going to sign another one today, which is really, I'm really looking forward. It's interesting. Professor, do you want to give 2-3 minutes about your university? Because we look forward, although it's very long. Yesterday she told us at the dinner, you fly to Jakarta, and then you fly another 3 hours out of Jakarta to Sumatra. So, but we will do our best to fly that long way. So, do you want to open their website? Can you just tell us very quickly about your university? No, we can open it for you here if you want. The website.
Oh, the website.
Yes.
No, I mean, I have the video also profile.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I asked first for my web, yeah.
Maybe you can start introduce to people about your university on behalf of the director.
The video.
Yeah, sure.
I asked them.
This partnership we're going to be what we are doing actually. Well, with universities we are very happy to provide those expertise. It's not only me. It's not just Queen Mary. It's everywhere. We have a lot of expertise. Can you open LISD for example? Yes. So the idea is. After many consultations with governments, with people asking us for help, we are normal academics, but lisd.org.uk. We thought we can make these people like Philip Kotler. He said he loves to make himself available to people in Africa to listen to him because he said he had never been able to. So this is, you have listened to him 2 days ago. If you go to the faculty, where is it? Gosia, Sussex. Andrew yesterday from UCL. So we want to bring all these people to be available, to be able to help. So we use Gail Rigobert, the Minister of Education from Salva Shia. She's an academic from World Bank, if you go down. Samia Milhan is the lead global leader. And the list will go on. If you go down, South Africa, Professor Linus Yowie, Michael Boster from the States, Manchester, Mauritius. So all these people are really, we are making them available. A strong network of experts. India, Uganda, top professor in Uganda, Professor Joseph Natai, Dia from Liverpool, he's an OBE, given an award for his work on AI and others. He advised Iraq government. So this is what we do. Any university interested to be. For us, these are individuals rather than institutions, really. So all available. This is Gosi, this so and so we will see.
Where I can send the video profile?
Send it to me. I can send it to you.
Yeah.
But Professor, can you start telling people quickly about where are you based? I know, but they want give them an introduction about Sumatra. Send it to me and I will send it to you.
Already.
You send it, okay.
Yeah.
So I will.
Already?
I send it to you, sorry.
This is,
Director, you remember he's spoken to us on Tuesday.
another one.
Send it, I will send
Yes,
it.
very good.
Okay.
The new one. This is, no, I sent to the prof, from the new prof.
It's right, okay. Where is, yeah. We can easily deliver online, but we are very happy to jointly deliver programs with, he's going to open it for you.
Oh, do you have WhatsApp over here?
So you cannot.
Yeah, because this is Google Drive. Oh,
Or if there's a.
maybe you
I don't know,
can.
let me see. Yes, but we only have few minutes to deliver.
Yes.
You cannot open it online here.
I need the link onto this laptop.
Yes, but
I know.
this is big.
It's
So you don't, you can just, can we go to your university website, might be quicker.
Okay.
Can you open the website of your university?
But this is the video, is made easy.
Okay,
What is this?
do you have a WhatsApp here? I don't know. Let me see. So you say,
This is better to see.
okay, okay, okay,
The,
okay.
the video.
Okay, let me just. We have a WhatsApp here and then. Okay,
If you
okay.
go to the chat,
Yeah, I want to see it.
see it.
Yes, there's a chat. Yeah. This one.
Maybe. Open up with you do.
Please help yourself with tea, coffee. Yeah, please. Fruits, I think they got some fruits there. Can you make it bigger? Yes.
Oh, shit.
I do that.
So we watch first and then you tell us all.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. Good morning, gentlemen. Maybe we see the video. Yeah. Sini saya. We also. Have already. You're not open it.
Wait, is it just to say?
Okay, just play.
Introducing USU as one of the leading universities in Sumatra, Indonesia. USU has been part in the development of Indonesia. There are 16 faculties and 1 postgraduate school, started from the Faculty of Science and Technology to the Faculty of Humanities. The latest is the vocational faculty that was established as a hub center to excel human developments with highly competitive skills. USU is at the forefront of the implementation of Tri Dharma, which are providing education, advanced research, and community services. These are parts of our involvement in solving and addressing public matters, as well as contributing significantly in the national developments. USU aims to global competition, participating in the international community by targeting ourselves as one of the world-class universities. Industrial competition as well as technological advancement has led USU to prepare our students with necessary skills that are needed for modern-day communities. USU has been aiming to deliver exceptional education by improving our facilities and infrastructures, educational system, bureaucracy reformation to produce a world-leading academic institution. We also commit to contribute significantly to the development of Indonesia alongside with the nation's noble desire, and our transformation would remain the same as our past, current, and future promises.
Okay, so you want to say a few, that's fine. Thank you very much. I think we can maybe do it there.
Yes.
Mostly, okay. So we're going to sign this. We're very pleased to go to work with you, Professor, and
This is our.
thank you very much. I'll give you one. So I think we can do it here. This has a good place. Slide quickly. Or where do we see? Is it there? Close it. Is it better here? Yeah. Okay.
But I've only just.
Yes.
This
You can go on your
is my
rep.
rector.
And we will meet you. You will come to us, right? Sometimes.
Yes.
So.
The
Me opinion. Or maybe you will see you and him in Japan in February.
I hope.
Okay, so we're signing this today, the Thursday, the 25th. And it's a great pleasure. Hopefully we can still do something on.
Yeah.
So yes, so I'm signing.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I will send you. Yeah, just.
Okay.
I will bring to Indonesia and
Yes, yes.
I will send to you by email.
No problem.
Maybe I will give.
Yes, so here we go. Yeah.
Oh, can you?
Okay, so thank you very much. Pleasure. Okay.
Okay, maybe this one.
Thank you very much. I hope we have the same, something very nice like this to give to you.
It is okay.
Give you a nice London gift before you.
Okay,
come.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Stay there for a minute. Stay there for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And
I
we look
agree.
forward to successful partnerships. Thank you very Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we done this one. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Now we're going to hand over to the Professor. You are the chair, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hand over to Professor Piatis to. We move to session. I can't remember number 10, right? So the floor is yours, like, and your speakers are here.
It's not me today.
Huh?
It's not me today.
No, you are the chair of this session, right? The moderator.
I don't know.
No, you are not the speaker. Oh, I see. Where is Dr. Rawal? I see. He was here, right?
Oh, yes.
So let's get the keynote speaker ready anyway. Get the board. We have everything ready, Professor, and we'll give you a flicker if you like. Yesterday they told us if you sit down, the picture will be better. If you want to stand up, you can. We have, because these are recorded. Whatever you prefer. Okay. So I think we can. Oh yes. So you can moderate from there. There's no problem because I think the sound is there. So if you'd like to introduce the speakers, yes, I can leave here. Yeah. And Dr. Rawal, I see some- yes. Yes. And Dr. Rawal is here. We'll do the reflection. Yes.
The speaker not get the
Yes.
Okay.
The correction we get quickly on the time. Yeah.
I don't have nothing to introduce you.
No. I can. We introduced you yesterday, so we will know you. I think I talked about both of them, and I can quickly do that. I can help you. This is number 4 keynote speaker. We are very grateful and to have a distinguished expert, really. And yesterday, what I said about you, I said to them, we are grateful because let's do some marketing for Imperial. I said Imperial is the top university here. Yes, I know some people will feel jealous about this, but Imperial is the leading one in the UK. And we have the director of the AI from the top university. That means you have the top man who can tell you about AI. And you can see there was a lot of questions from yesterday. So anyway, I think the floor is yours. And then we will go to Dr. Rawal to give reflection on his talk. So I think we have fantastic lineup. So I think, as I said, whatever you like. Yesterday, Jennifer stood here. You want to stand? You want to stand?
If I could stand.
Yes, go ahead.
I think I would do a better.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, but I'll stay. I can see how the camera's working there, so.
Yes.
Great. Okay, perfect. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Mark, and my job at Imperial is that I've been running our Data Science Institute. And just to sort of relate that to AI and explain kind of where I'm coming from. I started studying AI, believe it or not, as an undergraduate And I tell that to my students now, and they look at me like, there's a problem, because you're pretty old. How did that happen? But I went to Stanford University, and back in the day, there was a special course on AI that you could take. In my year, there were 6 of us that did that. And we are all still friends and still talking. In fact, we had a wonderful get together, a sort of a reunion this past autumn in Tuscany. And we have much to talk about, much to talk about. Things that we imagined and dreamed about are happening. So my first job after university was doing an early version of machine learning on optical character recognition algorithms, which at that time was a very kind of unsolved problem. But along the way, I ended up taking a different route. After the startup, I went to do a PhD in sociology with quantitative methods, analyzing very large corpora of text to figure out how people understand diffusing innovations. And it's really out of that background that I'm going to talk to you about AI today. So this is going to be unconventional in the sense that, although I very much enjoyed your talk about the differential rates in the data about how people are responding to cognitive biases, is something I think about all the time. I'm going to do something very different, and I hope it doesn't, land like a bomb. All right, so here we go. So the title is Beyond Automation and Augmentation, Agenda for Creating New Kinds of Growth. Man, try. It's work. Oh, okay, try. There we go. Okay. So this is a picture of a revolt that happened in the UK, in England. And it was one of many, which I will explain to you, that happened during the early years of the Industrial Revolution. And the reason I am making this plea and this pitch about looking beyond automation and augmentation to the addition of new kinds of work is to try to avoid things like this. So here's my outline. I'm going to talk about this automation conversation, which is not new. So we will go through that quickly. I will tell you a bit about some empirical work I've done on that, but I'm not going to go deep into the results. Then I'm going to say, okay, we have all these analogies that people make to the Industrial Revolution. What should we be learning and taking from the Industrial Revolution to apply to what we're about to go into so that we avoid things like that? And then inspirations for new work. I'm going to sort of give you a one way that we could think about how we would come up with very new kinds of work that we didn't do before. And then lastly, I'm going to get closer to home for the conference theme and talk about the importance of sustaining knowledge and communities of knowledge that are producing the things that we learn from as we put this into large language models. Okay, you heard this, the robots are coming, they're going to take our jobs, it's going to be terrible, how bad is it going to be? All kinds of forecasts for this going back to Frey and Osborne, 2013, 47% of all jobs in the US, they said at that time, could be gone with the result of AI being those jobs being automatable. So I looked at that and I thought, I won't tell you what I thought because it's not polite language, but I thought, no, I don't think so. Why? Well, because I've been, on this AI journey for quite a while and have also worked in industry as a consultant in change programs. And I see actually it's very difficult to change things. People don't like to change that much. And even when they can, it takes quite a long time sometimes. So I just didn't fully believe that. So what you will see though, is this detail about the kinds of predictions that are made will vary. Now, in truth, this is a crack website, okay? willrobotstakemyjob.com. This is a joke. Go there, put your job in, see what it says. If you're a credit analyst or an accountant, perhaps it's not good. If you're an economist, a little better. If you're a sociologist, I already said that I did this degree in sociology. Why, by the way, is that so light touch? Because there's no jobs for sociologists in the first place. So obviously, but what we started with is the idea that a job is a bag of tasks. So if you look at a job description, typically there's an overarching statement and then a bunch of details like bullet points that go through all the things that you're meant to do in that job. And jobs are a little bit like the people that hold them. So here's a job we don't actually have anymore. So this is a candidate for the kind of thing that Frey and Osborne and others have talked about. It just has gone away. So these are telephone switchboard operators, and we don't need people to do that anymore. So that job is gone, right?
It's not really good.
Weird, isn't it? Okay, so these are not telephone switchboard operators, these are call center employees, all right? What are they doing? So these people are connecting people with people based on who they want to talk to. Kind of the same, right? So that just made us think, how is this actually going to work? What's going to happen? Here's another job we don't have: lift operators. We don't need lift operators now. But actually, lift operators did quite a few different things. I credit Hal Varian for this. I got this idea from him at a conference back a little while ago. So although a few jobs disappear, when they do, they're replaced. So here are a couple of readers. Actually, one of these is a robot. Guess which one? But in many retail stores that you go to all over the place, you will find people walking about that are there to help you with different things. And so what happens here is that jobs may disappear. Rarely will that happen. But as they do, the work that was worth doing will be just transferred to another factory. So innovations are going to come along and lighten our loads, and economic pressures are going to top up those loads again very quickly. That does not mean to say that there won't be a reduction in the amount of employment that's available for people. That is still a very great risk. And that's what produced the riot that I was pointing to before. And it's the reason why I'm making this plea for thinking about not just automating and augmenting work to make us more productive, but to actually do the kinds of work that we've always wanted to do that we haven't done before. So just to say this, although it's a kind of tired discourse in a way now, we're almost like weary of just hearing about it, it's still very much in force. And in fact, I would just share with you, anecdotally, that I've been following this and doing work in this area now for 6 or 8 years. In 2020, we had all the job descriptions from a large employer, 100,000 employees around the world. We analyzed the text of the job descriptions and found all of the little tasky type things that we could. We matched them as best we could to a taxonomy of tasks, which we could match to a set of technologies that would be productivity enhancing for those tasks. And we made some scenario-based predictions, a range of different things. And what we saw is that, although I did not want to believe it, because I thought initially that Frey and Osborne were, like really kind of overdoing it, but the range of substitution over our analysis window, which we initially said is 20 years, and now we think that probably 10 would be more accurate. So instead of 2020 to 2040, that would be 2020 to 2030. We saw a range from 25 to 66% substitution rate for work that we used to do in 2019. So if we're not inventing new work, and that does come to pass, that would be very catastrophic. I don't fully believe this. This is just an analysis that I carried out. I'm telling you what we found. So this is not a done thing. Anybody who tells you that they for sure know how this is going to work out, ask them again in 5 years and let's see how it goes. I mean, there's a huge amount of uncertainty about all of this. This is the first year, by the way, that people that I talked to have reported to me that their hiring intakes from Imperial are down massively. So we have global employers that have been, stable hirers that are graduates that are reducing their intake by 30, 40%. And of course, that's felt differently in different places, but we're one of the sort of latter places to really feel those pressures. So I would say this is fairly well starting to happen. So we want to then really engage this industrial revolution talk and figure out what it means. So even if AI is going to affect jobs by productivity gains that are going to cut hiring, as I've just said, and redesign jobs, transferring stuff between them, versus just eliminating them, even if that happens, it'll probably be very rare. So many have likened the AI stuff that's coming to the Industrial Revolution. So what do we need to learn from that? Lessons from industrialization. This is an early fact. This would be a good one. It's fairly light here. All of these people look relatively clean, so they're not getting super dirty in their job. There's no children working here. So this would have been one of the better jobs that you could get. But if you tried to sell this cubicle arrangement to your employees today, you would have quite a reaction on your hands. I know we just reorganized the DSI space at Imperial to include a bunch of other people and went to cubicles much larger than this, and it was tough. So what was the pull of these jobs anyway? Why were people going for this? Well, it was not so much about the pull of that as the push of what they used to do. So in the 18th century, coming into the 19th century, there was what we call in Europe an enclosures movement. So many of the lands that were productive for agriculture and starting to create international trade in cash crops that was very lucrative. They were possible to make them more and to improve the productivity of those lands, but only by coordinating how they were farmed much more than had been done when a noble had lands and there was a class of people that were assigned to the lands and not really allowed to move, but given the right to work the lands for subsistence upon them. So the enclosures movement said basically, in order to put clay tiles, in order to do crop rotation, we're no longer going to just leave it to the people. We're going to centralize all of that and shrink the amount of land that you have for your subsistence farming. That meant people were starving. Throughout England, you can travel and find villages that are ruins, that used to be places where people lived under that former way of life. Those are gone now. So people were starving. It wasn't about the pull, it was about the push. And that's a super important thing for us to understand now. So what push? Here is just, if you look, there's some dots on these slides. This is a really interesting dissertation done by a fellow at Bristol University in 2001 about protests in the industrial era. So just watch the dots grow. Here's that picture again. Another very serious riot, 1819. Now we're from 1790s, we're in October 1830. And look what happens here. And sorry, these slides are a little fuzzy. But there were lots of protests, violence. And, you know, in Britain, people were looking across the channel to what had happened in France and saying, can we not have that happen exactly like that? So this was serious. And I would submit to you, we haven't gotten there yet, but what we are headed for will be similarly serious. And that's not even accounting for the fact that places that used to be much more habitable, thanks to like what we're experiencing here, will be less habitable. So you talk about people moving and people not finding work, but people looking for it. And this is why we have so much of the kind of disturbance and tumult that we have around the world today. And it's likely to get worse, I would say. So fortunately, okay, that's all. Thank you, Mark, for depressing us. Okay, so what can we do? Okay, I'm about to turn a page. Let's get positive. Okay, so I think there is a way that we can do something about this. All right, it's not too late to start to meet that, to create a pull into new work that meets that push out of existing work. So this is what this looks like to me. With industrialization, we had a push of people out of jobs thanks to better drainage, crop rotation, and the closure movement. And then we had initially crap jobs that people went into, but they got better over time. And people organized and they said we could make them even better. And today, many jobs that people do where you don't have to have a university education, but you're doing something to support something that was industrial, are pretty good jobs. So fewer of them than there used to be. Question is, can we do that again? What would that look like? It wouldn't be the same. Obviously, this was transformative. But what I want to sort of make a plea to think about is the importance of the pull as distinct from the push. Right now, this automation conversation that we're having is the push. There is almost no conversation about the pull. And this will be a problem. So when you see this kind of change that happened before over an admittedly long time, and still the tumult that happened, imagine if that sort of change is happening in a fraction of the time that this took. This was sort of 150 years. If we make the changes that people are talking about over, let's say, 50 years, which might feel like a very long time, and actually that would be pretty fast to make this level of change. It would be absolutely catastrophic if we are not getting on with this business of what would be the pull. And this is the way to remember this, like, the Industrial Revolution we didn't name for the agrarian innovations that pushed people out of jobs. We named it for the new things that people do. Okay, so punchline here, 100 years from now, when people write the history of AI, it will not be about making us more productive at the jobs that we used to do at the beginning of the 21st century. There is virtually zero chance of that. Just like we don't even talk about the agrarian innovations, we talk about industrial revolution. Just almost drawn for real. So what could we do? Here's an inspiration from new work. To me, the late Queen was inspiring for her longevity. She lived, put into good use, as they say. I'm not saying that her life was incredibly happy. I don't know. I'm not close. I'm not saying I want to have that job. I couldn't do it. Respect, okay. But who would not love to be functional, walking upright, cognitively there, into your mid to late 90s? Amazing. I have a lot of longevity in my family. I don't know if that will happen to me, but I am trying to take care of myself just in case it does. So this is something to aspire to, but it's rare. And it is distributed in a way that has a lot to do with this. What if we could give that royal treatment to everyone? This is a maps of London showing life expectancy differences from 70 to 100, 30-year difference there. And what you're seeing here in both females and males is that you can see that entire range from people who live right next to each other. So you might think, oh, well, there's going to be differences in, stages of development in different parts of the world. And there are, okay? But this is London, just not even England, not even UK. This is just London. So what would it look like to give everyone the royal treatment so that everyone was living as long as their genes could permit? Let's be honest, a lot of the story of the Queen would have to be genetic, right? So, fair play to her. This is, inspiring to me, and I think something that we could set about thinking about how would we do. So here's the way that I think about that. Imagine that you have these kinds of jobs, and then I'm going to explain where this comes from. You are driving along in your car on your way to work, and you hear a funny noise, but you have this app that you put on your phone that's a call, I don't know what it will be called, something you make it better than this, but it's a bill buster. And you've given it permission to listen to the noises in your car, so it's doing that. Here's a funny noise, and it says, by the way, that funny noise is your transmission. It's about to go bad. If you do something with it now, tighten the bands, let's say in your automatic transmission, you will spend, I don't know, 300-400 pounds. If you delay that, you'll spend 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. And if you're 25 and you're working in a job that 25-year-olds get paid to do, and you're doing 4,000 pounds versus 400 pounds, your month, your next month, the month after that, the one after that, it's all shot. This is bad for you. Okay. Here's another one. Sorry, this is a very slow transition. I'm still learning PowerPoint. Okay. Imagine another scenario, which is that you've got a different app. And this one is one where you've empowered a resource to look after you and give you tips for your wellness. And it gives you an alert. And you're fully permitted it. You are aware of the T's and C's, and you've decided this is a good deal. That's pretty fanciful, I know, but let's just hold that for the moment. And this resource says to you, gosh, the pattern of your emails lately has really changed dramatically. And it could be a number of things. How are you feeling? And it gets into a conversation where it says, could this be that you are suffering from a kind of depression that you can still do your job, but wow, you could be better if we would address that. Back and forth and back and forth. And the young woman says, well, actually, I'm not depressed. I just freaking hate my job. Okay, great. Let's do something about that. Now you have another. Okay. This one is there to help you find jobs. So in this world, okay, in the future, AI is working in concert with people. We'll get to that part, how that's going to work, to do things like this. And if this was a day, this would be a day where you started off, to financial ruin, feeling depressed, needing a new job, and it went terrible. All of those things, went bad. But on this day, instead, what happens is your 4,000 pound bill goes to 400. You're concerned about your emails. You get on that, so you go out with a bang. But you also have, at the end of the day, already multiple job applications in for jobs that have been found that just weren't, right for you. Now I know that's not how things happen right now. But the more you look at what agentic AI could do as we team people with AI, the more you think, actually, we don't need to wait 10 years for this to happen, or 20 years for AI to get smarter. We just need to start building things like this. So let me give you a blueprint for that. I'm going to go super quickly through this so that we finish close to the bottom of the hour. So I talked about automation, augmentation, and the addition of new work. The way I think about this is to think about what I call additive AI. So additive AI would just be meeting the push of automation with the pull of new jobs that we create by teaming AI with people to tailor expertise and different kinds of services that are based on knowledge and expertise that in ways that would make life better for people, like all the ones that I just talked about would make life better, but potentially also longer for people, giving that royal treatment to everyone. So I'm going to skip some of this stuff and I'm going to give you very much the highlights of why I think this is doable and not science fiction. So social forces, solid foundations, and then a framework for doing this. So the social forces are, just briefly, you will already have experienced this. Large language models put at our fingertips the kind of knowledge, the kind of collaborative work that we can do with access to that knowledge that was previously possible only by paying people who were experts and by paying them a lot of money. Because the kind of experts that we have in these expertise we have in these large language models is pretty extraordinary these days. And it's the sort of thing that people used to have to train a long time to learn, still do, people, us. And not everyone could do it. So the expertise was rare. It's not rare anymore. Anybody with a smartphone and the curiosity and a little bit of help and guidance can go and access it. So I talk about the ubiquitization of knowledge. Secondly, there's this whole, I'm going to skip that part because it doesn't make that clear, but ubiquitization is seen to just an astonishing adoption of AI. Humanization, this might be surprising. At the dawn of this sort of digital revolution that we're there was an influential book by the director of the MIT Media Lab called Being Digital, in which the idea was we would all be very empowered to just go do things for ourselves. No pesky salespeople involved. So disintermediation. Now what's happening? This is happening. This guy's James Hoffman. If you're into exotic coffee, you can watch him give you videos about how to do that. I don't know her name, but I'm told by people who are fashionable that she is an awesome fashion influencer. This guy I do know. I'm kind of nerdy. This is Marques Brownlee. He does tech videos. They sort of give you the latest on all kinds of things that come out. I don't know her, but I like the product. This is Supercar Blondie, who has a large audience for people who like luxury stuff and cars, particularly. I also don't know her name, but her expertise is women who want to let their hair go into its natural color, not dye it. This guy I do know. This is Tom Bukovac. He is a session musician, and you get the idea. There's a lot of this. This is for the breath holders and the ice bathers. This guy is Francis Bourgeois. He watches trains go by with a fisheye camera on his on his face and weeps, for joy at the sound that they make, millions of followers. What? Where is this coming from? This is the number one occupation of choice for Generation Z. Everybody wants to be an influencer, run your own business, build it up. There's a lot of parents who are like, you kids, like this is so bad. Why would you want to do that? But this space is splintering, growing, evolving. And we should understand and take it seriously. And finally, the personalization. Concierge business models are a big deal. I teach in a business school as well as data science. And I can tell you this is a big deal. So when we put these things together, we get the idea that AI is propelling access to expertise from scarcity to ubiquity. So what if we could team people and AI to take that ubiquitization of access to expertise and put it into things like those scenarios that I walked through, where there's a bad news thing that in the future, like our great-grandchildren are going to say, really, they just accepted that? They just lived with that stuff? They just let that happen? There's many things that are like that today that, we look back for people 100 years ago and we think, wow, it must have sucked that they just lived with all that. So this is not something humans have never done before. We keep on doing it. We're going to do it again. So I'm going to skip this part, but let me just say that we started with imitative AI. We went into machine learning, substitutive AI, generative AI we have now, and additive AI. I want to say what that would look like. So to me, here's how we could do this. Encourage people, and I've been doing this in teaching and with companies lately, and at first people looked at me like, yeah, you're crazy. But now they're like, oh, I got it. And even recently, the students that I'm having to do this are coming up with solid business ideas using this. So focus on a passion problem. Pick something you know something about. Make it specific, like that transmission noise, like, wellness. I know that's big, but some around mental health. Identify who's at risk of this passion problem of yours, and be as inclusive as you can. Aim to serve everyone, not just people with a load of money. Because scaling is where the power of all this stuff comes in. And then resources. What do you need to wipe out your problem? You have to learn from the best. Be as exhaustive as you can be about getting all of that. And then sustain. As you pull that knowledge in, that resource, who is it that you need to look after in order to make sure that you preserve that flow? And then finally, take whatever that you're doing for people and with an ethical, completely transparent permission contracting process, say, how much do you want to let me know what can be known about you so that I make this right for you and tailor it? People do want that. They pay money for it. They just don't like doing it when people are lying to them about it and then making money off it without giving them a return for that. So that is fixable, although that's amazing to think about how we would ever do that. So with human and artificial intelligence, I believe we can do this. I'm not alone in this. A lot of my crazy friends who are into this are also feeling the same thing. And what that is about teaming people with AI. We're going to super scale expertise for these tailored alerts and advisory services that are going to make life hopefully better and longer for people, solve some of these passion problems. And here's my plea to us, those of us who are interested in sustainability. As we do this, we definitely should not be killing the goose that laid the golden egg. And who's the goose and what's the golden egg? The goose is all the people. It's the people that are curious. It's the people that are drawn to understand more deeply the sources and causes of the problems that we're going to solve. And then, the golden egg is, of course, what they learn. And my view is that when we are learning from people, we ought to put them on like a contract exactly the way that we do with artists. And every time their stuff gets used, they should get paid. It's extraordinarily complicated for Spotify, and artists complain about it, but there are many more artists making a living rather than just telling about their failed careers now than before. And that could be much better still. Not that I'm happy with all that yet, but we could adapt some of this. That's what I wanted to say.
So much for your fantastic presentation. And if anyone has questions,
You want to do the reflection first?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
go ahead.
Do your 4 point goals there.
Yeah.
Five there.
Yeah.
So this is what we can. It's a kind of that. You can. It has been for you to watch it. I improve. As long as you can stop things, but the social impact out of it, like you don't want to need for the.
Thank you, everyone, for having me today here. And this is a quick kind of reflection session after the last presentation we had from Mark. By the way, I do agree with you on so many things, but also disagree with others. If we keep talking about that, we'll probably finish 10 p.m. today. But anyway, we can talk about that a lot. So we are talking about AI for sustainability and also for scalability. For the term scalable AI, we like it as technical people. So today in this short presentation, I'm going to talk quickly about some of the key challenges we see in AI. Mainly because we don't think about this technology mainly from the technical perspective, only we think about it from a very comprehensive perspective. So I don't have any small problem these days that need to be solved by technical arrangement, architectural systems tool. I do look at this from an ecosystem. People are using it, stakeholders, impact, changes, and so on. So all days that we have been talking about this working or not working anyway. So the all day we were talking about AI. We want to have an AI we call data-driven systems. Now, data-driven system mean if you have more data, more compute power, more parameters, then we are delivering better solution. We are meeting the demand of people. We are trying to solve them the problem they want to solve. Now, this was the old caveat. We use that, but nowadays we don't have that kind of things. We want to go smarter. Yes, we want to solve problems faced by people, by citizens, etc., but not in the very, very cost sensitive approach that we used to have. And I'm just relying here on the many of the applications that we see, like large language model, for example, applications, etc. If we look at, for example, ChatGPT, OpenAI application, Gemini, etc., and some of you are using the free version, some of you are using the paid version. Okay. Now, do you know if we want to cover the cost of these large language models, how much we need to pay for them? Can you imagine?
But
So-
overall globally or
Yeah,
overall for
globally.
individually?
Globally. So if you want to cover, for example, one of these applications, I don't want to name any one, but
On which
just one
level?
of these large language application, how many subscribers we want to have?
I think the good example would be Amazon, because Amazon provided the ChatGPT enterprise for all the users. I think they had the number. I'm sorry, I don't remember from the top, but they literally what they did is for all the solo trader user for Amazon, if you have a certain amount of the turnover, you have a ChatGPT enterprise, not the highest one
Yeah.
within the organization. I don't want to know, I think it was around between 3 to 10% of the turnover. I think that is how much they spend it on it, but it has to be checked in the annual report there. It's quite a big number, because if you look at the turnover for Amazon is around half of the UK, definitely half of the UK GDP, something around that
Yeah.
globally. So yes, so that would be the numbers, for only Amazon.
Yeah. So I'm not aware of that, but I'm just talking about all of these large language model application. If you want to use them and cover the cost of them, then do you think that we probably need everyone in this globe, everyone in this world need to be paying subscription for that? Not from year 8 or year 9, from day one.
No, we can create that as an internet. Internet is unpaid and has been created as an. Why the AI have to be created differently?
No, because it's a different technology. We can talk about it. That's why we are talking about it. So
Basically, the algorithm can run a large language model on a relatively
yes.
strong machine.
Mhm.
And
It's only resources, data,
Yeah.
data centers and energy.
That's one of the factors that hardware, data center, etc. And that's why we are talking about something new here. We need what we call linear architecture for these systems. So machine learning, we know that we have created very simple architecture, if you want to call it very simple. Then we move to transformer, which needs huge resources, huge hardware. Then hardware, we move from CPU to GPU and then TPU, and then still hungry for more hardware, more technology. But that's not enough because we want to go for a scalable solution. And that's a very important thing that we need to rethink the model that we started to build a long time ago and think about how can we move to a better design where we go for what we call intelligent and reason first design in order to make sure that we can solve problems in a very efficient way. We keep ourselves creative and we don't want to go over the computational power because that is too much for us. If we look at the hardware that we are building these days, etc., that is very, very important. Now, looking at the computing ceiling, we have a huge economic limits here. We can't survive with providing these AI solutions. So OpenAI and all these companies, we started 5 years ago, maybe heavily with GPT models have been here for a long time, but we started about heavily starting. So I would say production kind of software application, everyone is using it. We use energy to very, very large extent, and we train data with the assumption that more data, more training capability, better systems, but that's not always the case. And that's why we're saying when bigger isn't better all the time, because cost of that is going to be really high. We have been in large language model for a few years now, but now we start to think, oh, we need to build something else, call it larger, rather than going for large language model. I'm going to go back and take a step back and say small language model. Why small language model? Because large language model, yes, it provides answers to me when I ask them questions, etc., but it costs me too much, especially when we are talking about inference at scale, because that is what we call a bottleneck. So we want to have something that could be effective for all the citizens, not just only people who are working with this. And these are some of these challenges, talking about memory, talking about energy, talking about hardware, and many others as well. We talk about skills, we talk about people involved in this process, etc. So we have constraint about not just only the capability of these devices, hardware, like GPU, etc., but I need to transfer information from hardware, from between these hardware, from the mind, the GPU, DPU, to the memory. And looks like, I don't want to give my example in mind, but I have a very bright mind, and very clever, I can process everything, but I need to go to read something from the book and then process that and then give you the answer. So this kind of transaction between the memory and the brain is something that we need to look at. And by the way, most of that is inspired by neuroscience and by cognitive science as well, because this is where we start to think about these AI problems. Again, the energy that we start to look at in the problem is very, very problematic. We have a huge number of data centers, and now we've discovered that the heat that we are generating from data centers is massive. So we decided to invent something new. What is that something new? Underwater data center. So rather than me building a data center in somewhere in London or Liverpool, I'm going to go underwater and build data center to cool these data centers. So we destroyed a lot of the people over the ground. So we need to go now and underwater and do that same thing there. So again, this is something we are looking at building, or what we call an efficiency first architecture to dramatically cut the energy use. The hardware supply is a big issue. It's not about the hardware itself. The supply chain for that is something that we need to look after, and we have seen certain companies working with that. So some of the directions for the future could be we need to go for what we call hybrid architecture. Why? Because we need to get the reduction that we need for the memory in order to make this perfect or near to perfect when we retrieve knowledge. Okay, and that should be accurate. And of course, with the throughput gain, need to grow as much as we can. Now, all of these are technical kind of conversation. But one of the very recent paper I've just read about a new development for recurrent neural network RNN. We need to develop a new architecture for these RNN to make them more scalable without relying on very high capability system like large language model. Again, the inference time reasoning, I need to go for a good process to make inference about any information I've been asked about. But that kind of information, I need to try in different architecture. And this because I need to cut down the time to make inference, or at some point, think about different ways of doing it. So sometimes we think rather than going for what we call extended chain of thought reasoning, we can allow these large language models or AI systems to take some time, like 20 seconds maybe, to think about their answers and then from their progress through. And this is something we could talk about later on in detail. So there are all four mini benchmark, if we take it, which was developed by OpenAI. There was just a small mini kind of large language model compared to other, but they have done really good job. So why to pay £200 for something if I can pay £10 or 20 and they give you considerably really good answer for that. And these are something that we can talk about. These challenges are not really easy for straightforward going. So it's a kind of pull and push. I like the idea of pull and push because for those who have been here with us in the UK for a few days, or we have seen the very hot days, and then we have the thunder. So that kind of push move that day. So we have this everywhere, not just only in tech. So we want to do what we call not technically in nature. Not technical in nature. These challenges are not really simple. Talk about data sovereignty. We would even think about that when we have these local systems developed at universities, ministries, etc., offices, because we don't have that kind of mentality. Nowadays, these companies who have all of our data, their income probably better than GDP of the whole UK or the whole Europe, etc. And then again, the income, the economic wise, the ability to manage the data, look after the data, etc. And you don't have always the gate and the ability to control everything. So that's very serious problem here. The accountability of all these issues, and I've given this example because in early 2000, I think 2009, something like that, students developed solutions to tell doctors about the postnatal depression related. And these are AI systems. So doctors were not happy about this and said, who are you to tell me who's going to have that kind of symptoms or illness, etc. And then again, they have valid point here because if something went wrong, who's going to be responsible for that? But then again, if something went really well, who's going to judge that? And this is one of the gaps that we're talking about. Again, risk managed governance. We don't manage the risk really well when we apply these systems as well at the moment. And there is a huge question mark about that if we are going to do that in the future or the near future. We keep improving that. We started to see standard. If you have seen the ISO 42001, which is the first standard for AI, but not for AI management. And again, this is part of the AI world, but it's super important to be looked after. It touched the issue that we were thinking about, but it's not giving us answers for everything. Now, I'm not blaming people for saying there is a huge gap now. Related to people, there's all stakeholders, skills, capabilities, and all of these issues that we have raised. So there are lots of things here. I'm just going to ask you because we have only probably 3 minutes before we finish. Have you ever seen this word before? Can you read it from the back? Anybody, sorry, we're not following those who are on Zoom, but I'm just trying to see. Can we zoom in this if we probably maybe so just focusing on the anthropomorphization. So if that is, yeah, I think if you, okay, that's fine, the problem. Yeah, it's fine, no problem. So again, basically, when I deal with humans and try to talk to human, I expect the responses, even if they have different kind of expectation, we have different kind of expectation from those people. But then again, when we deal with humans, you have different expectation from dealing with machines or even animals or anything like that. So we, at the moment, you are trying to talk to this AI system as if you are talking to human, and that is something that we shouldn't be doing. This is one of the, you have the workforce burnout, which is somehow, when we talk about the managed AI augmentation, I know some of the companies now, because AI is good in coding, so we don't need to give a programmer this high salary. We hire less number of programmers, and we do subscribe with this platform. But they end up, if they subscribe with this platform, they are paying more than the salary that they pay for a programmer. Because if you want to get really good systems, and these systems will be broken down at some point, they need somebody to fix them, and that is a problem in the skill gap. So I don't know if you have heard of the term. So we have skills, and we always do upskilling. Have you heard of the term never skilling? So I teach my student programming at the university, and they, from day one, they start to go with AI, create this code to me, create this code to me. If I learn this by myself, and then later on I rely on AI, then I can't judge to what extent they are good. You go to school kids today, they ask AI about everything. So if you're not conscious about that, they will know nothing when they finish their primary degree. Then that's never skilling. They can't make sense even with the information given to them later on. And that's so dangerous, because at some point we are over relying on these AI systems. And if they are gone, then we're gone, completely gone. And that's something very, very serious. Again, talking about AI vampire, when we talk about the sensitive structure that use to get value from AI, the accent voices, not all of these AI systems are, I would say, inclusive enough to all of us. Talking about women, men, talking about issues related to different gender, ethnicity, etc. That's a very, very deep gap in AI system at the moment. And this is something we need to look after as well. Also, the Mark reflected a little bit about the agentic AI. So agentic AI, rather than me talking to large language model, I will build somehow some system that can talk and exchange information to me. And these systems will observe the environment, and they will do some work. They will think by themselves according to the rule that you've given to them, and they will act and evaluate. So they have many, many issues related to hallucination and being not able to respond to you the way that you want, etc. And if that thing happened as well, we need to recognize that boundary before we go forward. So the conclusion here is, are we going to stop doing AI? No, of course not. This is not a question now. This is not a question anymore. We will continue doing this, use technology, etc. But again, we need to think of efficient way to do that. And for those who are interested in AI from technical perspective, they need to look at what we call efficient architecture for these systems. But again, people with wider experience need to look after the governance for that, policy, terms and conditions, etc. And then stakeholders like us need also to manage this. We just given an example about the kids and how they use this technology, how you yourself use this technology. Talking about yourself, if you're doing financial auditing, for example, for 10 years, you have a huge experience in that domain. But if you are not doing this from now till 10 years using AI technology, you will know nothing about auditing, because this is the way we learn. The way we do things, and this is one of the comments I just wanted to also comment on Mark when we talk about personalization. Where learning happen usually, and this is probably a question for all of us. So if you tell me this is the process to solve this mathematical equation, and the process is a bit not clear to me, I will be challenged a little bit, and then I'll push my thinking mechanism in order to develop my ability to solve these problems. Now, if you give me everything personalized to the level that I don't need to change my mind, I know this is not the thing that you are looking after, but if you are doing all of that, so that kind of gap will be shrinking all the time, and I don't need to change myself, especially with all of these availability for the tools, information, etc. And I will end up with something that probably very, very limited in terms of capability to do something. Again, the other one is trustworthy AI system or solutions, and then finally being linked or tied with what we call AI or agentic workflow that will help me solve my problem. So thank you so much. I've probably taken a lot of time, but that's the very quick presentation here for me. Happy to take any questions. Share. So if you have any question from the room or
Do you have any questions?
Question for
For the both.
Okay. Okay, I just want to record this. This question. Question is for, gentlemen, what is your name, sir?
Mark.
Mark. Okay. See, every time I must put Africa first. Now, AI does not understand Africa. And I don't think it will understand Africa. When I say it does not understand Africa, the challenges that we have, languages. So for you academics, I would like you to come up with an idea or a solution of how we can solve that problem. I know governments in Africa, they are trying their best. They will say we are building data centers and stuff like that, but I still believe there is something that maybe we need help, because the lady yesterday, when she was giving her lecture, her presentation, she said that Africa was just at the bottom of everything that you were saying. Is that right?
Okay, yeah, global health outcomes.
Exactly. So that is healthcare, but I'm sure you will find so many problems. Now, we're coming to AI. Africa, they're also on the vanguard. Many of us in Africa, we think AI is creating pictures. Chat GPT. So we haven't reached that level to discuss AI at this level in academic setting. And even I know, even in Europe here, there are people who still do not understand AI. So what do you think would be the solution for this?
Well, I think you're right that AI, there's much that AI doesn't understand. I know that I was saying that there's all this great expertise that's available there. But it tends not to be localized. It tends to be anchored to, what's in journals, what's in, what is hoovered up from the internet. So the problem is you need the data that would tell you how to learn how to understand every locality. It to understand and work in. And this is why there's the push for sovereign AI, sovereign data. And I think your question in some ways is more for Rwanda, because what you were talking about with sort of alternative AI architectures is important. Even I share your feeling that we could do this in different ways and economize. But I'm struck by the fact that at Anthropic right now, which is they're doing quite well on a number of things. They are still very much on this more bigger, scaling story. And so they have not seen yet a kind of diminishing return. And I am inclined to defer to them because they're quite knowledgeable about this stuff. So that is unfortunately a negative to the answer to your question, which is we need to build large language models off of the languages that we use to understand the world, not the one language. And when we do that, then we will have AI that understands us better. But that's going to be impossible, too expensive to do for all the different locales of the world. So we need different AI architectures to be able to pull that off. And at the moment, that's not where the money is going. But I share your feeling that war would be a better place for you to go.
Maybe, sorry to interrupt, but maybe because you got from India, Bangladesh, Trinidad, Indonesia, do you share the same thing about what's mentioned about Africa? Do you see that's happening in Caribbean, Indonesia, India, Bangladesh? Is that something? Same thing?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I would even say, like, if I'm from one of the towns in England that isn't a ruin yet, but where there aren't great jobs, the same problem exists there. So the way that people talk, the way that they understand the world is meaningfully different from what you get in Canary Wharf. or in the city, or South Kensington for that matter. And what AI is fundamentally doing is trying to figure out like the patterns between words in from the data that it learns from to say what would follow. So if your conversations are not represented in what it's learning from, your view of the world is not represented in what it's learning from. It will not understand you. Yeah. In fact, it will be worse than that. It won't just sort of fail to understand you. It will misunderstand you and misrepresent you, right? And guide you in ways that don't make sense for your context.
I think if I'm allowed to add something there, I think one of the issues that we raised there is not just only about the artificial system, but the way we deal with the data, which is again the fuel that we have. I think we don't have an answer for that. And the way we represent data is not, for me, is not sufficient enough and it's not represent. The example you gave about the few time in the UK, not just only outside the country, etc. It's just only one example of that, but I mean, for example, India, how many languages you have spoken, it's massive number. And it's not just only the only cultural element here, you have massive things about that to be focused on. And we don't have the answer to that at the moment, but this doesn't mean that we will stop building these AI systems. But we need to keep pushing for something I would call it fair AI, rather than using excessive use of these resources without delivering what we want to deliver at the end of the day. And keep that learning journey all the time up and up, because there is no simple answer for that. And what is scary to me, the speed of this kind of development is happening at the expense of the new generation. So we might after 2 years if I would see expertise and those people who are developing these solutions and getting the generation where they cannot really creative enough and innovation.
Slightly hoping though that is the story of DeepSeek. I mean, I think that they probably did some things that are not entirely, great business practice, in terms of, let's say, being inspired by the work of others and incorporating it into what they did. But they did it for so cheap, so the OpenAI was doing a kind of tour around the world saying, this is, first of all, so dangerous that no one else should be allowed to do it. Grab your wallet when somebody says that. And then secondly, they were also saying, and look how much it costs. And, rather than 100 million plus, they did it for more like 10 or 20 million. Something that a new venture could raise, something that certainly is fundable given the dynamic entrepreneurial world that we find in Africa these days. That is doable. So, and this is what I mean by ways of approaching this. And then also that solves the problem about having the power requirements. If you can run these things on a local machine, then you don't need all of those fat cats to do this stuff for you. So it's gonna mean learning from this stuff, but then doing things in an iconoclastic, maybe not fully blessed by the powers that be way. I think that's the answer.
So just one.
I think we already 2 minutes over, but anyway, carry on quickly.
So, for example, you are sitting in a full room of African entrepreneurs and academics and politicians. What would you advise them to do in terms of building AI networks and stuff?
I have done this, and my advice is stop listening to people who say you can't do this. I know that's so simple, but first of all, believe. Don't be intimidated. You have everything you need. It's so much about it is attitude.
Thank you very much.
And
So you're okay? Question from the yeah, because I'm very keen for you to. Yeah, go ahead quickly. Yes, quickly.
Sorry. So, for Mark, specifically, but maybe, so Harold might be able to jump in. But so in your presentation, you point out the correlation between the length of someone's life and having money, which I think is obviously going to be tied to quality of life as well. So what I'm wondering is, how can AI, even in collaboration with humans, actually improve the quality of life outside of kind of workplace settings or, because again, money seems to be the main factor in improving the quality of life, sustaining these people's lives. And following on from that, I think you were saying agentic AI could be used to help a lot of our lives in many various ways.
Just the application of knowledge to solve problems that make our lives so good.
So just add on to that. So I think tied to money as well. Agentic AI, I think, it's a big monopoly in very few companies that do have money. I think some of these companies like Nvidia, for example, I think their CEO, like Jensen, he doesn't particularly seem to value the lives of other people. Not to put words in his mouth, but I think he was saying there's only 1 billion people on Earth that he can create as customers, whereas he can make tens of billions of customers for agentic AI. But since the monopoly is Nvidia, since the monopoly is Nvidia, and the people that are the CEOs of these companies don't particularly value the lives of the working people in comparison to people who can provide a bit more income or capital. How can AI actually help the average person's life expectancy and quality of life improve?
I'll give you a super short answer, given the time.
Yes.
I would say that AI and the internet are working against us now, for the most part. The thing that enhances and prolongs the quality of life for people, more than anything else, is love. People in your life that love you, that you love them, like honest social connection about who you are, not who you are supposed to be, but who you actually are. And so, where the internet and social networking have allowed people to be more who they are and have real connections with people, that's been good. Where, we all like look at some impossible to replicate standard of something and then feel bad about ourselves, that's not so good. And we haven't had both of those things. So it's not money per se. Money can't buy you happiness. It can solve an illness. It can stave off the problem. It can acknowledge that role. There's something go away. But fundamentally, it's going to be about connectedness to people.
I just wanted to say bounce back on that. For example, the cost of living crisis in the UK, that's a pretty big issue.
But here's the thing, and I know I'm interrupting you, just here. I am so challenged by seeing people who have no resources, who are happy, and seeing people who have all the resources that you could ever want and are miserable.
Yeah.
Like, we need to understand that.
Okay.
And I can talk to you more about this offline from a healthcare standpoint. I'm working with a startup in California that he's actually the founder and engineer of Siri. So he's obviously can get things done and make things happen. And they're coming up with an AI platform to own your health record and to tie in so that you have your entire your personal health, everything that has to do and tie it into, ownership and be much more proactive in taking care, from a health standpoint and really helping longevity and owning that piece. So so there is work in that regards to really help, from a clinical standpoint, helping you really manage your own health and wellness.
Okay, yes.
So,
Maybe to finish it with one comic I saw in social media. There is a nice guy, I can't remember his name. He said, HR people, they tell you in their coaching session, caring is more important than love for your staff. And the people who write poems and songs, they tell you love is more important than caring. For me, he said, money, money, money. No caring, no love. I just need money. Whoever give me more money, I belong to that organization. But really, I think this is quite critical issue. I think we're very grateful. It was very fantastic talk. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we want to give you a small thing, not an AI thing, but a small certificate. If you, Professor Mark, if you come here, this is just appreciation of your recognition of your valuable keynote speech. Thank you very much. Do you want to come from the yeah? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Really, you want to take the picture? Yeah, you can come, please. Thank you very much, Professor, for taking the time. Give you something from our anniversary, which was 3 years ago. This is an outstanding for people who we consider them outstanding for sustainability. So you remember us. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And this is yes, the whole this one. And I think Rawat, if you like to come, so Rawat is also, by the way, talk to him. He involved in the MSc Artificial Intelligence and Data Science for Sustainability. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As usual, fantastic contribution. Thank you. And we give you this anniversary one, Rawat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rawat. I think, thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for that.
Pleasure. Thank you. So this is your cover, and we can take a group picture, right?
Yes.
Good. And Professor, we forget your certificate from before, yes.
Okay.
So we do the last one and then we take a group picture. Yes. Yes, yeah. Because we want to thank you very much, Professor, for your fantastic talk earlier. So we'll come to Sumatra and you'll find this in your office.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
I will make.
After 20 hours of traveling.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You deserve it. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Okay, so we can take a group picture. Come, Professor. For you. Yes, we love this video. Yes, this is your box. Yeah. And yes, come, Nicologia, and we give the certificate. We can, yeah, come all of you. We can move a little, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So please serve yourself with the coffee because you got, I don't know, 20 minutes to enjoy this coffee. Help yourself, please. Professor, go and with the coffee, you know, so it's better you. That's great. Yes, you can help you. Yeah. Love to. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know it's almost like I don't have coffee. We don't want to waste time. Use whatever you I don't have to go to.
I don't like it.
No.
Yes.
You I think you want to the rest of my
What do you do?
Yes, please reach out.
Please change
I'll send it to you in the WhatsApp.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm not-
Oh, wait, I lost phone.
So.
I don't know. How I feel about it.
I had no idea. What's standing up?
So then, participants, yeah, I would like to draw.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Exactly, some of these things, it's like.
But sorry to interrupt you all. We need to quickly click on this session because you have to want to enjoy some food outside. So if you're not going quickly to we finish this one, we will be in trouble. Okay.
So again, thank you very much for coming again. And WSD Day 3 session 11, I'd like to conduct, and I would like to invite Ashwin Shankar to present his paper named Legal and Regulatory Frameworks Around Digital Organization Identity and AI Implications, Shaping Accounting Interpretation. So I invite the author to present.
I can still say good morning. We've still got 5 minutes to 12 p.m. So good morning, everyone. And I've got my supervisor, but unfortunately she couldn't be here because she's got a meeting. But he is co-authored this research paper with me, and it's still work in progress. But we're trying to publish this paper, and it's a conceptual paper. I want to let you know that we've done a pilot study in Warsaw, and I'll explain more about that in future. And we've got a sample just about the center. Before I get going, I just start with something simple. Because in days of emails and outbreaks and all this, we've been bombarded with emails after once. Just everyone decided to converse with us in emails. So imagine you receive an email from a bank and the logo looks correct, the wording sounds professional, your name is there, there's even a document attached with a signature and an ID number and a verification stamp. What would you think? It looks perfect. On paper, this is perfect. 2 years ago, if you asked me what's wrong with this, I would have said, this is brilliant, nothing is wrong, you can go ahead with whatever you're doing. But now, with Gen AI, this is a nightmare. We've been receiving forgeries and fraudulent cases, we've been coming after that, we cannot believe what is true or not. So, in the age of Gen AI, the confidence is no longer simple. And so, because of AI, we can now create documents that look official, except they're not. So the real question is, does this look real? No, the real question is, can this be trusted? That's the real question. This is where my research begins, and this is a presentation about digital identity. But before I go within that, we've talked about AI, we've talked about 2 days by now about AI. Some might actually feel a bit overwhelmed by AI and a lot of AI information, but just want to point you towards Gen AI. What is Gen AI? Anyone has got any idea? Do you think? Still working. But what do you think is oh, it's not good. Sorry. Any idea what Gen AI maybe? If you can, but I'll take you through that. AI is our personal assistant. There's nothing new about AI. We've had humans before who used to let us help in documents and day-to-day tasks. Industries had it, industrialists had it, professionals had it. Not every individual can have a personal assistant. With Gen AI, they can create information. This is new. AI can help you with what needs to be a human procedure. AI can help you with that. Gen AI can create new informations, new images, new text, new documents. And so that's where digital identity steps in. This project, which is not working, I'm so sorry.
Perfect.
Perfect. Right, so when we use online banking or apply for visas, sign digital documents or verify customers, we are constantly asked to prove who we are. And so the proof is increasingly happening through digital identity. So the central question in this research is, how do we know whether a digital identity can be trusted, especially when Gen AI can create highly convincing fake documents? We talked about what Gen AI is. I'll take you through what digital identity is. So digital identity is just a simple version of who a person or an organization or entity claims to be. And so it can include things like your name, your date of birth, your passport details, your biometric information, and all of those information, tax records, company registrations, and all of that. For individuals, digital identity is I am who I say I am. For organizations, this is business transactions and our procedures are legal. This is what an organization helps decline themselves. That's their digital identity. So it is not about logging into websites anymore. It is now connected to banking, regulations, financial services, auditing, public services, and international business. So this is why digital identity matters, because once identity becomes digital, trust also becomes digital. And when trust becomes digital, the way we verify evidence also changes. So banks need to trust customers. This is why digital identity matters. Bank needs to trust customers. Regulators need to trust organizations. Auditor needs to trust evidence, and government needs to trust citizens. We've got trust embedded everywhere, and digital identity is designed to support trust. But there's a major challenge. I said Gen AI can create information. How do you create trust in this platform? That's the important question. And that's where my research also stands apart. So in this new environment, verification alone may not be enough. And professionals also need to interpret what digital identity evidence is reliable or meaningful and accountable. And this study sits under three intersections. The literature looks at how digital identity systems are designed, regulated, and protected. It focuses on privacy, authentication, interoperability, and trust. The second area is accounting and assurance. This literature is important when auditors and assurance professionals do not simply accept information. And so they assess whether evidence is reliable, accessible, and useful for decision making. The third area is Gen AI governance. The literature focuses on the risk created by AI, including synthetic content, fraud, explainability, accountability, and trust. The problem is these areas are always discussed upon. If we had 2 days of conversation, we explain how AI improves our performance or how AI and human have to go hand in hand. But there are less studies about how conceptual it can get, how informative it can get. With Gen AI, it argues that digital identity should not be seen as a technical system alone. It should be understood as an accountability and assurance problem. In other words, important question is, has the identity been verified? But the deeper question is, how should professionals interpret this identity as evidence? So my research objectives are simple, and it's three. The first is to examine how digital identity pieces creates challenges for accountability and assurance. And I say pieces, it's fragmentation, because each country has got their own system, their own identity system, their own framework, and we have not got a unified one. We are not sure which one works and which one does not. And so these systems on a bottom level, all of them aim to create trust, but they do not create trust in the same way, like I said. So the second objective is then to explore how Gen AI affects the reliability of digital identity evidence. This is important because AI can produce materials that appear trustworthy, but when its origin or authenticity is uncertain, we have no answer. And the third objective is to propose a clearer working definition of digital identity. We're planning to develop a framework for organizations and regulations to adapt, but that would be in the future. The key point of this research is digital identity is not something produced by technology, it is shaped by rules, institutions, and human interpretation. The foundation of the study started from Michael Power, Audit Society, and the basic idea is that modern society increasingly creates trust through tracking, monitoring, verifications, and evidence and assurance. We see this everywhere, and we see that in organizations. Organizations are audited, transactions are verified, our documents are checked, identities are authenticated, and risk is assessed through evidence. So DI fits right into this because one more way society tries to produce trust. And more importantly, that comes with the challenge, because then the digital identity system decides what counts as valid evidence. So the control goes from human to a system. And so it kind of decides what is acceptable. It also shapes what who has the authority to verify this identity. And Gen AI complicates this because it can create evidence that look real, but may not be reliable. So the research then argues about digital identity that is no longer only a technical process, like I said before. So it is becoming an interpretive process, and professionals must ask, where did this evidence come from, and can it be trusted? Then who verifies it, and what system produced it? And a lot of question comes with it. Can it support accountability and all of those? And so we decided to check between Europe and UK to identify a cross-cultural study as well. Mainly because UK is more market oriented. They are high in tech. They are techie savvy, and they're stable in that. But when you compare with European countries, especially Italy or Poland, they're growing in that aspect. And Italy has still managed to sort of continue a traditional approach while developing a framework that they can that probably needs an improvement. And with Poland, they're trying to interpret what UK has followed, and Italy, they're trying to stand in between. So the UK has been a more trust-oriented framework producer. And whereas if you talk about Italy, like I said before, they've got something called SPID, and it's state police in identity, digital identity, something of that. So I'm not sure as of now. And it's a more state-authorized digital identity model. And then Poland uses Mobitel, which is closely connected to a digital state and public services. So these countries are useful because they show that DI is not same everywhere. Each country has their own way of organizing trust, and this matter for cross-border business and assurance. For example, if a company auditor or a regulator receives digital identity evidence from another country, they need to understand not only whether this document is valid, but also what kind of system that produced it. So the key issue is, can then DI evidence be interpreted consistently across different nations? And that would lead us to the methodology. Like I said before, it's a comparative conceptual analysis. It is a conceptual study. I did mention about the pilot study that happened in Warsaw, and part of you are from yesterday. I think Gosia mentioned that when the survey was being done on students, especially bachelor students, final year students, they have remarkably high level of trust towards Gen AI and AI systems. They believe it whatsoever, completely close their eyes and go for it. Whereas your study was in Bangladesh on a different context, but it dealt with much older people, and they are not trusting the system. So you can see that parallel, you can see that comparison over there. Youngsters are totally going for that, and our study is sort of dealing with bachelor students as well across country. And so the study looks at the framework in UK, and it attributes the trust framework in Europe and Italy, mainly Italy and Poland. And so first it compares how each country governs digital identity, and second, it then identifies where the systems differ, especially in how they define trust and verification. So, and then third and foremost, it examines how Gen AI challenges the reliability of BI, and we have the aim to develop a conceptual framework that connects regulation, technology, and professional judgment. So it is designed to explain why BI evidence may be interpreted differently across different countries and why this matters for professionals. And I would then take us to a final slide, which is the discussions. And the main argument of this study is really simple, that digital identity is not just a technical credential. It is not just tools, it is not just machine, it is a form of evidence. And if DI becomes evidence, then it matters for assurance, auditing, regulations, and accountability. And so the first implication is DI pieces creates uncertainty. Different countries produce and verify identity in different ways. And so this means cross-border evidence may not always carry the same meaning. And the second implication is that Gen AI increases risk. So AI can create documents and credentials and identity signals that appear authentic. This means that professionals cannot rely on appearance or basic verification. So technology may vary, but the professional still needs to decide whether the identity is reliable and enough to support decisions. And so, in simple words, systems may connect with each other, and that does not mean that people interpret evidence in the same way. It differs mainly because of cultural background as well, cultural differences. So the future is, can identity be verified? No. It is, can identity evidence be trusted, interpreted, or used for accountability? And so in the age of Gen AI, they're all needed. Thank you so much.
So they have completed. Anyways, so is there any questions here?
Wants to check the zone if there is people. No. Okay.
So
That's fine.
so when we talk about the verification of the identity, I would probably say, or maybe at the moment maybe we can't, but there will be new technology learning down the way. So there would be a good, but at the moment, if we, for example, take any videos, and it just normally the video that you are capturing here, put it on any AI, they will tell you this is created by AI. Because most of these applications they use many AI features, to info, to change the focus, etc. But it doesn't mean that this is completely fake or the verification and so on. So with the potential mainly blockchain and these decentralized technology, get some solution for this problem, maybe not fully accurate, but it would be huge difference between what you're talking about and maybe a couple of years, maybe.
The example that you showed is on a ground level, and
Yeah.
I really appreciate your comments. We're also worried about if it gets into a regulation aspect, in a government procedure. The more advanced the system is, it may sound funny right now to see those AI created images and documents, but down the line, as the system gets stronger, the the likelihood of the fake documents getting stronger is also true. It's also possible. So we're just requesting for a framework to be developed so that even auditors and professionals can go through it and sort of analyze it uniformly throughout the nations. We've got frameworks like that for various different reasons across the nation. So that overview might be really helpful. But thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you presented very nicely. Now, I'd like any other?
Oh, I'd just like to add on to this point. I think some AI programs, like I think Google Gemini, they have some sort of Gemini like fingerprint within the file system. Is that something that's easy to replicate, or do you think somehow down the line you can lose that fingerprint or that trace? Because I think it's within the file specifically that if you put it into a Google Gemini checker, it'll tell you that's generated just like that.
Generated by Gemini, but
even if the document looks very real and you can't really see it.
no, fingerprints are easily replicated. That can be easily created again. Like I said, with the systems getting advanced. But what cannot be replicated is when organizations, for example, we've got their financial statements and all of those sorts, but we can replicate that with the use of AI as well without any fingerprints, and we can sort of push an investor probably down the line. So these sort of things cannot be avoided. The only thing that we can look forward is to sort of prevent ourselves or protect ourselves if in case these sort of scenarios happen. And that is what I tried to say. But yeah, thank you so much for that.
Anybody else? So if there is no question, so we can go to this next presentation. I'd like to invite Manvi Karla. Her presentation is Perception Before Adaptation, AI through Employees' Eyes. An excellent presentation she is going to. So I invite you to present the papers.
Can I present it?
Yeah, sit down if you like, yeah.
Oh, right, that's the time.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Manvi. I'm here from New Delhi, India. I'm a second year PhD scholar, so I'm comparatively new. So the suggestions will be welcome. This is a conceptual paper that I've written with my supervisor, Dr. Swati Tripathi. And the title of the paper is Perception Before Adoption, Artificial Intelligence Through Employees' Acts. So what we know until now about employees' perception of artificial intelligence and what is in the literature is more how we are seeing AI adoption as a discrete behavioral outcome, as a singular construct, and how research is specifically focusing on the technical features and how useful it will be for us as employees. More in the literature, there has been more emphasis on organizational efficiency and the strategic value of the AI. And if AI adoption is being visualized or is being seen as a rational response to the technology itself. What now, as you've all been discussing, and we know that AI is not a distant technology, as Mark said, that just 2030 till 2030 it will take over. So it's not a distant technology anymore, and employees are already seeing it in their workforce in different tasks. So we know it's in recruitment and selection already, it's in the performance and appraisal, task automation, decision support, monitoring, and the overall workflow control. So employees are not experiencing AI just as a tool, they are interpreting it through the role, how it's controlling the fairness of AI and the future security of employees. So what we are trying to say is that how are employees actually cognitively integrating AI at work? What are the role of emotions, the appraisals in shaping the employee AI engagement? By similar systems produce divergent adoption outcomes. So when the adoption strategies are same for everybody, why are the outcomes so different? We are saying that perception, when formed, is a dynamic and evolving process over time, which I'll explain more further. There is a conceptual model around it. So the purpose of this paper is to conceptualize employees' perception of AI as a process that precedes, which comes earlier and shapes adoption in the organizations. And the central argument is that AI adoption is not just a technical decision, or just a mandate for organizations and the employees. It is an appraisal driven, perception centered process. I've used two theoretical lenses in this paper. First is the cognitive appraisal theory, as we're talking about the appraisals. So we want to know how employees are assessing, are they visualizing it as a threat or an opportunity? And second is the AI DUA framework, which is the artificial intelligence device use and acceptance model. So how cognition translates into effective response and the behavioral intention of using the AI. First is the cognitive appraisal theory, which was given by Lazarus. It came in 1991. So it talks about primary appraisal and secondary appraisal. So in context of adoption to artificial intelligence, primary appraisal here becomes that is it really relevant to the goals of my work? And secondary appraisal becomes, can I actually cope up with the technology that has come and will I be comfortable using it? So these responses are emerging from the subjective meaning making every individual is making for themselves. And it is an iterative process. So it is a continued iterative experience that is evolving over time. It is dynamic. Second is the AI device use and acceptance model, which came very recently. It was given by Gursoy et al. In 2019. It has this theory was developed as a better theory which has normally been used, which is the TAM, which is the technology acceptance model. Technology acceptance model just talks about the perceived usefulness of how useful do I think this device is to me. But for AI DUA, we are saying that there is a cognition evolved, there is a perception evolved, which then leads to an effect, and emotions get involved, and then the behavioral intention. So these are some sequential stages that it goes through. So different effective responses might be involved. It can be anxiety, it can be trust, it can be excitement to use the new technology. It can vary for each individual. Use and acceptance is now here seen as a process, not just a discrete discussion, which it was earlier seen in TAM. So what is employees' perception of AI? In this paper, what we're trying to say is that perception is a dynamic process, not just a static attitude. So cognitive effective interpretation of AI is now a part of work environment. So when we think of AI, when we think of adopting AI, we see different parts. We see different factors. So for example, work relevance. Do I think this will matter to my role? Does it affect my role? Fairness and trust. Is the AI I'm going to use fair? Is it transparent? Autonomy. Does it challenge my autonomy? Will it reduce my agency? And coping ability. So can I actually work with it, which is the secondary appraisals. So employees combine these appraisals into a meaning. So they perceive it as maybe supportive, threatening, controlling, fair, useful, or risky. This is the conceptual model that we are proposing. Employees encounter AI at work. They will have primary appraisals and secondary appraisals. which will lead to them having a perception. Each individual employee will have their own perception, which will give either positive, negative, or ambivalent affective responses, which will lead to either willingness, resistance, or an unclear willingness or resistance to adopt AI. But we are also saying that this is a dynamic process, so this will evolve over time. So somebody who is not okay with adopting AI right now might be in 3 months when they get more comfortable while using AI. We have posed 4 propositions. First is that employees' perception of AI arises from the cognitive appraisal processes, as I just said, and not just from the discrete evaluation of the technological features. Second is employees' perception of AI shapes their effective responses towards AI, including trust, anxiety, excitement, and apprehension. Third proposition, we talk about the positive effect to the adoption, which is positive effective responses towards AI increase the willingness for AI adoption, manifesting as deeper collaboration. They want to integrate and engage more with the AI. And the final proposition is the dynamic evolution, which is employees' perception of AI and effective responses are dynamic and evolve with continuous interaction with AI-enabled systems in the organizations. These are some theoretical contributions of the paper. First is that prior studies have seen perception as just an attitude, acceptance, or a belief. But what we are trying to say is that it's a distinct process and it precedes the AI adoption. Second is, of course, we are extending the cognitive appraisal theory by adding AI, employee-AI interaction into it. Third is the AI DUA framework, which is comparatively new, and it does incorporate affect, but it does not explain the origin. So we are trying to involve the perception part. This paper fills the gap. Appraisals generate affect. It provides a grounded explanation for why AI evokes strong emotional sense at their work. And fourth is it explains divergent outcomes. So for one mandate in an organization for adopting AI, we do get a lot of different responses and we don't get the same results as we would like. Probably it is because of how each individual is perceiving it. These are some practical implications for the organizations. They can attend to how AI is perceived, not just system design or technical features. They can provide skill development to different individuals to support positive appraisals and effects so that they get more comfortable and they are more willing to adopt AI. Unresolved perceptions resurface as resistance, workarounds, or disengagement. So if they feel more comfortable, they will be more willing. Otherwise, we will just see more and more resistance. For managers, it can be transparent communication about AI scope, what is the purpose. Let them know so that they can build trust around it and they'll be more familiar with it. Recognize perception as an, again, ongoing and see it proactively rather than just being scared of it. Third, emotional responses are signals of underlying perceptions. They are just not noise. And for the HR, as AI is entering every part of the work environment, employee perception has now become critical. How is the employee perceiving it? Procedural transparency and fairness shape trust in AI embedded HR. Managing perception is as strategic as managing the performance outcomes. These are some future research directions that can be done, which we will also plan to do. First, we are planning to do a time series data, so we can do longitudinal empirical testing. Second is we can compare different AI systems for checking the appraisal processes. Second is we can explore how different organizations are managing the AI adoption process and what some organizations are doing better that can also be done in other organizations. Fourth is we can try different moderators and mediators around it, so we can examine how leadership, transparency policies, organizational support perceive all of those different variables we can use around the empirical research. We can obviously do first a qualitative in-depth research and then further lead it to the quantitative part, which is the mixed method design. And we can do the cross-cultural research, so we can take different cultures and have a critical comparison of maybe what is being different in different cultures and how is the adoption getting better. So quick conclusion of what this paper says, that what we are trying to say is that perception is preceding adoption and it is not coming later. Cognitive and affective processes are inseparable. They go hand in hand. They are not one thing individually. We have similar systems, but there are divergent outcomes around it. So divergent in adoption stems from subjective, context-dependent appraisals, not from system features or mandates or the technological features. And last, we need a human-centered foundation for AI research. So positions employee experience at the center of implementation, offering a basis for future empirical inquiry. So I'll end this by saying AI is not adopted first, it is perceived first, and through perception, the consequences of the work unfold. Thank you.
Thank you, Manvikarla, for your nice presentation. So I'd like to invite the audience to make any question you have.
I really like what you're doing, and it seems needed. So nice. Question for you. I've got a colleague who is the poster child for what you just described, and I might be too. So her reaction to AI is coming from an affective response, which is fairly negative, and she's not adopting. What are the priors that condition the tendency to look and have a sort of more negative or more positive affective response?
First of all, the news and the information we have around AI is mostly negative, and that is why the first instinct of everyone around is negative. It's just like you said, that will take over. It'll take over our job, and everybody is just scared. What will we do? If not, everybody is thinking that we will get new jobs. It will bring us something better. Everybody is just thinking it like it'll take over our job. It is scary.
But just to sort of jump in there, I see two different kinds of people. I see the other kind also, and we're all seeing the same news. So it's not the news.
Maybe the people who have actually tried it have more positive responses rather than the ones that are just.
Maybe, but your point is that our affective responses condition whether we try it or not. And so I guess that's what I'm curious about. I mean, I think you're right, don't get me wrong. So I'm not trying to say, this is not a critique, but it's more like digging down.
Maybe somebody who's not very tech savvy or is not very good with AI, is just new, feels threatened to use it, maybe.
So here's my colleague, she's a full professor, she's very talented and very smart. And she doesn't use AI much. But in marking of students' assignments, she sees it being used and is unimpressed.
Yeah.
And so she's being quite hard on them in a way. And for herself, would just say, I think this is not happening. It's not good. So that's her background. So she sees the negative news that you talked about, she sees the positive news that you're not talking about, but is also out there.
It's there. Yes.
And this is, where she's coming from. I don't know what it is in her background that makes her feel this way. But I think you're right, that it is just a feeling that she's got. And it is the reason why she's either adopting or not adopting spaces or not. And so it seems to me, as you mentioned, maybe doing some qualitative work.
Yeah.
It would be fantastic to sort of get both kinds of people and say, where did you come by these feelings? When did they happen to you? Like, have you changed at some point? If you did, why? This is something we probably really do need to understand more, and I think you're heading in a good direction.
Right, and to add on to that, you're talking about it needs to be proactively implemented and, you know, it needs to be, shared, you know, prior to implementation. And I think it's gonna take a lot of finesse from, you know, from leadership to really try to implement the right way. And I'm thinking about it from a healthcare standpoint. And I know in some arenas, healthcare administration is trying to implement AI to help with things such as, you know, nurse to patient, ratios and assignments and scheduling. And nursing is immediately pushing back, feeling like it's Big Brother coming in and saying, you know, well, you spent, you know, 10 minutes in the bathroom when you should have been, you know, and they feel like it's being utilized to micromanage them. And so their initial, you know, sense is that it's, you know, when you talk about autonomy, and it's taken away their autonomy and their, so I'm not sure how, for lack of a better word, how you spin that, you know, how management is going to, I think it's gonna take a lot of skill to go in and say, yes, there are gonna be some pros and cons to this. Because with information, there's more clarity on what's going on. And so I don't know, I think it's a very challenging topic. And then once you do have some type of experience with it, now from moving forward, anytime they hear about AI, you know, being used to augment their, you know, their job or management, now they've already, you know, it's kind of poisoned the soup, yeah.
Another question, okay.
Actually, me, the way is just a comment. And it is very interesting to see that these patterns actually they keep on coming, you know. I'm speaking from a creative point of view. I am a musician. When drum machines were invented, many musicians, they were complaining, were saying, oh, what are drummers going to do? Now that's the end of musicians. But I can tell you this, Yamaha have made thousands of drum kits since when they were complaining. Now we have got this thing called the Suno. Oh, there is a more new record as well. And see people, again, they just, some people, they just reacting. I say this, I can use AI as a reference, but I do not really have to rely on it 100%. So if I was having a challenge, maybe figuring out my chord progression or maybe tweaking my lyrics, I can actually go into it and look at it and listen to what it has done. And then I put that challenge upon myself. Now reproduce it. Because if I think and if I believe that I'm a musician, I would be able to produce that. So I can see it even in the work environment. People say, oh yeah, AI is going to take us our jobs. Well, you see, there's a gentleman who said you have to adapt to it. You can't adapt. I used to work for a small TV station. And this was about 15 years ago. I told them that everybody actually who owned it, I worked for 3 of them. Everyone said, I told them, please implement or incorporate internet into your broadcasting. Because in a few years' time, some people will be actually making videos and watching TV on the phone. They laughed. Said, are you crazy? How do you think that someone is going to sit down and watch a TV program on the phone? So I can see yes, there are challenges out there and employers are going, but also employers also are going to take advantages of people who are lazy. That's what I think.
I just have something to add to the Mark as well. We talked about the fear that one of your colleagues might have gone through as well. And I had a chat with one of my professors from Sussex, and he used to be an editor previously for a journal. And the fear that it was more sort of an affliction more than a fear towards AI, because as professionals like yourself, you might have gone through hundreds of probably thousands of articles from famous authors and journal writers, and that is within you. And to see, and you would probably expect that from the students that we teach, because you're passing on knowledge, and to get a product from them which is completely a machine created version sort of creates an aggression inside you, and you're worried about what the future generation, particularly professionals like you, because your entire life is based upon shaping youngsters and juniors, and you see a machine taking over their capabilities, then they can really produce something exceptional like that. Is what I thought. He mentioned that is something that is causing to be a fear. It's sort of an aggression overshadowed by fear. And with you, when you said drums, similar thing happened in financial context as well when Excel came into picture. And back then, apparently, this was before we were born. So we can only hear stories about it. But when Excel came into pictures, people completely lost it. We talk about AI now. Excel was a beast back then, and it took over like a virus. And it probably took 10 people to solve a financial statement of an organization. Excel can do it with just 3 people. And so we've always adapted to that, and to pull through because we sort of introduce ourselves into that. And I think a person talked about women input with AI as well as it improved their performance. And Excel was something that was crucial in bringing women into workforce as well, because it was more analytical. It was less of putting yourself in struggle and more about thinking and cognitive stuff. So women was brought into picture, and more women joined into a professional line as well. So this is what I understand.
So, I again thank you for this fruitful discussion and regarding question and answer session. So I again thank you for your nice presentation. And now I would like to invite Mr. Bajnath Srinath for your presentation. Your presentation is regarding the hydrocarbon savings rate, a global measure of natural resource wealth preservation. Okay. So.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers. Thank you so much for having me. Much appreciated. I'd like to thank my supervisor, Professor John Adams at Heriot-Watt University, for encouraging me. So my name, Bajnath Srinath, please call me Baj. I am from Trinidad and Tobago, which is in the Caribbean. The last island in the Caribbean, just north of Venezuela, actually. So I'm pleased to represent that part of the hemisphere. I am a DBA student at Heriot-Watt University, and I'm investigating financial sustainability for my country, Trinidad and Tobago. When asked to debrief last night by my little boss, my daughter, she said, "What stood out for you from this conference yesterday?" I said, it was a guy walking up and down in the middle here was what stood out for me most. And he said something very important. He said, I told them we missed all of the Millennium Goals. And he demonstrated that you should know where you are, where you want to go. And if we know your speed, we'll tell you if you are going to get there on time. And that stayed with me, Alan. Thank you. And I related the experience to my daughter so that she learned from what I learned. And so today, part of my research and progress, I'm going to talk about measurement and why it's important to progress. And I'm going to do it with an example from Trinidad and Tobago and from my research in progress. I'm going to seek your help as we go along with an exercise so that you are participating in developing this research with me. So for the exercise, you'll need 2 pieces of paper, a pen, and your favorite device. So I will give you further suggestions as we go along. It's completely voluntary. So feel free to participate if you wish, and we'll continue. So I go straight to results. In the interest of your time, I will present results. So what do we have here? This is a little piece of my results, and on the horizontal axis, we'll see 2-digit codes. These are ISO Alpha 2 country codes. So, and I don't know all 200 of them, but I'll point out some key ones. On the vertical axis is a scale in percentage, and it says how much these countries have saved from the bounty that they have received in oil and gas. And this is where you come in. In the first exercise,
I'm sorry, just for clarification, you said how much they've saved?
yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to come to that shortly, but let me set up the exercise for us. Consider yourself in the first piece of paper, you put me. I want you to estimate your lifetime earnings to this point in time. Lifetime earnings. So for you, £50,000 per year or 30 years, right? Okay, 15 million pounds. So you put that down, right? And then, and don't share it with anybody, please, just for you. And then estimate how much
your lifetime from the time we start waiting there,
for your whole lifetime.
not including when we are children or.
Oh, no, yeah, just from the time we started. And I want you to contemplate this exercise and think about how much you have saved that is going to provide a sustained income after you're done working. So it's like, what's in your pension plan? As I said, your secret, keep it to yourself, and we will continue here. So I looked at all countries of the world, about 200. And I asked the question, so how many of these were given the gift of a large gift of oil and gas? Because that creates a lot of money. So I'm examining how that was, used. Out of all the countries in the world, I found 60 had produced over 1 billion barrels of oil and gas. That's interesting. So you have 60 countries. What's the average price of a barrel of oil? So I'll use $70. So if you produce 1 billion barrels of oil, and let's estimate 70 billion US dollars. Of that amount, what did you save? So time period. So this is the countries, this is a sample. I started counting in 1974, not at inception. And there was a particular reason for counting from 74. That's when the price of oil went up about 5 times and kept going, right? So I figured if I counted for that period, I'll capture most of the value. Next, I looked around and I examined how much they've saved in a permanent fund that's likely to extend the benefit of what they got in time. So very similar to us as people. We're working for a lifetime, and at a certain point, we stop earning a salary. And if we've done well, what we're going to get is we're going to get a pension for the rest of our lives. So in the same way, there are countries who go, they use what they have. It finishes at a certain point in time, but where is the persistence of the value to subsequent generations? So that is what I'm examining here. In the case of Trinidad and Tobago, the problem for me was I see us, we've been producing oil and gas for over 100 years. It's going to finish. And when I looked at the Sustainable Development Goals, we're doing well. But I think we are now going to regress because the one thing that keeps the economy going is oil and gas. And we are not different to many countries, and we are not different to anybody who's sitting at this table. You have one job that's going to keep you going for a while, and then that job finishes. And then in your later years, what happens? So I wish for you that those years be better. For countries, likewise, I wish for them that when the current engine of the economy, whatever it is, oil and gas, palm oil, tourism, textiles, coffee, whatever it is, IT in India, there'll be a time when that will wane, right? And how are you using some of the proceeds to carry that benefit forward and help you generate the next thing that you need to continue with a good life? So here are the results. So 60 countries had a lot of money, at least 70 billion. At the higher end, tens of trillions. So that would be the US and Russia. Specifically, what can we say is represented from the proceeds of converting that to support continuing development and achievement of all the goals we have? Okay, so 46 out of the 60 countries had no savings from the oil and gas, or less than 1%. So that leaves us with only 14 countries who has a huge amount of wealth remaining. And of those, Norway has a fund with approximately $2 trillion US. And I have assessed has a savings rate of about 57%. Followed by Timor-Leste with 33, United Arab Emirates with 31, Kuwait, Qatar, Brunei, and Saudi Arabia. So just a few. And we have to reflect on what, not just this industry, but everything else, and in our personal circumstances, how are we converting a portion in a piece of all the value that we create individually in our countries, that we can continue on the next stage of life of industries when we come to countries. So for your own self, calculate that number. And as we proceed, we will look at how we compare it and satisfy yourselves as to whether it is going to be sufficient to continue the journey at the individual level or at the country level. So that is the result, and we will continue. So methodology, I explained, is very simple. We look at what's earned each year. We aggregate it. What's the source of the data? The data is very easy to get in this regard. So BP, Statistical Review of Energy, has over 70 years of data. It's now done by the Energy Institute here in London. And I was able to access data from 1965, earlier than 1974, up to 2024. And tomorrow, the 2025 data will become available for all countries. So very easy to find data. You can find the data for sectors in every country that you're looking for, as I explained, whether it's copper, gold, ICT, tourism, you can get sectoral GDP data. It'll tell you how much value is created. When you're creating value, how much is being set aside, right? In this case, the data came from IE University in Madrid, who produced an annual report on savings in sovereign wealth funds. How much has the government put aside for this purpose? And you should be getting statements from your HR and how much you put aside in your pension, right? And we're going to look at how we use that further now. So, can we get rid of the tick on the top? It's blocking the just put it at the bottom, it's fine. Okay. Just drop it at the bottom. So we go to results. And this is a stunning revelation to me in terms of, who has saved them. So I'll explain again. On the horizontal axis, we have countries. And this time I've put not only the big savers, but all the countries. And on the horizontal, on the vertical axis, we have dollars, money. And in this case, it goes to 10 trillion. So we are looking at 1 to 10 trillion. And we are looking at a number of countries. I'll point out some of them to you. So this is all 60 countries studied. The first two, the US and Russia, and in this case, Russia includes the former Soviet Union because to get the history. And you can see the top of the bar says what you could have saved. And these are $10 trillion. At the bottom of the bar in black is what was actually saved. So looking at this chart, what it tells you is there's a lot of red. In the $1 trillion club, few people have saved. And we can look at them. The US, Russia, Saudi Arabia has saved $1.5 trillion. But it is short in terms of the savings, benchmark by $5+ trillion. It could have done better. Iran, Canada, sorry, but there's a little bit of saving in Canada. In the province of Alberta, they do have an Alberta Heritage Fund, which has some of the money from the oil and gas, but they're 3 trillion short. How does this impact development is the question. When you consume everything, right? And I said, come back to yourself. If you consume all you generate now, what's going to happen when you retire? If you consume all you generate from oil and gas, how are you going to fund development after? How does it continue?
But countries don't retire.
Yeah, you're just right, my
No, correct.
I would hope.
I love this. Countries don't retire. The industries grow old. And the industries retire and they take with them the contribution they're giving. That's what I'm getting at. So let's take Trinidad and Tobago. It's been producing oil and gas for 120 years. It is literally 80% of the economy. It is going to go. Question is a matter of time. Oil production peaked in 1978 and has been down 80% today. Gas production peaked in 2010. It's down 40% today. I'm not going to predict when it's finished, but I'm going to tell you with certainty that it will finish. When the singular source of income of a country, a person, goes away, what is left behind to continue? So heavily import dependent. 80% of the foreign exchange is generated by this industry. We import everything. We don't make cars, we don't make iPhones, we don't produce pharmaceuticals, you name it. We don't do, software. When that goes, as I said, think about yourself. You retire without a pension plan and ask, how do you sustain your lifestyle? So I'm just using, I don't want to stretch the analogy. I'm just using it so that we can relate to what is happening. And this is where I'm intervening. How do I look at that and how do I mitigate from a public finance perspective that outcome of a declining or an evaporating stream of revenue that actually runs the country? I wish for none of us here to retire without the plan. And I wish for none of us here, it doesn't matter what industry, I'm talking about oil and gas here. Let me take a neighboring territory, Barbados. Tourism is 90% of the income, probably more than Trinidad. 1 foot in the rising of sea level, right? The beaches are gone. Yeah, the beaches are gone. Its primary source of income is gone. If you were taking, I'll use the analogy, if you were taking a little bit of that and setting it aside into a financial asset that could continue to produce something, you will have at least something to go by as you transition to whatever else the economy can produce. So I will. Okay. So how did we get to this result? Very simple. We said we will never agree on how much to save. No, we did 57%. There are people who will say save 0. There are people who will save 100%. So for illustration purposes, I choose 50%. And this is what I use to estimate how much other people should have saved. And in doing that, we can assess the rest of the world now. So we can look again. This is the club of 250 billion, the 1 trillion, right? And we have Kazakhstan, Oman, Azerbaijan. In the next level, up to 250 billion, we have Brunei, and we have Trinidad and Tobago, TT. We have 6 billion saved out of 500 billion earned, right? And in the final category, we have Timor-Leste. And so that's the tour of the world. In general, there's been an opportunity from this gift of nature of oil and gas to save $60 trillion to be used on a continuing basis. Out of that, only 5% is represented in savings. So I want you to examine your little piece of paper, your lifetime earnings, and how are you progressing towards a good enough figure. You can use AI to tell you what would be a good figure. And I want you to do a second exercise for a country of your choice. Pick the largest part of the economy, right? And see how much of that is being set aside to support their own country's own retire, to support ongoing development. And I guarantee you, we will be as startled with the figures as I was when I examined this. So I'd like to stop there. Thank you for your time and your attention. You have 2 pieces of paper, one for yourself and one for the country of your choice. And I encourage you to replicate what I've done here for yourselves and continue with that. So thank you very much. Well, then, special thanks to Mr. Baj for his nice presentation. Within 2 or 3 slides, he made the presentation a lively one. So I can thank him. So you please make question. If you have any question, please make question.
Not really a question, it's a comment that you're talking about, I think a parallel that I'm going to think of is in the United States, some of our mining towns. They would go and they'd mine all the copper, there was an entire town, and then once the copper's gone, there's,
Town is gone.
yeah, the town is gone, there's nothing, there's just nothing left. So,
Yes,
similar.
but
experience.
in contrast, I want to acknowledge friend and mentor Dave Lewis, who was the founding director of the Alaska Permanent Fund. So there is one state in the US, there's also Texas, that has put away some of what we do, and a couple of $100 billion, half a trillion maybe in Alaska. And what do they do? When they get dividends, they give each resident, they cut a check for each resident in Alaska, and they distribute the money every year. So that's what I mean. The oil and gas in Alaska would finish. But there is something now that they have put some of the money into a fund. And it's going to continue literally forever. And I'm asking, when we get large sums of money, how are we doing that in all other areas? It's not about oil and gas. It's specific to my particular study. But the textile industry, it's big. How are you taking 2 cents from that and putting it aside and investing it in a diversified portfolio with high returns that assures some kind of continuity, right? It's a question. It's a question for all of us personally and for each of our countries. Ashka.
I have a question about my vicinity. Apart from Norway, when you showed the line graph, all other countries are from Middle East, and another similarity is the companies over there, they are owned by the government and they're not taxed.
Say again?
These companies over there are not taxed. We can see other nations heavily tax their organizations whatsoever. And that income is used for the development of the country. Whereas with Arab nations, you can see the organizations are not taxed in the first place. And so maybe that could be a reason why they've got a significant portion of savings. So
yeah. So I'm not averse you get all this amount of money, tantamount to a lottery virtually. Yes, you will use some for consumption. You will use some for holidays or whatever, entertainment, whatever. I am concerned about what happens after that is gone, right? What helps the benefit that you get to assist in time for you and indeed for the other generation. So I fully accept, that when you get this money, however, right, that some of it goes into current consumption, or education, health, infrastructure. But knowing that it goes away, where's that portion? So I'm looking for that. And I'm not seeing it in coffee in Uganda that they put, a cent aside for every, pound of coffee they sell, such that, it will continue. It could support other industries. Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
Would I propose, if you don't mind me, I'm really sorry that, because we're all going to work together, ask him, investigate him, and give him. No, please, please. And this is where I have to intervene here.
Yes.
Because it's very important. We want to work all together. Anyone want to talk to him, catch him and give the lunch, sit with him in the lunch table. There's going to be there. It's just because of, we need to come back here before 2 o'clock. We have other guests joining us for the launch of the book.
Yes.
But if you want to talk to him, make sure you sit with him in his table.
Yeah, and you can distribute certificate.
Yes, but anyway, because we want you to go out and come back. Okay. So, Ashwin, can you come here, please? Thank you very much, Ashwin. Thank you very much. Can we change the background here? We will give you the 2 hours for your co-authors. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Okay, here we go.
Wait, okay, now it's.
And we look as well.
OGC, yeah, come. Come. Yes, of course.
Can I have a picture of this
Yes.
with this young gentleman?
Yes, you take yours. Take yours. No, take yours. This is yours.
Okay.
Goes here, and this is yours.
Yeah.
Then now the coming.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes. We will share this with you.
Yeah, but it would be nice.
Okay, go.
So I can send to my head
No
of the
problem, send it to
department
someone,
after.
I know where you have been.
Sorry. Cool. Let's go.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, I think.
Yeah, I think yes, you did it very well.
This is my
Yeah, quickly, we'll do this quickly. So this is yours. You become one of the.
Okay.
We have a big project, group of WSB youth volunteers from all over the world. The same like your age, from all over the world: China, Saudi Arabia, India, Africa. So we would love to see you. A lot of people from Albania. It's the youngest club, so you have to join that club. Well, here, this is you.
Oh, thank you very much.
And yes, it is the youngest club, so you have to join that group. Okay, Lucia. Thank you very much. Really wonderful. You did very well, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you.
And also your co-author, we'll give you a certificate later.
Yes.
Now, Mambi, yeah. Thank you very much for making the journey and the 2 presentations you made. Thank you very much.
Future professor.
Yeah, the institute in India is very strong. And this is yours. I will give you also your co-authors, okay? Oh, sorry. Our colleague also came to Geneva, I remember, very well respected academics. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you for assistance. And now, last not least, the question I want to ask him when he asks us, when you calculate your income, when you were a senior, You guys are oil expert on when you are doing your retirement PhD. Which one?
No.
Ah.
Academic.
Makes sense. Because the very senior guys are working. But then I will give you proofs as well. Okay, here we go. Thank you very, very much. A pleasure to have you, really. Thank you. We're doing group picture.
Thank you.
We can do group picture also, all the speakers. Okay, okay. Let's quickly come. Ashwin, quickly, Marvi, just for this session, quickly, and then we will go quickly.
All the students.
Oh, yes, come quickly. And while they are coming together, we take the lift outside, then left, and then right. It's literally after John Lewis. After John Lewis, and you're right. We will walk together, but just tell you where we're going. Thank you. 2 minutes. So, okay. Come. Quick.
All right. Now look this way.
Okay.
Yes. All right. One time.
So what you do, I will go and I will make sure I lock the room to outside, left and right. Left and left. So we go outside the building, left, and then you continue. You know your leaves, we all go straight to this. When I see the leaves, I want to go to the you can't make it move because I think the leaves, you know, I get sick of that. So you put it on hold.
I'm missing all the sessions. How are you all?
But at least it's better than the Somali referee who've been not allowed to get into the US. It's just a matter of time for you to come here.
Oh, but I did have a very nice, you can say, it was a very nice keynote talk today for AI. I really enjoyed. And there were many faculty members today, like all of them, they got the opportunity to listen with them, and like they all enjoyed. So it was like really nice.
You watched the signing of the MOU with Sumatra? Excellent.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for a few people to arrive and then we start. We're ready, okay?
Absolutely. And today we will be also showcasing the rebuilding of Sudan, and we will be talking about how we really work together in accomplishing this important task of compiling 2 volumes together for Sudan.
And in addition to that, you remember the SDG, the Sudan report on SDGs?
Yes.
I will show you tracker, but would you be able, because I remember you have a video, we shared that video. Would you be maybe to summarize it in maybe a couple of minutes? You know, the SDGs, I mean, we have the tracker, but maybe at that point, I will ask you to just summarize well, that video, maybe in a couple of.
Yeah, that will be great to summarize the contribution of Sudan in the accomplishment of SDG for the country itself, and can have a bit of comparative analysis also.
Okay, so stay with us. We should be starting. We're just waiting for people late from lunch. That's all really. It's not,
no worries.
Because we wanted to take people out. So we will start shortly, okay?
Yes. And as you know, in Saudi Arabia, now everywhere vacation has started. So there are lots of people on the road, and everywhere, everyone is, I think, like UK, vacation mood.
Yes, thank you very much. Is there still people walking, or where are they?
No, I think they're not.
So anyway, we will start, yes, I think by all means. So just take the video before we start. Yeah. I think you already got a problem, right? From the Guardian itself, it had a problem.
Oh, I think, yeah.
Because this is the original one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's so very sure.
So while we set up, can we do quick introduction?
Yes, good point. Yes. Can you start from you,
introduce yourself?
Yes, because there's 6 new people here. Yes, go ahead.
Right. Good afternoon, guys. I'm a young PhD scholar. I'm doing my research in AI and everything. And I've just presented before the lunch, but I'd be more than happy to hear about here. So.
Thank you. I'm an old doctoral candidate at Heriot-Hart University. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago and happy to be joining you.
I'm Beatriz Amante from the University Polytechnic of Catalonia, and I'm the person that they try to insert the AI in the university in our school.
Amal Hussein, Deputy Head of Mission, Sudan Embassy. Very happy to join this group. Thank you.
Hi, Ivan Mustafa, and I work in the field of events, and I specialize in storytelling.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarah Hussein. I'm an architect and sustainability consultant. I will present my research papers that has been published in volume 2 today.
Oh, is it me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. My name is Joseph Otieno. Because I'm a content creator. I've known Alarm since 2013. We have done great things. That's all.
And you did a lot of work recorded a lot of things for Sudan.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, good afternoon. I'm Mohammed Shamsullah. I'm from Bangladesh, and I'm working as the Deputy Secretary of Bangladesh Government and also an Executive Minister of Bangladesh Government. I'm working with WASD for nearly 10 years from and I've been in competition with outlooks and especially in London for hard drive to I'm doing my PhD in remittance. So I also presented a research paper regarding remittance. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdullah Abugaja. I'm presenting Darfur for Association, the organization that needed and impunity in Sudan for the crime that committed in Darfur and in Sudan.
So, my name is Metin Abdullah from EDA, Darfur Diaspora State.
So, I'm Khalid. Executive accountant, then long term accountant. Just came to see the results of his advice doing
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Rawat Hamad. I'm Director of Smart Health Center at the University of London. I'm also contributing to some presenting and talk about AI. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Financial from India. I'm in aviation industry and aircraft engineer and serving leadership roles in using. And I'm also doing my duty and I will contribute my article on AI.
One of the things which was very late, but we sent message to all those people. I think we're going to hear from Indonesia, lessons learned for Sudan from expert from Indonesia in the health. But I think also, like you, Robani, you could give, not now, but we can follow up. Maybe you can give their contact from the ambassadors, because you've got a very strong experience in aviation. That could be, I think, any suggestions of lessons to learn from India, from anywhere. I think it would be very welcome. This platform we can. Field tech is also one of the areas very in Sudan before this war. There was a lot of interest in that area. So any advice, yes, would be very useful. But I think we should why this is showing here? We don't know this.
You don't want to.
Sure. No. No. Okay. Is it working? So we need our conference team first.
Yes. This part.
Yes. So how do where is it here? Oh, that's.
Okay, that's not
And so and the Zoom is you record, you start recording?
Yes.
Recording and the Zoom is on, so we can go. Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon. Very nice to see you all here. I think we should start because otherwise we'll be really late for it's almost 40 past 2. So we are very late, to be honest. So warm welcome to all of you. This is our I think session number 12, right? So we introduced this last year, part of the WSD conferences. Every year we have a focus. Yes, focus on one of the countries. Please welcome. Yes, yes. So last year we tried to invent. I'm not saying we are very innovative, but we tried to invent. Last year we started something called country in focus. So we said every year during the WSD conferences we focus on one country in particularly if there a good reason. Last year was the focus was Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia embarked on a big transformation journey, particularly with higher education. Now most of our universities are now going to Saudi. So we had the Ministry of Investment. They came to London last year, so we gave them the platform to show people the investment they are interested. So this year we selected Sudan. Next year, I think we're already going to do it in Indonesia. Indonesia has contributed massively. Almost every field, they have done a lot of work. I think we got like 40 research areas from University of Indonesia. I'm very happy. University of Indonesia is considered WSD as #1 for publishing their work. So every year we will choose a country, but it has to be a story. So this year the focus is on Sudan. So this session is short. So luckily enough for Sudan, we have started this project 2 years ago when the war erupted. And I will going to quickly tell you what we have done in WSD, and then we can see where we can take this thing. But I tell you, we got people joining us now on the Zoom. Yes, to the session. Okay. So what we're going to do, because I can't see it here, that's a problem. This one here, I can't see that one here. No, what I mean, this presentation, we don't need it now. Okay. Because I see something different than what is here. And we are sharing the screen, right? Okay. So this is our session, country in focus. We're going to tell you exactly what we have done and why we have done that. And then Professor Arshin Naim, one of our senior editor, will tell us about the product itself and the project and the editing and all that thing. And because this is an ongoing. And then we're very lucky, to be honest, very, very lucky. Out of these 50 chapters or 50 chapters contributed to the book, one of the authors is here, 100%. I'm not exaggerating, but it's true. One of the best Sudanese architects, to be honest. And also, I know she's very humble, but I think recently, three months ago or 4 months, she was one of the judging panel for the best architecture in the Middle East. Am I right? So she's a celebrity. So we are really happy to listen to her chapter and to see what she's going to tell. Because she's talking about a very serious rebuilding of the damage project. And then Suhail, distinguished professor here on women's health, I think she's doing medical tests. She will join us anytime. Now we have kindly our 2 distinguished professors from Somalia. They will give us some lessons there from Indonesia for Sudan. And as I said, this was an ongoing project. The idea is to open up the discussion at the round table to listen from you. You represent quite significant people in terms of what do you think of this, how we can make this project to continue. And we have been very lucky, really. But to start this, we need to go here, I think, to this project. Now, Sudan, as you all know, as a member of the United Nations, every country, I think, can you take that SDG tracker, maybe, because this is where we started. Sudan, as one of the member countries of the United Nations, is requested or is required to submit what we call it, or what the United Nations call it, voluntary national review. Luckily enough, Sudan submitted one of these reports last year, 2025. So we have analyzed Sudan together with many other countries. So this is a general analysis done for all these countries, including Algeria, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Canada, Comoros, European Union, Egypt, Germany, India, and so on and so on. So it's been analyzed. But if we go to Sudan quickly, so we were lucky to start. We have a starting point, the situation in Sudan in terms of sustainable development goals, what Sudan has achieved before and after the war. And of course, countries in war, you're not expecting much. Where is Sudan? Should be somewhere. Yes, this is Sudan. So this analysis is being tested, is being verified, and this is the actual situation of Sudan in terms of sustainable development goals. Sudan submitted 3 reports, which is a high number, by the way, because the maximum number of countries submitted report to the United Nations about their progress is 4. So Sudan in submission rate is on the top category. The top countries worldwide committed to the UN Sustainable Development Goals: Qatar, Indonesia, I think Germany. Those submitted 4 reports during the period from 2015 to now. Some countries, they submitted 1 report, some 2 reports, some they haven't submitted a single report. And can you guess a country have never submitted a single report to the United Nations? Shockingly, even to someone from the UN in the United States. You know, this data is collected in New York and is sitting in New York. And the United States had never submitted a single report. The UK, only 1 report. China, 1 report. And that's why it is important to highlight this, because if you don't submit a report, how do we know what is going on in that country? And to find out from this tracker, when you go home, you can come here, what we call it here, if you want to see those, number 1, in terms of the who submitted report to the UN, you go to the VNR called Voluntary National Review. We discussed this yesterday, is recorded as it were. So Indonesia, top 4 out of 4, Qatar 4 out of 4, Malaysia 3 out of 4. So Malaysia and Sudan are the same, 3 out of 4. Kazakhstan 3 out of 4. Nigeria 3 out of 4. Bangladesh 3 out of 4. And then the list will go on. But if you come to countries like here, Spain. Sorry to keep reminding people. Sorry, Professor. Spain, only 2 reports. Big countries. If you look at Netherlands, only 2 reports. Because if you don't submit reports, people cannot trace or do any analysis. You can't, because you don't have the data. Within the Arab countries, also there is serious issues. Algeria, only 1 report. Not many countries submitted. I mean, Saudi Arabia, I think it's 3 or 2, I'm not sure. Big countries. So in that front, Sudan is doing very well. But when it comes to the actual things, SDGs achieved, SDGs on track, or SDGs overall completion, we will see now. And we can go to Sudan. Where is Sudan? This one. So now let's see the actual things where we started this project. So here you can see, if we come to the actual, this is based on the country-owned report. This is not our research. This is the country-owned report. Sudan has not achieved any of the sub-17 sustainable, no, not a single one. If you take them one by one, you can go when you do that. If you look at SDG 1, Professor Archie will take us. You can see the justification why they score 1. We have 5 scores. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 if you achieve the goal, and 0 if you provide no information. And 4 is on track. And for us, on track is the best way to describe any economic development in a country, really. If someone on track, yesterday I said, on track to me, when I was in Brighton, you are on the train. I keep saying that to the students. If you are on that train, you will get to London. Whether you are standing, sitting, first class, economy, it doesn't matter. In 1 hour, you will be in Victoria. But if you are not on that train, you are off track. That means we cannot expect you. So Sudan hasn't achieved any of the goals. But many countries did not achieve anything. Believe it or not, Sudan is the same like Nigeria, the leading country in Africa, big country. So many countries did not achieve. And just to quickly save time, I know it's a shock to many people in the UN system itself. The Secretary General said that as well. Take Qatar, 3 out of 17. Saudi Arabia, 2 out of 17. Japan, 4 out of 17. Canada, 2 out of 17. So there is a huge disappointment worldwide. So Sudan in that category is the same like the rest of the world. Only 17% achieved. So even before the war, that was the situation. But generally, Sudan is one of many countries having achieved anything. And this is where you can see the justification, the challenge is facing Sudan right now. And as I said, this is very important. I don't know how they did it. I remember they were sending us pictures from Sudan in the meeting. I have seen the meetings by my own self. They did unbelievable work in North Sudan. They submit the report. This is a big commitment. This is the Sudan official report to the United Nations. This is the UN. You can see at the top there. If you read here, this is where they are all staying. High-level political forum. This is in New York for the UN. This is we decided to take the report from the UN, not from the countries. So this is the Sudan report as we speak, available. You can download it and go read it. So this is submitted 2025, last July. Every year in July, countries go and present. Saudi Arabia, Emirates, these are submitted this year. So Sudan submitted last year. So we had data. This is the data from the government, not us. And you can see this is every of this report. This is Muhammad Bashar Muhammad Adam and the Secretary of Planning, Ministry of Finance and Economic Development. So we gave that to our team to investigate this one. Sudan submitted 22 and 18. So we can do, and this is a report we did on Sudan. And here you can see anything you want. So the challenges facing the country, mass displacement, economic collapse, infrastructure destruction, service disruption, and so on. You will see lessons learned. This is very important. Yesterday we discussed this in Lex. One of the lessons learned you hear, other countries worldwide, they can take from Sudan, yes. The Sudan government say that is a very good, important thing. We realize it will help us to move forward is inclusive planning. So when you plan something, you really have to have an inclusivity in planning, integrating peace and development. Many United Nations reports, many countries, they say without peace, there is no development. Full stop. So Sudan in that case. So these are all lessons learned. And then you can see what the government has done. Poverty rate had been reduced from the conflict. GDP showed a slight improvement in 2022. As you can see, Keir Starmer, he's been accused, or the government, we are all struggling, and he is resigning now. But despite that, the fact, there's many economists, the economic growth of the UK is better. Yes, we are still struggling. Everything is very expensive. So these are facts. There is an improvement in the UK GDP. In respect, but there is an overwhelming challenges facing UK and others. So Sudan, primary education completion increased from 61 to, these are government of statistics. You can't dispute them because this is submitted officially to Sudan. Now, if we go back quickly to see the situation worldwide, so you understand Sudan from other perspective of the world, you can compare it from SDGs achieved. You can see here, you have Norway, 4 out of 17. This is the top in the world now. Norway, Japan, Qatar. Qatar is 3. Actually, Qatar, 3 out of 17, achieved 3. And then the list will go on. Saudi Arabia only achieved 2. It's a big country. You can't compare Saudi Arabia with Sudan. Huge country. So there is an issue. But if you go down the list, Germany, only 1 goal achieved. Germany is the biggest, the giant in manufacturing. Only 1 goal is achieved in Germany. The other one, which is most countries is really trying to achieve, is on track. So on track, Oman got quite a big percentage, 76% on track. Yet they have not achieved. You remember earlier I said, if you are on the train, that means you are on track to go to London. So Oman, Sultanate of Oman, one of the leading countries in the Arab world, they are on track. They haven't achieved any goal, but they are on track. So maybe suddenly, this year, next year, they will surprise that they have done the education, they have done this and so on. UAE is also haven't achieved anything, but they are on track. Norway, of course, achieved already and so on. The list will go on. And you see other countries you can compare with other Arab countries, Canada and so on, whatever. Algeria, for example, haven't achieved anything. On track, only 18%. You can see Algeria, the country is not in war, Malaysia and so on. So you can explore this one. Iraq, country came out of war, no achievement of any of the SDGs, on track 6%. Iraq is really struggling. Because you need someone more important is on track. And then you have the seriously of track and moderately of track. But this was, we were lucky to have this one. And then before I tell you what we have done, so we said, fine, let's take the latest report of Sudan as the country of focus. We're going to do this for Indonesia next year. And we said, let's take the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The government told us what they have. They told us the challenge and the contribution they have made and the lessons learned, how the future look like. And then we made a call for everyone. And we said, anyone can contribute. Anyone, Sudanese, non-Sudanese, diaspora, non-diaspora. And we were surprised, people from the war zone, they contributed. And I will quickly show you from here, if we go to, before I give, this was a big surprise to us, to be honest, because University of Kordofan contributed massively. Academics, we remember many days they told us someone died, someone is killed, and we have seen this, and it's all documented by video, by the way. So if we go here, maybe we go here, we were surprised to find people contributing from inside the war zone. If we go to where here, I think, let's go here, this maybe. They want to do this one. Okay, let me do it from here. Maybe I'm just using a shortcut if you like. Yeah, let's take anyone. And the good thing is you can see from the start, people from Uganda, India, America, where else? Libya, Iraq, they all contributed, experts from across the world. Yeah, just want to highlight here Joseph Natali. Joseph Natali is a well-distinguished, he's our top academics in Africa, not from Makerere University, which is a top university in Africa. He was the dean of Makerere University, top academics, top worldwide. He's the most senior academics in WSD from Uganda. These people contributed by a very important topic, which is e-learning for the universities now to catch up. 4 of them from Makerere University. So the contribution was open to all experts. Then if you come down, this I think it's better I go to the main page of the experts, because this is important, and that's what we're hoping to do with Indonesia next year. If we go here, I think somewhere here, yes. Now, I think as last time I counted them, there were 200. So if you start from here, Joseph, top, I told you, Professor Dia Jumeli from Liverpool, he's the AI advisor for the Prime Minister of Iraq. He's an OBE, the Queen. He got 500 publications, top academic in this country. He contributed about giving lessons learned. And I can still remember what he said for this AI conference. He said his advice he gave to the Prime Minister of Iraq, anything should be AI, but people should not be scared from AI. But he said, when they asked him, because he's a top professor here, he said to the government of Iraq, I don't want you, people were scared. This guy is coming from the UK giving us about AI teaching. He said to them, I don't want you to change anything, but agriculture, make it smart agriculture. Health, make it smart health. So he said, we need to inject AI in whatever you're doing now. And I think I agree with you. This should be for Sudan. Because AI, yesterday, today, everyone agreed on this. Rawad, in the morning, you said something very interesting. You said AI or going down that route of AI is no longer a question. It's a fact. This is the people who are telling you. It's a fact now. Everyone agree on it. If you go down, this is very important version. Professor Nasir is a top accounting academic from Edinburgh. He's one of our founding members, but he was the Minister of Finance for Libya. So we took advice from him. He had a fantastic chapter. I haven't seen any Sudanese wrote a chapter like this. He said 10 lessons for Sudan to recover. Really, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is someone, Libya went through the same crisis, or not the same, but similar crisis, and he is a minister. So he's advising completely unbiased. And then if you go quickly, I need to Professor Al-Mardi, for those that I think most of you may not know him, he's one of the top medical educators in Sudan. He's a PhD from London. He's one of the top people teaching in e-learning. He taught many consultants here in this country. So this is the kind of people who wrote chapters. Very quickly, Mayad Abu Affan, Director of Public Health in Birmingham, really senior people. Muhammad Hassan, he's the Director of the Chemical Engineering at Southampton University. Yes, he's the founder actually of that department. Southampton is number 4 in this country in chemical engineering. He is the one who founded this project. He's a WSD, and I went to the inauguration of that. They built the whole department on SDGs related. I was there with the president of the Institute of Chemical Engineers. Now, immediately they jumped from the start, the first year, the second year, they are number 4 after Imperial, Oxford, and Cambridge. So this is one of the people who contributed. This one next to him, Ibrahim al-Dukhairi, he is currently the Director General of the Arab Agriculture Development Organization, which is the Arab League body. So he's the top person in agriculture development in the entire Arab League, and so on. Suhail al-Nil, I talked about her, Adil Dafa'allah from Airbus UK, and so on. The list will go on and on. Taqwa is a top professor in energy, renewable. So it's really, Tariq is, during the transition government, he was the director of the GAM Arabic Council, which is overseeing all the GAM Arabic. So anyway, we have to move. You got people from Uganda. This is the people from University of Kordofan. Professor Bakri Saeed. Yes, many people they know, many people they don't know. He just finished his term, the president of the Association of African Universities. Entire African universities were led by this man. He's a British Sudanese, top academics. He contributed, and then the list will go on. I don't want to take you, but I'm very keen to move to something very important, because this is Queen Mary did a lot of work on this one. I'm just scrolling quickly. Yes. Top of our youngest diaspora, they contribute. This is one example. Lina is a graduate of Oxford University. And when she finished her A-levels from Birmingham, she scored one of the highest A-level in this country, not in Birmingham. She went straight to Oxford. She did her degree in medical. So she contributed. So you have a vision of the young generation of how this is top. Oxford, UCL, and so on. There's a lot of them. Also, we gave them the chance to contribute. They contributed. So this project is really, we are very proud of it. And now the Saudi Arabia has been requested to engage on similar project with Syria. Yes, I can publicly say this because we've been involved. I might travel to Syria soon. Let me give you other examples. This is from the Netherlands. I know Wageningen University. I went to this university in the Netherlands. One of the top universities in Europe in agriculture. They contributed with a big project with people from Uganda and so on and so on. So I think it's a project, we are very proud of it, because it is really, I'm just speaking actually, India, quickly, I'm just speaking, though I can't go through all of them really. This lady, Meta Musa, is leading knowledge transfer in the biggest consortium of universities in Africa, called Reform. This is a consortium of all funded by the MasterCard Foundation, 100 universities in Africa. She is the knowledge manager of that organization. So real people from the field, and I think this project can be also duplicated in other countries. As I said, Sarah, this is Sarah Hussein, I showed you. Yes, we have to highlight Lina because she's one of our key youth champions in WSD. She was the champion of the Sudanese community in students in Queen Mary. They run that conference. You remember, Sheikh Abubakar, you came? Fantastic people. A lot of young generations contributed from Manchester University, from Sussex, from Queen Mary, King's, UCL, Westminster, a lot of them. These are the youngest generations contributed. They given their views and so on and so forth. Then you have like Sheikh Babikir, people from the serious community, been here for 40 something years. People engage heavily on community transformation. You have people, yes, this is am I right? Abu Garda, his title, he is the official spokesman for Al-Khamenei movement, right? Sadiq. So we also engage politicians to give their views. Mugarda also contributed. So we got everyone to say his views. You can go and watch his video. So we open it to anyone, no political engagement. This is from Saudi Arabia. They contributed. Where else? Where else? Saudi Arabia, the University of Prince Mugrin. These people contributed from Sudan, from the war zone, agricultural research centers, and so on and so forth. Uganda, India. This is the president of the Sudanese Students Association in King's College. Young girl, very active, Dima. So what we did, we asked people to do three things. If you want to contribute to this project, and it's open now, number one, you have to make sure either you write a proper chapter, and we take that chapter through normal standard academic reviewing. And some chapters, I remember they went back to their authors 7, 8 times. We have a chapter, it's going to be published in the next 2-3 months. This chapter took more than 1 year because it went to the author going back. Even the author herself apologized to our editorial team of how long we've been very patient, yes, but it went through a very rigorous academic review. Now, we asked people to either write chapters, and we have so far got 47 chapters. We start publishing them. The first volume, I think we have 2 copies here. I brought them with, I think they're here. You can see it. You can move them please to see them. The second volume, it will come to the university tomorrow. And then we go on. We take everything, planning, strategy, agriculture, engineering, innovation, science and technology, and so on. For example, science and technology and innovation, that chapter is written by someone who is currently the director of the science and technology and innovation for the UNESCO in the Arab countries based in Lebanon. So the people who wrote this chapter are the last people you could ask them for advice, to be honest. And so on. So the list will go on and on and on. We engage everyone we can or we could. Yes, we engage politicians. He's the politician from the Green Party, very active in Bristol area. Councillor Mohammed Merkawi, very, very active. He's been elected the 3rd time now. Very popular in Bristol. He stood up for all these, if you like, political campaigns, not just for Sudan, but for Palestine, for Azar, for refugees. He's a very strong advocate. We invited him. And I remember when we invited him and Sheikh Babikir, the university, both universities, they have a very tight structure. When they saw, I think, I don't know, but because the title is Sheikh Babikir, and his title is a politician, they asked to give them the full detail of the talk. Because university, since I think 10 years now, they become very, they have the right, they ask you to submit the detail of someone to speak at the university. So we gave them the full talk of the Sheikh, and we gave them the full talk because this is a politician. So the university, they have to remain neutral. We said, fine. And all this work was done by these youngest from the union. So anyway, we did all that. So what we end up quickly with, this is what we end up, where do we do? Yes, so I have to go back quickly. Yes, here it's easier. So this is where we end up. This is the first volume, which is in your hand. It's already published. So if you come here, this is volume 1. This is focusing on planning, strategy, health, education, and peace. We prioritize these areas because without peace, there is no development. Health is critical. The UN is considered health is #1 priority. Poverty is, and the planning, go and then we started this one. But I'll quickly go. So you can see here a roadmap to sustainability. I will just make this bigger. How do we make this bigger quickly? It's the title, you can see it. A roadmap to sustainability of Sudan after the war. Lessons learned from African experience. An accelerated sustainable development action plan for post-war Sudan. This is from the UNESCO. Towards a zero carbon economy. This is made by, this Amin Yassin is one of the authors of the Sudan report to the United Nations. PhD, he got his master from Sussex. Top people, really. He's the one who wrote that report. And Dr. Maida, and then you go here, the ground up, empowering local leaders, rebuilding health and humanitarian system in Sudan. These contributors are from the big health network in Jordan, and this professor is from Thailand. So we open it to everyone. This is a big work by a team of renewable energy, Sudanese dental education. Very hard to find this dental education because the dean of the National University wrote a complete chapter about how to really reform this sector and so on. So the list will go on. This is another important topic about simulation-based training for radiologists. And I can tell you this because this is from first-hand experience. 2 years ago, I was involved in the executive program of Queen Mary Universities in different fields. I have no idea about this. I don't know even radiology. I'm not a medical doctor. But we received a lot of requests at that time to design training for radiologists. And in Saudi Arabia, we trained in that area 134 top consultants on ops and gynecology radiology. Believe it or not, the lady who trained them, she received 100% feedback. Even I said to her, even here at Queen Mary, we didn't get that 100%. Top people, we have these people. So he's a professor in a university in Saudi. Then you have people talking about education, role of higher education institute, boss. This is top 3 vice chancellors, university teaching, and Mardi, Tagwa Musa, I told you. Yes, even law. This is a professor of law from Oman. These are all caliber Sudanese and non-Sudanese. So every part is being hit, and we will continue. While you were waiting for you to come, I just took the opportunity of Abdullah, Engineer Abdullah. He's the president or the leader of the Darfur Sudanese, the Sudanese. What is the exact title, Abdullah? Sudanese diaspora, Darfur diaspora in the UK, right? So he is the president of that association. And one of the suggestions we discussed is to have one of these volumes dedicated fully to Darfur, because if we don't write it, other people will write it for us. So we need to, I think we want to discuss this with him, because why not we have a dedicated volume? It will be a good textbook for all universities. Number one, the history of this issue, what happened, documented scientifically with research. And more importantly, in the last part, is the solutions. We can open it to anyone, not necessarily Sudanese or from Darfur, but he could be the best person to. So this is what we're doing anyway, quickly, and then we finish the first part. This is a very, it got an award, this paper. Harsan in Gam Arabic to strengthen Sudan trade bargaining board. These people from Kordofan, they argued that. And I agree with them. And I said that before. They said, why not we use Gam Arabic as a bargaining board? And that's exactly what Iran did in the war against, exactly what Iran did in this small strait. That's why you can see. And in fact, before the war, I was in Saudi Arabia, I think, in January. I had an interview in the Jazeera. You remember there was Tehran, the capital. It was running short of water, you remember? No. Al Jazeera had a program, myself and 2 others. You can see it, watch it. And they said, would America bomb Tehran? And my answer at Al Jazeera, no, you will never be going to bomb Tehran. No way. You can hit places, but a country to go and hit a city, you can't do that. Because that's not just a crime. You can't demolish it. That's what happened. America, they super board, but they can't hit the civilians. That was in Al Jazeera. I said, yes, Tehran, there were lots of corruption. Many things happened. But despite that, the question from the Jazeera, they said, do you expect America to hit Tehran? Because American at that time, they said to the citizen of Tehran to leave. There is no water now to leave. And you can see the Iranians are using this. It's a strong bargaining board. Why this Gam Arabic is a strong bargaining board? Because 87% of the entire world Gam Arabic comes from Sudan. And number 1 country in the world uses Gam Arabic is the United States. 2 million every year. So this was a good paper. You can see the thinking of this. So it's lots of policy making. This guy, I think Dr. Idris is a minister now in the Kordofan area. So anyway, we are very proud of it. We are very happy with it because it's a policy oriented. Even Professor Mark, when he was standing with me from Imperial College, I'm going to see him next week. I don't know, the week after. He said to me, Alam, what we do at Imperial is all policy. We like policy. I am a policy person. So you can see even the leading top people in AI, their mind is about policy. Because when it comes to the clinical and technical, it's easy, in my opinion. So Imperial College, this lab is moving to, is all policy oriented, how AI can be. So anyway, I will just highlight the second one and then I will stop. The second one, which is already published, tomorrow we will have it. Focusing on science, technology, innovation, agriculture, environment, engineering, and industry. And in that one, you can see we start looking at all these issues, Gamma Arabi. This is top people from University of Khartoum. Nadir as one example. Dr. Nadir is Imperial Master and PhD from Imperial College, top academics. They have written this one, Boring Recovery Renewable Energy at Advisory. But the lessons stem from this project, they will be spilling over to people like in Syria now, maybe Palestine, any people can learn from it, Ukraine, and so on. And in this one, as I said earlier, we're lucky, we're going to listen to one example, full example is this paper, sorry, keep jumping to example. This paper received a lot of interest. When we went to Sudan in 2019 on the SMART conference, this professor gave her, she's the director of the Animal Production Center in the University of Khartoum. She said, ice cream from camel milk. I've never heard of that. Believe it or not, we keep receiving emails from the Middle East, from Saudi Arabia, they said they want to connect with this lady. I don't know, because camel milk is very, very famous. She said in Khartoum, they created some formula to make ice cream from it. New ideas. So very innovative people. So anyway, quickly, we will listen shortly to this paper. We're lucky we have Sarah here, but this paper is very important. I will let her excite about what she's doing. But as I said earlier, I am not exaggerating, but when Saudi Arabia, I think, or without mentioning a country, they ask the big four consultant, one of them is Deloitte. Deloitte, if the government of Sudan or Syria ask Deloitte not to write this is what we really want to highlight worldwide. Not to write it, that's where we want to engage that guy, because where we come from, the United Nations told us in 2018, they said that's the first time when we engage with them where they actually have the input of the academia in their system. So we told people, that's why we try to, Rawad was one of the contributors to the UN e-learning platform. And we have organized this here in the UN with King's College and so on. The idea is academia can help. Imagine this project, if it's done by Deloitte, minimum is a $5 million.
Yeah.
Minimum to give you something like this. Because what these people, they do, they will actually come to us. That's what they do, what they did with me before when I advised United Arab Emirates. They will say, okay, who is the best in architecture? Oh, someone called Sarah. Oh, first class. They will contact Sarah. They will say to her, we would like you to do this. They will give Sarah money, but that will be, even that word in English, peanuts is not even peanuts. It's nothing. They will give you 5,000, 10,000 pounds, so on. And they will go and sell it. This is what consultants they do. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with them, but they are very good in presenting these as these corporates. So this is a very expensive output. Very expensive. So Syria, to have people like this writing, it will cost millions of dollars. Really seriously, you can go check Deloitte's. These people, they charge millions of pounds to give you a roadmap like this. And we're going to go to the next step to we want to offer it to Ukraine. We had a professor from our family from Ukraine. Kotler himself, the big name, is originally from Ukraine. So we might start on, because WSB is good. So we will listen to this presentation. It's already in the book. And then we go to volume 3. Oh, sorry, let me just quickly jump here. And then we will finish. Just to give you what's coming in volume 3. Volume 3, we dedicated to good health and well-being. So this is very important. But we had other chapters. So we have this one about access to agricultural knowledge, estimation of above ground biomass of acacia. This is also led by people from Kordofan. And this is from Germany. Which university in Germany? Professor Hamburg University. So it has never happened before, to be honest. And then you go to strategic partnership for post-conflict, harnessing indigenous knowledge, ecosystem, integrating SDGs principle. This is a big work we did with Saudi Arabia. and so on and so on. Then you have this fantastic work from our colleagues in Makerere University. Digital education for peace building in post-conflict context, a systematic review of ICT-enabled learning with insight for rebuilding Sudan. And we've been approached with many people to make this available. What else? This work is from Saudi Arabia also. Resilient and sustainable shelter system for displaced communities in Sudan. So it got everything. So I will stop here. And I would like to give the opportunity to Professor Arshi Naim. Can you hear us okay, Professor?
Yes.
Let me say two things about you, and then you can go ahead. Now, Arshi Naim, in terms of academics, the boring stuff, sorry, Professor, but if we come to the boring stuff about academic, she is in the top 2% worldwide in the number of citations by Stanford. So if it comes from the academic point of view, she's better than us, and you're better than many people in this room. She has been cited in the top 2%. She's a well-distinguished professor. She's our senior academic, and I think she might know about the problem of Sudan more than us because she's really very critical. She's in King Khalid University, so she will come here. She was here last year. But Professor, I will give you the opportunity now. Just take us an overview about the quality of the work is being done in the books and in the journal, specifically to Sudan.
Thank you so much, Professor Alam. As always, a very, very, you can say, a generous introduction from you. I'm really honored for that. And hello, London, and I'm missing you all, and this conference is going very fine. So lots of thumbs up to all of you. Although we are discussing a very, very serious topic today, and I would like to always take the serious topics to the optimism. So I will be talking some optimistic approach also. So my area would be today to speak about from different perspectives. First of all, I would like to talk about the book, where we are planning to have 3 volumes. One is already published, and then other 2, as you have seen Professor Alam explaining every bit of it. At the same time, I will also explain you all how we have analyzed the entire process of SDGs by applying VNR. I will tell you that I will explain the research methodology that we have applied. At the same time, I would also like to showcase some specific lights on Sudan. We all know about Sudan. I'm not going to talk anything new, but still I would like, being an academic, it's always good to start from the introduction. Sudan is a country in Northeast Africa with a long history of political and instability these days. Military rules, civil wars, ethnic tensions, and economic challenges. And the current crisis is mainly due to civil war between 2 powerful armed groups. And all of us have been watching these important information on news, and we all are not away from it. We all feel the part of the country, and we all live with it. The devastating war in Sudan started somewhere on 15th April 2023 specifically, where it was found that severely affected country higher education system, damaging universities, disrupting research, displacing academics and students, weakening institutional capacity. Despite all these challenges, as I said, I like to see the light. I like to talk about optimism. The reconstruction period has already been started. The opportunities to redesign Sudan in higher education, drivers of peace building, innovation, sustainable development, inclusive economic recovery, already all these important approach started. Through these chapters, if you will go through, you will find many important suggestions, measures, policies recommended by the authors, which maybe couldn't be seen by the government itself. Because the role of researchers, the role of academics is just to get into those primary data, to get into the situation, analyze it, and find out the optimum situation. And that's what many, many authors, academics have been doing. And all these contributions you can find in these volumes that are coming up. At the same time, when we are talking about sustainable development goals today, when we are talking about United Nations initiative, how the entire world can come together and make a world a livable and peaceful place. So in 2015, the United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, which will be like not very far after 4 years also. And already United States has started, United Nations has started working on what will happen beyond 2030. That will be the question that all we need to answer probably in coming years. It has established 17 Sustainable Development Goals as a university framework where all the economic, social, environmental challenges should be addressed and answered. So we as an academician, as a part of this project, we have applied a very specific methodology to measure the performance of these countries. And while I explain this, I will also come back to see that what is the role of Sudan in contributing in sustainable development roles, where it stands, and how the country can really come up with some suggestive and recommendations. We have applied, our entire focus, our entire research was based on voluntary national review. In short, we call it as VNR. This is a self-assessment process through which United Nations member states review the report on the progress in implementing 2030 Agenda for its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Let me tell you specifically that these VNRs are submitted by the country specifically. So as a researcher, as a project contributors, we have not added any data to it. Only we have applied a mechanism to measure the data or the statistics provided by those countries. However, those countries have given a very, you can say, positive features. So we have not reduced by any kind of analysis. However, we have found many discrepancies on those statistics also that needs to work for another research, I would say. United Nations has given almost 234 unique indicators to monitor these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And for that, they have identified 169 targets. So the list is like featuring almost 251 indicators. And if you go through, if you get into deeper understanding, you'll find that there are 13 which are repeated across multiple goals. Now, our role here. We know now what is VNR, and this is very essential because here they are trying to promote the accountability and transparency in implementing the SDGs, allowing countries to demonstrate their commitment to the progress and so on. We have, for example, if I explain you very specifically, identified 5 scores, rather from 0 to 5. And for each one, we have given some kind of value. For example, no progress for 0, severely off track 1, off track 2, moderately off track 3, 4 for on track, and 5 for achieved. Now, for example, 0, which means no measured progress has been taken or the data is not available. For both situations, we have given 0. Severely off track, that where we have found that there is a very little advancement or lots of gaps are persisting, or the information that is present in the VNR having many discrepancies in different places. Off track, we found that there is a minimum improvement, limited progress, but the country is working hard to meet that particular SDG. Moderately off track, where we found that their progress is there, but there are key challenges. On track, most of the countries, you'll find that they are mostly because they are having a noticeable progress close to achieving the target, but they have yet not achieved 5. Very few countries have completely aligned with 5, which means goal is fully completed, achieved, and sustainable performance is monitored with, you can say, complete accuracy, which means the data is absolutely updated, there is no discrepancy, and lots of justification that is available on VNR can be explained both qualitatively as well as quantitatively. So this scale helps us to quantify SDG performance for the countries, showing their strong progress existing where the policies are to be taken. For example, when we are giving the scores, at the same time, we have tried to identify that what are the weak areas, what are the challenges in general and specifically for the SDG. Based on that, we have prepared our recommendations also. So this is how we have tried to measure every VNR and assigning the values to each one. And I would like to explain that each process or every step has been done with full transparency. You may ask me how we did that. We have used layering system, for example. The first layer was that we have applied artificial intelligence. Like we have tried to use the tools of artificial intelligence because, 250, 300 pages documents cannot be read by humans. But we have to justify our work in terms of authenticity, in terms of validity, in terms of accuracy. So after the application, the results that we have identified or that we have extracted by the use of tools of artificial intelligence, now the task was for the researchers, like we, the people, were applied. We read every data. We went back to the VNR, tried to cross-verify every data, every information that was extracted by the help of AI. The last layer was the analysis. In this part, what we did, that we took the information for AI, added the analysis that we have used by applying our mechanism that I have just explained it to you. And then we have tried to compare about the discrepancy and elaborated our report. So, or you can see that the layering is important to justify our efforts, to authenticate our efforts, and then we can stand by what we have provided so that in future we should be accountable for all the information. But one important point, again, I would like to justify and insist on that no information is given from our side. What is given here is completely given by the country itself. So when the country is saying that SDG 4 has a challenge, there is a less development that requires a lot of areas for improvement, which means the country is identifying the challenge. However, you see that when any such reports are submitted to such higher officials are always very positive or maybe exaggerated version. This was the process that we have applied in measuring the process of giving scores to each SDG. And this process was very tedious, let me tell you. Lots of hard work from the entire team, and everyone played a very important role in completing the report. The last task. What is the last task? Last task is about identifying the challenges, identifying what are the key areas where the notable contribution has been made by the country. Then what lessons have been learned by the countries? And the last one, that is our work, I would say, that is a recommendation that we have given to the countries, to the United Nations, that what are the areas that they can work seriously and it can help them to achieve what is being expressed as a challenge by the country itself. So I would like to share the screen as well, Professor Alam, if you allow.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll share that. Yeah.
A moment, please. I need to reshare because I just have to see if my, I need to open the website. All right. I would like to show you our major contribution. Here I'm having a Sudan here. And since it's a day that we are talking about Sudan, so let's come to Sudan only. Yeah, the major contribution from our side, the challenges that we have identified while having or learning from SDG process. Or let me go step by step. That would help you to understand better about the entire methodology. And then quickly, I will give you a very good comparative analysis between other countries and Sudan. And then we will see how Sudan is working for SDG. So here you can see that for SDG 1, which is no poverty, the score is 1. And I'll just take one as an example without taking longer, that we have taken a justification from the report. We have identified the challenges which is given, like, for example, poverty, what is that, for example, increased from 2023 and 2024, and then it was somewhere in 2025 also. Then what are the other poverty rates we have given in the percentage? No discrepancy, exact percentage that we pick up and given as a challenge. Then also we found that there were some solutions taken, for example, reducing poverty worldwide. What are the programs given? Like Sudan formulated a poverty reduction strategy. Then we also identified that the government is working very hard for economic reforms. Then there are some national health insurance funds, national pension and social insurance funds, which is given to the population to come out of this crisis. So we just try to go SDG by SDG and identify justification, the challenges, the progress, and what are the challenges not solved. Even after the strong recommendations of the areas, still there are existing challenges. So like this, we have, for example, you can see if I just use a drop-down list for you, you see there are 17 SDGs, and for each SDG, we did a very in-depth critical analysis and presented our report, absolutely aligning with the VNR. No data or discrepancy from our side. And we are very proud of this, I would like to say. So after completing the preliminary work, we try to identify challenges. Now, these challenges are already showcased by the country. Our job was to identify the major and most important challenge. If we all are from the management area as well, we know what are critical successful factors. If these critical successful factors are not achieved, even if we achieve some other factors, the real advancement, the real accomplishment of goals will not be fulfilled. We all know that. We have tried to apply the same idea here. Like we have tried to identify the major challenges, like these are the critical factors. If these critical factors are not addressed, then the country would not be able to achieve sustainable development goals. This was the idea behind it. You can see the country's challenges extracted by VNR, explained from our analysis, like service disruption, humanitarian crisis, fiscal constraints, constitutional breakdowns, and so on. But when we have identified challenges, we know that no country can go only in dark. Even the countries which are under extreme crisis, like Sudan, like Palestine, like Syria, if you see their VNR, you will be really amazed to see the kind of contribution these countries are making to uplift or to come out of the situation. And that really gives me a goosebumps, to be honest, to identify that how strongly the people, the country is working hard. So I always like to say, as I always say, that I see the positive points. And I like to always quote my favorite author, a father of literature, I would say, Shakespeare. He says that nothing is impossible, or impossible is not in my dictionary. So I just, whenever any task is difficult for me, I apply this. And I believe all these countries are applying the same ideology that nothing is impossible. And considering this notion, they are working very hard. And you can see now here the learned lessons from Sudan. Other countries, big countries, developed countries, the most advanced countries, peaceful countries, where you see the rankings, they are under top 1, 2, or amongst 10, for example. And if you see their performance on SDG, you will be surprised that they have not even submitted their VNRs. And they are not talking about the contribution towards sustainable development, which is like something that has to be done for the worldwide. It's not for me and you or for individual. This is for our Mother Earth. So you see that even in this crisis, Sudan has a contribution. The contribution for inclusive planning, contribution to work for integrating peace and development. And while I was working closely with Professor Alam while editing the book, I found many chapters which were talking about explaining the redevelopment or rebuilding of Sudan. And they have beautifully curated the idea of higher education systems. They have beautifully inculcated or presented the idea where they have, you can say, explained the role of e-learning, the role of, for example, different digital technologies, emerging technologies, artificial intelligence that can be incorporated in building a very strong educational system. I was really very pleased to learn and read those papers and contribution. One day, I hope these recommendations can come and apply in the real scenario also. So coming back to my point here, we see that, yes, there are lessons to be learned by other countries from such countries. And here you have, for example, the contribution that has been made. Now, this is specifically, there is no comparative analysis here when I'm talking about the contribution. This is the contribution done by the country for itself. If you want to learn about the comparative analysis, then we have another report that I will show you just in 5 minutes. So this was about it. But I have one more important thing here that I can talk. For example, let me go to the homepage where I have all the countries listed. Until now, by the way, we have analyzed 43 countries and our task has not stopped. We are in like continuous process. Every time we are taking up any good country and seeing the VNR, and then we are analyzing and we putting it into the comparative framework. Now here, when you can see, for example, I would like to go here for the progress. Just I would like to show you, I would like to take challenges. I like to work on challenges more than of talking about more things. Now here, yes, you can see that it's so nicely designed, I would say. This is so systematic and this is so, you can say, object-oriented. You can see the keywords here. Like, for example, how many countries have identified that there is a problem of data gaps? 11 countries. So we pick up the keywords. We used, again, coming back to that, the use of technology. Like 11 countries identified that there is an issue of data gap. Now, clearly that gives authenticity, or you can say validation to our work. When we have said, when we have explained in the VNR that, for example, these countries have a discrepancy in data, or data is obsolete, data is incomplete, or there should be more statistics provided, the country itself is saying in VNR that there is an issue of data gap. So while we are explaining the same thing, the country itself is authenticating our work. So I just wanted to showcase this very interesting way of understanding our work. I can also go back to the, let's see the contribution also. So here you'll see the keywords actually. Now you would like to know that which country has a good contribution in making the access to electricity. We found through our analysis that 2 countries. Now this is so interesting, my dear audience. Sudan is one of them, and Algeria. Now the point here is that the small steps, baby steps in the progress was listed as an accomplishment in the VNR. And we have tried to pick up these keywords and explained it here for you to go through and to identify that how different countries are working and how they are contributing to SDG. I would like to stop sharing. Already, Professor Alam has explained a lot about our SDG tracker project and how we work together. Now, since this is the day, or rather this is the time that we are talking about Sudan today, so I think I can take 5 minutes more. Professor Alam, can I take 5 minutes more to show the comparative analysis also?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Actually, this is the presentation I prepared sometimes before, but I have an opportunity to showcase just to show you that what is the situation of Arab countries. Like we have examined 22 Arab countries. There are 22 Arab countries, by the way. So Sudan is like also one of the Arab countries, and we will see the situation of Sudan as well as other Arab countries. So I'll again share my screen and show my presentation. Okay, let me go to the presentation mode.
In the comparison with the Arab countries, because we finished all the Arab countries. So you can now compare all the 22. African, we haven't finished them. But this will be best from an Arabic perspective in terms of the 22 Arab countries. This is where Sudan is.
Absolutely. So this introduction I have already given to you, so I will not repeat it just to save time. I've already explained the way we have analyzed all these countries applying the framework on voluntary national review. So this I've already explained, that how we have applied and how we have compared all these 22 countries. Now, the important point is that many countries have not submitted their VNR until 2025. We will see that there are countries who have submitted only one report or two reports or three reports and so on. But from 2018 to 2025, we have reports, and based on that, we have made our comparative analysis. And all this data, by the way, is endorsed nationally and it is publicly available. So if there is anyone would like to have access to data or maybe more inquisitive, definitely they can go ahead. So let me quickly explain to you the analysis, the framework that we have used. Here, the SDG is providing us the universal framework for addressing the world's most pressing social, economic, and environmental challenges. We all know that. So we are trying to serve or share, and they have already shared the blueprints for peace, prosperity, sustainability, which could be like the countries that can go on for long-term progress or that can benefit the segments of the society. Now, let me come specifically to the Arab states. Here, SDGs are very important because all these SDGs, if you see 2030 Saudi Arabia vision, you see the goals of UAE, or if you see for Qatar or Bahrain, you will specifically find that they are mentioning in their goals, the national goals that they have to achieve in the specific period of time, that where and how and what is their contribution in sustainable development goals. So it's very important for them. So taking the idea from them as well, we found that they have aligned it with the global standards, ensuring the economic growth is exclusive, environmental resources are protected, and social well-being is prioritized. So here, by adapting the SDGs, government can strengthen, you can say, resilience to external shocks, improve human development outcomes, and enhance regional stability. So it's like, no one is left behind. Everyone is going hand in hand and moving ahead to one sustainable future. And that's what the idea of United Nations. We all know that. So the implementation encouraged collaboration between government institutions, civil society, private sector, international organizations. Let me put a focus here also. No country can reach to the 5 score, or let's say completion of all the indicators elaborated by United Nations if the country goes alone. It's not possible. What is possible? A partnership, international collaboration, contribution within, let's say, different regions. All this is very important to grow individually as a country and to be a part of, you can say, a big country as a world and come together and work together and reach to the common objectives. So ultimately, the relevance of SDG lies in their ability to provide a coherent, a forward-looking roadmap that can help countries to move forward for equitable, sustainable, and secure future. And again, no one should be left behind. We all know the 17 SDGs, but quickly for you, it's for poverty, hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, water, affordable energy, decent work, industry innovation, reduce inequality, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and partnership. So this is a list for you for 17 SDGs given by United Nations. Now here we go. This is what we have been waiting. Just I'm showing you 21 countries here. Palestine is also a part of our study. Recently we have completed, but there is not a major, you can say, data that we could add, but I will showcase you about that also. So since we are talking about Sudan, let me show you that here we see that we have Qatar, KSA, Oman, Iraq, and you can also see the reports submitted by these countries. KSA in 2023, Qatar in 2025, so on. Egypt is 2021. So there is a discrepancy you can see. And this analysis, as a researcher, as an academics, I would like to say, yes, Professor Alam.
This one thing here very important from a UN perspective, from the development economist perspective. If you look at these countries like, where is it? UAE, Egypt. These are two leading countries in Arab world. But if you see the latest report they submitted 2021. So when you want to do any economic analysis and a normal academic, you are dealing with a report 5 years old. I'm not sure Egypt is submitting this year, but UAE definitely is presenting next month their report. But this is quite important because remember you are dealing with the government data back 5 years old. And if you see Sudan 2005, 25, Iraq 25, Libya 24, Oman, I think this is very important. If you look at Saudi Arabia, which is a big country taking these SDGs, they have a vision 2030. Saudi Arabia, they're submitting next month. I know that. So if you see that 2023, imagine this is a big gap. And when those countries submitting in 2021, and I think Algeria is 2019, Lebanon is 2019, that's before COVID. This is very difficult to prescribe any policy for a country. You have data 6 or 7 years old. This is a government data. When someone submitted an article to publish now, if you have a data back to 2023, people, they will say to you, please resubmit, update your data, even to publish an article in a book or something. So sorry, I interrupted you, but this is quite an important point, Arsh.
Yes, Professor Alam, and to carry forward your point, actually, I was also intending to explain the limitation also. While we are talking so much of strength of our work, this is the big limitation that we have identified, that we are doing a comparative analysis for VNR in Arab countries, let's say, but the area of submission is different. So this is not really a very good comparative analysis when we talk in terms of submission of the report. Like, for example, KSA is 2023. Let me show you another table that can give you another picture. Let's say Lebanon is 2018 only. In fact, Yemen is doing very well. This is 2024. Tunisia is a country which is sometimes also considered a part of Europe, and it's 2021. And you can see Syria, another country which is into the war zone, 2024. So I really would like to applaud these countries that the way they have been, or the kind of challenges they are facing, even after that, they managed to submit their work to United Nations. And this is not only to showcase their, you can say, achievements. It's also about the challenges that the country is facing, that the entire world should know that Somalia has not achieved, or it's like zero in hunger. Imagine, this is again giving us all a goosebump that where are we? What are we doing for countries like Somalia? What is our contribution if we are, for example, in a situation or a place where we can contribute in some way? Like as a researcher, as an academics, we all have our contributions. And just with that objective, we have come up with this project. At least let's make this picture, let's make this information in front of the world. Let the world see what is happening and what is their contribution. So I would like to say that this is also one of the important objectives that we have. I would like to go back because this is the time for showcase the work of Sudan. So we see that most of the SDGs, Sudan is either off track or no progress, 1 or 2, but at least not 0. And this is again a positive point, I would say.
And Archie, just 1 second, if you go back to that table after, just to remind you, I know you said it both. If you go back to that ranking, this one, 5 means in our equation is achieved. 4 on track, 3 moderately off track, 2 off track, 1 serious off track, and 0 there is no data. So if you compare this one, for example, Qatar in SDG 1 poverty, it is achieved. SDG 4 achieved, which is education. But if you go down the line, you see Sudan 1, 2, 1, 2. 1 is seriously off track. 2 is off track. So imagine you have 0 where there is no data. 1 is seriously off track. 2 is off track. And 3 is moderately off track. So we are really, really behind. But you can see the status in other Arab countries, yes. But the Gulf states, I think generally they're doing well than because you know the Arab countries, they go to the North African, you go to the Gulf states, and then you go to Sudan. So it's important to look to this data from that perspective. So all of the data, Sudan, I think they are 1 and 2, all of them. Am I right, Archie? All of them.
Yes, absolutely. You are absolutely right. And that is the real picture these days for Sudan, yeah. Because crisis is still persisting in the country. So there are other countries also, if you would like to see the scores for Jordan, Kuwait, Somalia, and so on. And this I have already explained in my research methodology, that how did we give the scoring and what is the scoring approach that we have applied. Now here I can give you a very quick comparative view. Now we have applied the formula of average, assigning the scores, and we have found that the Qatar is having first rank, which means that it's on top in Arab countries, because the average score is 3.94, followed by Oman 3.82, and so on. And we have Sudan here on 17th. I'm sorry, I have to go back. On Sudan on the 17th position, 1.53 is the average score that the country has achieved. And we have also tried to identify what are the major reasons, and nothing is hidden for us. We know it's because of conflict, institutional collapse, economic crisis, and some other, you can say, dominant outcomes are due to the economic crisis. If you are keen to know about other countries like Yemen, it's on 18th, and the similar situation. Syria is 19th on the same situation. Somalia and Palestine, they have the same scores of the last position, 20th, which is due to the war, insecurity, and some other restricted development efforts. Saudi Arabia, I would like to mention because I'm getting in touch with you all from Saudi Arabia, is 4th, having 3.24. And the major social reform is driving improvement, and there is good economic diversification. Here you can see a graph. I always like to showcase through some graphs. It gives a better picture. You can see that Qatar is on top and very slightly Oman is behind. So here is a pictorial impact for you.
Archie, can I just go back to that graph if you don't mind?
Yes.
This is very important because if you all have this brochure, if you can see on page 44, one of our key international advisory board is Professor Hind Julo. Her Excellency is the ambassador of Qatar to the United Nations. She's an academic. She was at the University of Qatar. She studied here in the UK. And she is currently the permanent representative of Qatar in the United Nations. She's a top woman in the UN. Now, when she saw the results, because this is very important, if you see Qatar, the only country in the entire Arab countries achieved education target, which is quality education. So they got 5. And this is compared even higher than Germany. Now, this is a message. I read it in Arabic, I will translate it. After they saw the result, this is a country which is scored 5 out of 5, top quality in education worldwide. They compared to top. If you show that in the result, despite that, she said, دكتور ممكن ترسل المعايير المستخدمة في تعليم التعليم. ده ناس التعليم في قطر. They said they want to see the methodology when they saw the result. And secondly, I think maybe Your Excellency, we would like you to respond later. حتى نبدأ العمل على تقويتها حتى عام 2030. Imagine this is a country, and this is not for Arab countries, worldwide. Indonesia is included, Spain, any country. This is a country scoring 5, one of the top countries in the world, according to the UN system, achieving a very important target, which is quality of education. They ask us to be involved in how can we want to start working on this to make sure we strengthening our situation in education for 2030. This is a top country. And I think that's the approach which we are now engaging with government. This is where you will be motivated by God. This is official. So, and I think that's where not only Sudan, but other countries, if they are not engaging, you can't do anything. Imagine this is a top one ask you to tell you, I want to strengthen my, sorry, Archie, but you can carry on. I'm really sorry.
No. Thank you so much. In fact, it was also in my agenda, but I think I'm taking a lot of time because we have done a good research on for SDG 4, for example. We also did a good research on quality education and for climate action, energy crisis for all these countries, and to understand that what is missing and how these countries can move forward. So it was a really good value addition, Professor Alam. Thank you so much. And I would like to just stop sharing. Okay, I would like to give a small, first of all, observation, and then I would like to stop sharing it. So as I mentioned earlier, that there is a limitation with respect to submission. Like, I'll give you a quick observation here. The timelines of submissions of different VNRs reveal the engagement by these countries. Like you can see that I can go back to see from 2021, I think here, sorry, I have to come here back. You can see that from 2021, the submission of VNR took a pace. More countries started to submit. But before 2021, you'll see that only, for example, few like Algeria, Lebanon, or Morocco. And after that, you will find a good, very fast submission or good pace for submission. I'm coming back here. Just I wanted to show you this table. And then where is the peak? In 2024. That most of the Arab countries, they started to submit their reports 2024 and then few in 2025 also. So this suggests a kind of renewal political commitment to sustainable development followed by COVID-19 period. This I really wanted to stress on, that before 2019, 2020, the world was not really focusing on some emergencies, some challenges, some pandemic that could come and that can make the entire world a different place to live, a more emergency situations, a different way to deal problems. And that was the time the country started to work, or rather you can say the political system started to stress more on sustainable development goals. So you will see a very good submission, not only for Arab countries, for other countries also, having more submissions during these years. Early submissions, which were 2018 to 2019, were more concentrated about, you can say, a smaller group of the countries. And then later on, it reflects a major participation. So this pattern is actually indicating a gradual institution learning with more countries incorporating VRR process into national planning cycles over the time. And the figure I have already shown you, which was figure 2, where you could see the timeline from 2018 to 2025. So this was really an observation that I wanted you all to see. And here's the timeline, a very nice graph that you can see to learn about the VNR submission timeline from 2018 to 2025. So this trend is very clear. As you can see, if you like, you can also add on something to see the trend. And the trend is, for example, the countries which are in this war zone, Syria, Yemen, Sudan. Now, in this graph, they are on, you can say, higher positions. Then of the countries which are, for example, KSA, Oman, and I would like to name Algeria also, Egypt, Tunisia, UAE, which are pretty far from the countries which are in the war zone. So this is the optimistic observation that I would like to give you as well.
But Archie, you know, Algeria, Egypt, and Morocco, does that anyway can be analyzed? They are not focusing as much on SDGs, but they are very good in football now. They're focusing.
Absolutely, Egypt won the match. They're very happy.
Egypt is very good in football now. Morocco, Algeria. So a lot of attention to football.
Yes, and recently they have won the match and they are like on the 7th heaven these days. So it's really good to talk about FIFA as well. and we all are enjoying. I hope you all enjoy the match and use your good time in the night. I don't know, here in Saudi Arabia, we are watching in the night. So this is the overall performance of SDG by country, as you can see. Only Qatar has achieved 18% of SDGs because it has achieved 5 for few SDGs. Oman is taking a second position, but none is like achieved completely. So achieved level is 0. However, completion is 75% for both countries. And if I would like to showcase you for Sudan, it is having 26 composite score, 31% completed. On an average, it has 2. On track is 0. Or so on track, you can say 0%. And like most of the countries have not achieved all the sustainable development goals, as you can see. So this is concerning also, I would say, that the countries really have to work harder on identifying the key areas or critical areas where they have to contribute and come up with the better solutions. Here you can see again a graph giving you an idea about performance of SDGs by Arab countries. And you can see the different colors are indicating different ideas. Like you have, for example, light dark blue is 100% achieved, which is almost flat. You can see it's almost flat. Only a slight change here in Qatar. But if you see the orange one, which is on track, there are countries which are making some difference, some growth. If you see, for example, let's say average score, that's a gray line, and gray line is pretty uniform, you can see. So this is giving you a clearer picture of comparative analysis of all 5 scales that we have applied to measure or give you overall performance of SDG by country. Professor Alam, would you like to add anything on this particular figure?
No, I think it is very good, and I think people getting the idea. I think, and all this is published, the videos are available. And as I said, this is just the starting point. We will be sharing more of this. I think might be, Archie, if you don't mind, I think it's 4 o'clock, 5 past 4.
Yes, I would like to stop now, yeah.
No. What I'm proposing, people take their coffee. Sarah, maybe you'll be the first one to take your coffee because you can come and be ready here. Then we listen to Sarah because this is a specific sample of this huge work being done. And then you stay with us, Archie.
Yes, I'm here, and yesterday I couldn't make it. Yeah.
Yes, you stay. Do you have coffee with you there? Do you have coffee with you?
I'm fasting today, Professor Alam, for Ashura.
So if you can please help yourself with coffee, tea, and Sarah, you can be ready now. Can you bring that presentation yesterday? I think we're going to listen to one of the cases, I think it is the only one on that particular topic, and then we really want to listen from you, feedback, and as I said, please go ahead with the professors. Go ahead. Help yourself. Now we will listen to engineer Sarah Hussein, who's going to give us have talked on transforming Sudan world. This is already been published in the second volume. Actually, tomorrow. Very good paper. Go ahead, yes, Allah, we need to start now. Before we get to- Go ahead, yes, yes.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Today I will present my research on transforming Sudan and explore how the country can be built in a way that is sustainable, resilient, and rooted in.
Yes, speak up, yes, sir.
Since the outbreak of war in Sudan in 2023, much of the country's built environment has been damaged. So before discussing rebuilding or developing any recovery ideas, we first need to understand the scale of the loss. This short video shows examples of Sudan's built environment before and after the war. What we have just seen is a reminder that we have lost more than buildings. We have lost homes, heritage, lives, and the social fabric of entire communities. Today, more than 65% of urban infrastructure in Sudan in the conflict zones requires major rehabilitation. Also, around 14 million people have been displaced, and many of Sudan's historic sites and traditional neighborhoods have been damaged or threatened. So before asking how we rebuild, we must first ask what we are really building. Is it homes or hope, infrastructure or identity? Is it public spaces or peace? These questions became the starting point for my research. If we don't clearly define what we are rebuilding, we risk repeating the same mistakes. This actually brings us to another important question. What went wrong before? Over the past years, Sudan has seen significant urban development, especially in Khartoum, the capital city of Sudan. However, many projects were disconnected from community needs, prioritized speed over long-term resilience, also relied on product solutions and overlooked local climate, culture, and planning. As a result, they often fail to respond to climate realities. This tower is a good example of a wider issue in Sudan. The project located in Al-Mughram, Khartoum's central business district. It was built during the oil boom in Sudan at a cost of around $92 million and became a symbol of economic growth and modernity. However, its fully glazed facade, imported materials, and limited climate-responsive features made it poorly suited to local conditions. More broadly, the tower also reflects a development approach that often prioritized imported models over the local context. It was also built on a site with significant social and historical value, yet lacked planning and design guidance needed to create places that truly serve the communities of Sudan. Today, the tower has been damaged by the war, as shown in the image on the right, raising an important question. Should we retrofit damaged modern icons like this or rebuild in a way that is better aligned with Sudan's climate, culture, and long-term resilience? So to answer these questions, I use a mixed research approach. I studied 7 building case studies. I conducted 7 expert interviews. I reviewed policies and examined recovery experiences from other post-conflict countries. I didn't just read it, I listened, I questioned, and I built a framework grounded in these realities. So drawing on these findings, I developed a recovery framework tailored to Sudan's context. The main outcome of this research is the Sustainable Rebuilding and Recovery Framework, or SRRF. The framework is aligned with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and Build Back Better principles. Also, it aims to support Sudan's recovery, meanwhile avoiding past mistakes. Also, the framework can be adapted to suit each country's context. It's built around 6 interconnected pillars: environmental and climate resilience, sustainable mobility, health and well-being, efficient resource utilization, social and economic recovery, and heritage preservation. This infographic illustrates the 6 pillars, their sub-themes, and their links to the Sustainable Development Goals. Together, these pillars provide a roadmap for a resilient, inclusive, and a sustainable recovery. Due to time limit, I will briefly highlight 2 pillars from the framework. Each pillar includes a set of sub-themes, key strategies, Sudan-specific challenges, and links to the Sustainable Development Goals. The first pillar is efficient resource utilization. It mainly focuses on improving how materials, energy, water, and local resources are managed in a country facing energy shortages, rising costs, and environmental pressures. Also, this pillar is organized around 5 sub-themes: sustainable materials, energy efficiency and renewables, water management, waste reduction, and local green supply chains. Sudan relies heavily on imported construction materials, despite the large amount of reusable war debris. So the framework therefore promotes life cycle assessment, material reuse, and locally sourced climate responsive materials such as adobe and Nubian poles. Also, energy is another major challenge in Sudan. The temperatures can reach 47 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, power shortages and fuel scarcity force many communities to depend on diesel generators. So to address this, the framework promotes a fabric-first approach, passive design strategies drawn from traditional Sudanese architecture, and the use of renewable energy systems. Also, water scarcity is also becoming worse due to climate pressures. The strategies like rainwater harvesting, grey water recycling, and condensate recovery can help improve water efficiency and resilience. Finally, stronger supply chains can reduce dependence on imports, lower emissions, create jobs, and support long-term recovery. Together, these strategies contribute to several SDGs like SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. Another pillar that is very important to me is heritage preservation. The war already has damaged important cultural landmarks, museums, and historic sites across Sudan, while looting has led to the loss of replaceable artifacts. Unfortunately, some items from the Sudan National Museum have reportedly been stolen and offered for sale online. These losses threaten not only Sudan's heritage, but also its cultural identity. That's why this pillar focuses on documenting vulnerable city sites, restoring damaged heritage, integrating heritage into urban planning, and involving communities in preservation efforts. In the short term, this includes emergency documenting using satellite imagery, digital mapping, and risk assessments. Also, collaboration with organizations such as Interpol to help recover stolen artifacts. This version also will require investment in local training and international partnerships, especially given the shortage of conservation specialists in Sudan. At the same time, planning policies must protect historic districts and ensure that new development reflects Sudan's architectural heritage rather than replacing it. And finally, heritage recovery is about people as much as places. So through education, cultural tourism, and community-led initiatives, we can reconnect communities with their history and strengthen a sense of belonging. This pillar aligns with several SDGs as well, like SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, and SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. We can also learn from UNESCO's Nubian Monument Rescue campaign in the 1960s, when the Aswan High Dam threatened Nubian temples. At that time, more than 50 countries came together and raised around $80 million to save them. This case demonstrated the power of global cultural solidarity. And today, Sudan needs the same commitment and urgency before more heritage is lost. And looking ahead, I imagine a Sudan with resilient cities, clean energy, thriving heritage, and stronger local communities. A Sudan where development works alongside cultural identity. I believe if the right decisions are made today, Sudan has the potential to become a role model for sustainable post-conflict in Africa. In the end, rebuilding Sudan is not only about replacing what has been lost, it's about rebuilding communities, identity, and opportunities. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. We want to open it for everyone to give us a share, but maybe do you like to start first from Indonesia, because maybe just some reflection on health, lessons learned, you think can be of any. These are two senior academics. If you want to give some reflection on health or any reflection, we just really keen to listen to you, because what we are interested is to see, this is one of the projects like yesterday, we would like to have involvement from WSP, from people all over the world, because there is a need, I can see that. We've been approached several times by Ukrainians, academics, maybe any reflection, any questions, anything about what could have been done better. Anyone, really? Yeah, we're going to start. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Indonesia. I am Dewi, and my colleague is Francisca. We are sharing about Indonesia healthcare. We are in the fourth most populous country. I mean, we are the fourth population, the biggest population in the fourth one. I mean, the fourth rank in the world. And we faces a unique healthcare challenges due to because our population and geographic diversity, because our country is consisted of many islands, not only not only the big place, but we have 5 big islands and far away. But in my place in Sumatra, in the end of the fifth island is from Jayapura, near Papua, near the PNG. This is 7 hours flight. They're near Australia, PNG, and Sumatra. My place, Sumatra, is in the north and south. This is very far away. This is difficult to make a policy about because the difficulty for transportation and make anything. And socioeconomic disparities. And for national health insurance program, like we said Indonesia is Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional is in 2014 we to coverage the universal health coverage, but it's difficult to apply to all the population because we have cannot achieve all the population because I mean we maybe we saw firstly in the afternoon in the morning we have like island and the hills and the beach, but it's difficult to achieve with the transportation. That maybe heard about Papua near the what the for apa? We apa itu namanya? Yeah, Freeport. Have you heard about Freeport? This is an Indonesian place, but this is far away and but near all the population is not covered with the health coverage. However, according to we have the problem about the maternal mortality, health inequities, and about growing burden and non-communicable disease, and workforce maldistribution and healthcare financing. Maybe Prof. Siska will explain about because Prof. Siska working in hospital. I'm in the lecturer. Okay. We will continue about our challenges in our country. Actually, in Asia, maybe we meet almost the same challenging in especially in healthcare facilities for the people in our country because we have urban and also rural area. For the first in Indonesia, we focus in universal health coverage that has been process but not yet integrated. One of Indonesia's greatest achievement has been the expansion of health coverage through national insurance, health insurance. According to recent WHO and World Bank reports, Indonesia's UHC service coverage index reached 67. That is indicating gradual improvement in access to essential health service. Financial hardship from healthcare spending has also declined compared with previous decades. And the other problem that we face in Indonesia is maternal and childbirth remain critical priorities. Despite substantial progress, maternal mortality remains high compared with regional and global targets. Regional disparities are particularly striking. Maternal mortality rates in provinces such as Papua and East Nusa Tenggara remain substantially higher than those in Jakarta and Yogyakarta, and also with our place, Medan. Lessons learned from the maternal and childbirth remain that economic development alone does not automatically improve maternal health outcomes, and quality of care is as important as healthcare access, and target interventions are needed in undeserved region. Other problems that our country face now is stunting. Stunting reduction demonstrates the power of multi-sectoral collaboration. That Indonesia now has achieved substantial reduction in childhood stunting through coordinated interventions involving health, education, sanitation, nutrition, and social protection sectors. The World Bank identifies stunting reduction as one of country's major public health success. That Indonesia, one of the countries that success in management of stunting in children. And the fourth is about non-communicable diseases. That now
Until now, it became Indonesia's major health challenge. Indonesia is undergoing a rapid epidemiological transition. Non-communicable diseases, including cardiovascular, diabetes, not only in adults but also in children right now account for approximately 2/3 of mortality. Detection and treatment rates remain inadequate, particularly at the primary care level. And the fifth problem is about health equity. It remains a major challenge in Indonesia. And the last about digital health and data systems that are essential for future health system strengthening. Indonesia's health transformation agenda places strong emphasis on digital health systems, including the Satu Sehat platform, and improve health expenditure tracking, and then enhanced health information system are expected to improve efficiency, accountability, and evidence-based decision making. And the next problem is sustainable health policy. That it is also critical. While national health insurance has improved healthcare access, maintaining financial sustainability remains a challenge. Rising healthcare costs increasing non-communicable disease prevalence. And Indonesia's health outcomes are influenced by broader determinants of health, especially for SDG number 1, no poverty, SDG number 2, zero hunger, SDG 4, quality education, SDG 5, about gender equality, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 10, reduce inequality, and the last SDG 13 about climate action. This is this is Indonesian health outcomes that influenced by broader determinants of health. And key lessons learned for Indonesia, both has worked. The first, strong government commitment to health reform. The second, expansion of universal health coverage. The third is multi-sectoral approaches to nutrition and stunting reduction. The fourth is increased use of digital health technologies, and the last, national screening and preventive health programs. So what still needs improvement? The first is addressing the rising burden of non-communicable diseases. The second is reducing maternal mortality, and then improving adolescent health service, strengthening health workforce distribution, enhancing health financing sustainability, and the last, reducing geographic and socioeconomic inequalities. And the conclusion that Indonesia's health sector demonstrates that substantial progress toward SDG 3 is achievable through strong governance, universal health coverage, multi-sectoral collaboration, and investment in primary health care. Nevertheless, the growing burden of non-communicable diseases, persistent maternal health challenges, and health inequalities highlight the need for continued reforms. Future progress will depend on strengthening preventive care, digital health system, equitable resource allocation, and integration of health policies with broader sustainable development strategies. And then, achieving sustainable health development in Indonesia requires recognizing that health is both an outcome and a driver of the entire SDG agenda. That's all from us.
Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So, as from aviation point of view, I would like to ask something.
Yes, of
course. So first of all, I would like to appreciate the way she explained and give a view about complete Sudan conditions, what we see from outside and what we heard from you. Really appreciating. A very good overview of the situation. And as I belong to the aviation sector, so I saw some of the images where I saw the airport. It's very heartbreaking to see the aircraft lying like this. And so I just want to know, like, what are you doing to improve the aviation sector? Because without aviation sector, the connectivity to the world becomes lesser, and the development of the country is not in the way it should increase, because the aviation is the only way where you connect with all the world and you can go from one place to here. And so what are the improvements Sudan is looking for the improvement in aviation sector? Just a question.
Yes.
Actually, the framework is aims to improve the built environment. The overall built environment, not only the airports, the aviation and so on. Okay, with regards to Sudan, I think one of the issues that we have, the airport in the center of the city, like other cities. So one of the proposals is to rebuild the new airport out of the city, not in the housing areas and the people who are yes, that's on the downtown. It's not the capital city is in the center of the city.
So, and because as I belong to this industry, I know the cost and the way, the time and the safety requirements for the airports is much higher. So I think a strong infrastructure and support has to be given, and the area where people are working towards the airport building, not only the airport, the machines has to be secure, the security system in the airport, vigilance system has to be more, so nobody can create nuisance like that. Because once it's all leased aircraft, the cost of leased aircraft, the airline shut down from the business, it's a huge cost. One small parts I know cost millions of dollars, which may be higher than the cost of the building itself. So,
excuse me.
Yes, you're excellent. Go.
Thank you very much. I just like to comment on this wonderful work done by our citizen and your question. The airport historically was far from the urban center. Gradually over the years, the growth of the city made it the heart of the urban center. The one positive thing, I just arrived from London, from Khartoum on the 9th this month. We used Khartoum Airport to do that. We are recovering smoothly, so, and of course not getting everything. But yeah, the airport is slightly better than those heartbreaking, horrific pictures of the last 2 years.
yeah, that's a good news. And because once you have the airport connectivity, people can come see, get together each other. But otherwise, if there is no connectivity, how somebody can get the situation, what is happening inside?
The good thing is that it's operating now.
Yeah, that's what I saw in Google. And it told me that from 2020, after 2025 March, you have started building the airport and started working towards that infrastructure. That's good. That's why we are seeing you all, yeah.
Excellent. I think, because I'm very aware of, I don't want to keep, I know that many, those come from outside, they want to see London, and we already kept you from 8 o'clock. Even when I travel for conferences, I went to bed. So we're very keen to close this before 5 or by 5. Couple of things tomorrow, our last 2 sessions. One of them is dedicated to 2 of our founders, Professor John Adams and Ron McQueen. They are following us now. Unfortunately, both of them they couldn't come from Scotland to attend this one. So tomorrow we are honoring them here, but they will join us online. These are our very 2 founders, John Adams and Ron McQueen, top professors from Scotland. And we will have that session at 10. We wanted to give people a little bit time tomorrow, because I know early morning traveling is very difficult. But if you look into this one, I'm not saying we are one of the best organization, always don't forgetting anyone. I don't want to use the American word, we never leave a soldier behind. But anyone who been in the WCI, you see me, but these people are working very hard. We always, every year, when we have our conferences, we make sure we honor everyone. These people, they are the founders. So tomorrow, we were hoping they would be here physically, but both of them, they had slightly health issues, so they couldn't come. But if you look into page 45, just to mention, before I give him the word to say a concluding remark, in page 45, these are very important people to us, extremely important. And this is a combination of people from all over the world, including Sheikh Babikr. You can see him. Babikir is a top academics. He's been a head teacher. He advised even the King's Trust, King Charles, when he was so a real scholar. We listen a lot from him. We learn a lot from him. But if you look to that list, we have a lot of people. We listen to them. We hear from them. And the last person to join this group is from Panama, one of the countries we really struggled before from Latin America to have. We always want. And in that group, you can see also Seema Joshi, Dua from Egypt, Rocky from. So we keep. If you also, I will give Sheikh Babikir a word too, because he's one of the longest people diaspora here in the country to talk about what his vision to conclude this from Sudan. But before we also say thank you to him, he has endlessly. He never stopped supporting or giving us advice. I would like to say thank you to Sarah. Sarah, she did 5, 6 things. I mean, this is the first time we met her. She made a very good presentation last year in our international conference, but she was also joining online, not face to face. And that was well received, by the way, Sarah. I'm sure you remember that. And this work is very unique. I don't think we have any other published work about of that kind of nature in all the journals. So it's very unique. And the presentation she made the 3 times was well received. And then, if you remember, I showed you this earlier. She is part also of our SDG team. This is a very strong team. And my recommendation for Your Excellency, I can tell you there are 3 or 4. I strongly recommend them. Sarah is one of them because she's a Sudanese diaspora. These are all Sudanese. This is LSE. She works with the UN now. Razan Shadali, a very strong girl. She's with the UN now. And I tell you another person, maybe benefit from them to maybe because they know this work of the SDGs. They did it. What's her name? I will just show you another person. Yes, Razan Ahmed. She graduated. This is a very well-oriented girl with public policy from UCL. Very strong. She's in Wales now. Maybe, I'm sure, I'm not taking on their behalf, but I think people like this, if you try to engage them, maybe see how they are available. There's many, and I think Razan is very strong in public policy. She writes policy brief with UCL, so I think I recommend them. But Sarah, we would like to give you this certificate face to face now, and more importantly, we don't give this easy. We give it to. This is outstanding contribution, not just for this project, but for many things. When we had this in our anniversary, people decided we keep this one and we're going to produce again. Our students from Queen Mary helped us to bring this all the way, believe it or not, from China, with almost 65% cheaper than in the UK. So we are not abusing our relationship with the students, but the girl said, I can do this. This is much better than here. So we're using our experience in supply chain. So anyway, we're not even short of them. But we're going to create. But this is outstanding awards. Really, you have been very outstanding, sir. Really, exactly. And this one for your presentation, because I know you have done. We have to change the background, right? That keeps reminding me. But her presentation, her work for the last 2 or 3 years, well received. Was Doris. Thank you very much, Sarah. Now, I think we will conclude. This is your box, yes, so you can hold it.
Thank you.
Okay. So now, I think Sheikh Babikir will give you the last word. Give us a visionary thought, because you are someone really, we expect from him to give us a vision for the whole world, not really for Sudan. But we would like to give you that chance to conclude from any angle you want.
Assalamu alaikum. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله سيدنا محمد بن عبد الله وآله الطيبين الطاهرين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي رب أودعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأصلح لي في ذريتي إنك من المسلمين. I'm going to talk to you from the point of view of spiritual direction. Human beings, they always forget that before they are born into a physical body, they were spirits. Our children, grandchildren, the future generation to come, they're already being created. Allah does create them when the body is built within the womb of the mother. Everything that you see the Western world has succeeded in since colonialism began by looking into what success is. And they have learned well to take that success and bring it back home, whether it is in Western Europe or any place in the world. In fact, Solace was open and established after colonialism because of that reason. And in every development they develop, they always put the core center in being a chapel whereby they can pray first. You go to the House of Lords, House of Commons, any hospital, any military building, any department store, there is always a chapel inside. But soon, after the Second World War, things began to deteriorate. Came the 60s, things that were now people are broken within. No wonder today we have too much trauma. And therefore, even children in the schools, they have mental health problems. Sudan has went through the most difficult, I can't imagine. I left Sudan almost 50 years ago. As a prosperous, rich country, I worked in this land on the 4th of September 1977, and then work I can get £5 a week. And in Sudan, a teacher, and in a primary school, £40 Sudanese, which equals $120. That teacher, after 1 year, he can get married, take his wife to Asmara for a honeymoon, and take his father to Umrah or Hajj. Today, he has to work for his wife and he not even get married. So, redeveloping Sudan is not really a joke. If people are serious, it begins with what Sudan has lost. I was just writing while my sisters were speaking, and I remember thinking about, I went to Indonesia. It's a huge country and a beautiful country. I loved it. And I loved it because the diversity, to travel from one part to another, you need 7 hours. What kind of country is it? It's a continent, bigger than America itself. But the people were unique in making sure things work together. And it built my faith. Why Allah is one? Because everything is different and there is nothing different about Him. So if we think like that, we can build a wealth. So I remember the statement once one of my teachers said to me, إذا لم تعلم ماضيك لن تبني حاضرا ولا يكون لك مستقبلا. If you don't know your past, your history, you cannot build your present and you will leave no legacy. Do the people of Sudan who are growing up now and fighting, do they know their history? They don't. Wallahi, they don't. They come to London, I tell them about Sudan, we never learned this. We were taught that. So the very thing that needs to be developed in Sudan is proper education, because we were taught. When those people who are now leading Sudan were in universities, one of them will go to Khartoum University and given weekly spending money and eating and drinking and even clothes from the university in his room. If you cannot go to the canteen, he will ring a bell and the senator will come bring the food to their rooms. This is those who left Sudan now. And when I came to Britain, there were no refugees. Most of our students, there were 6,000 plus Sudanese researchers. Who paid for them? Sudan. There were over 5,000 students like me coming to study because there's not enough places in Sudan. No families who can afford it. My pound used to be 1.8 sterling pound, $3, 12 or 13.5 riyals for a day. I used to go every year for Umrah, for Hajj, and I had too much money. Sudan used to export more than they import. They knew how to manage. They knew. And you know why they know that? Because they were knowledgeable people. They were transparent people. They were honest people. Until I left Sudan, there is nothing of putting somebody before you because he's from a family that is known, he needs to get a place, or somebody is paying for somebody. No bribery, no corruption. All this was reported to Sudan, and Sudan deteriorated. By the time Numeri left Sudan, still it was not bad, then changed. Changed because the brains were taken away. All those students with me were in the Gulf, in Saudi Arabia. I went to see some of my friends, they were designing a piece of empty land with infrastructure. Yet in Sudan, the most expensive building, like in Riyadh, my own cousin in the courthouse, rahmatullah alayh, he was building it. People like Turabi were building a house worth $500,000 at that time. But there is no infrastructure. Everybody is building his own infrastructure is on. When the autumn comes and the rain is coming, you need a boat to travel from place to place. The rich people who were very knowledgeable today, they were the weakest people. And I can't imagine my aunties, my sisters, they are not used to that. They used to live comfortably. There is no woman who was more comfortable than Sudan. Her day is beautiful. People were sharing, living together. Wallahi, I had never heard of troubles or divorce until I came to this country. When I used to hear about it here, we don't have these things in Sudan. I had never seen my mother and father fighting or my sibling fighting with a partner. These are alien to me. Sudan today, in order for it to be rebuilt, they need to go back. They need to really go back by building the human being. Before building, look at them now, they're all destroyed. It took 30 years for al-Bashir and the people to build them. And it took only about less than 1 year for Himatian people to destroy everything. Building take a long time. Destruction take no time. So everybody's thinking about building. Okay. For whom? Who's gonna run them? Who's gonna look after them? Who's gonna come back to Sudan with this brain drain? We need to think seriously of making sure we educate those people properly. And the most missing point, حب الوطن. In our religion, حب الوطن من الإيمان. You see, in football now, everybody kissing their emblem, okay, their flag, to show allegiance to their country. But I don't think we are doing that in Sudan. I talk to all my family every day, and everybody wants to leave, everybody wants to go away, everybody is sad. The most beautiful country, wallahi al-azim, in the world. I would love to live in Sudan. I'm living in this country and my house is in Sudan. So my advice, although it's humbly said, لا يغير الله ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. Allah will never change the people until they change themselves. Let us change the human in Sudan. I believe the Sudanese human being is the first to land on this earth. They are the real descendant. If you look at our land, there is nobody in the world who doesn't have our DNA. I did my DNA. A lot of people don't. And I realize how important our people are. Number two, our land is so rich. One of my friends who studied geology, him and his friend just with some, they had money, they did research many years ago. In one part of Sudan, they realized under the ground, in that area, they did there are over $5 trillion worth of magnesium, copper, gold. Sudan is rich in gold. What they have found, what they are stealing now, is nothing. In their generation, all the Egyptian gold, where it come from? From Sudan. Our ancestors were business. Shara al-Arba'in from Sudan to Egypt was the gold stream. We're talking about 100 ton being stolen every year, it's nothing. This is life. But we need to really think seriously. And in order for us to educate the human in Sudan, we need to bring people together. Look at Allah and His wisdom. If you buy any equipment today, like these gadgets, you need to have a manual. We have a manual. And our Prophet, before he went to his Lord, he said, I left you two things. If you hold on to them, you will never go astray. The word of God in this holy book, the Quran, whether you are religious or not, consider it a manual. And the way I live. Because he lived the Quran. In the Quran, Allah says, Allah commands only three things. In Allah ya'muru bil 'adl. And there is no justice. If there is no justice, there is no peace. All the trouble today, all this, we were talking about it 40 years ago as a student, when Sudan was, when I came to London, the most powerful union of a foreign body was Sudanese student union. We used to change the government in Sudan. Wallahi al-azim. It used to be so powerful. Why? Because we had freedom to express ourselves. We had a vision to fulfill. We had aims and objectives to be lived through. But today there's nothing. People just build. Why in Sudan, a piece of land you build a building where there is no infrastructure, it costs $500,000, $350, $400 per square meter, where you can go to Egypt and buy it with a fraction of the money a better building. Why? You are an architect, this is nonsense. It's unsustainable. Because we're not using I came to Britain, I love Britain because they live with what they have, with their environment. They build exactly, you can't build other than what is built in the environment. Why don't we use proper materials in Sudan? There is compressed air, you can build Our village is still in straw. The only place built is Khartoum, not even Madani. What kind of vision is that? I left Sudan in 1977, and when I go today, it's the same. It is so sad. It hurt me. We have knowledge, we have people of power, but the procedures that are used, the policies that are administered, they're all wrong. They're all wrong. They need to change fundamentally, and it can only change by changing the people. Money will not change because we have the money. The people, we have them, but we have to re-educate them and focus them. And online, I went when the revolution took place, and there were only deputy ministers and ministries, and the Ministry of Trade invited me to do a workshop. So I asked them, what for? If we hear you talking on the internet about change. So I did a workshop. I said to the woman in charge, the sister, if you want me to do this, I want you to bring me everybody from the doorkeepers to the cleaners and yourself. I don't want you as the officers only. There's a cutoff. I want everybody. And she brought everybody. And when all the drivers said to me, thank you, I don't know who you are, but the first time I feel honored. They never invite us to these beautiful halls. So we sat together and I said to them, change begins when I you know your history. Tell me about what you are doing. And the girl got up and spoke. The minister chose her. Well, we did very well in the last few years. Last year, we exported $57 million of cooking oils. What else? Last year, we did this and that. I said to her, just stop at cooking oil. I left Sudan, one family. They used to own a fleet of shipping boats that ship cooking oil from Sudan to Holland, Germany, and Britain, worth $1.2 billion a year. One family, Sheikh Mustafa Al-Amin. What is this nonsense you're talking about? You are talking nonsense. $57 million is nothing for a country that owns over 165 million heads of cattle, over 200 million heads of sheep and goats. What's going on? Over 4 million heads of camels. We have everything. As Dr. Alam said, in Arabian Gum, when I was there, my father used to work in agriculture, and I came to study to help my family export and import, because we used to sell to the exporters and buy from the importers. Hibiscus, just hibiscus, 36 tons produced without even cultivation. Just Allah gives it to the farmers. My father used to buy all of it cheap. Then we sell it to Germany for $3,000 a ton, although wheat was $80. MashaAllah, good man, good people. And subhanallah, that when I used to go to Sudan and tell my father used to give the people money back. Because he said, I bought it cheap. They were in need of the money to cultivate the land. Sudan has a lot of wealth, beautiful land, beautiful people. I had never visited a country where you go to a poor people's house and you can spend the night and you can be fed and you can be given a shower place and you don't have to pay anything. And if you want to pay them, you feel that you have insulted them. Where is that? What happened? We concentrated people in Khartoum. We built buildings that had not even good for accommodation and no sufficiency in energy, no sufficiency in water. You open the tap, nothing happened because we are building without plan, without vision. So I think anybody responsible, what you wrote is beautiful. What you all talked about is good, but begin at the beginning. Change the man, you will change the world. Sayyidina Muhammad Sallam had no planet around him, but he had a vision and a message. And within 23 years, he left men whom he has trained, they conquered the world. Not by force, not by bloodshed. I went to Turkey, I went to many Arab countries, I went to Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore. I sat with kings, I sat with sultans, I sat with Sultan Hassan. When he said to me, Sheikh, you did 3 days conference with us, what do you want to us? I said, how can your country is so beautiful? Not infrastructure, not building, people. He said, because we are Muslims. And how did Islam come here? He said, 5 tradesmen came from Yemen. They were doing their trade, but through their behavior we changed. لا يغير الله ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. So my sister, going back to Sudan, take my message. Let us change the world. I went after this workshop with the Ministry of Trade. Some people asked me to their area. They brought all those politicians, young politicians, not the older ones. They said, we're trying to make new parties. And they all said, what do you advise us? I said, before you lead the people, change yourself. And they listen. They are not doing anything. We need to change. All those who remained in Sudan and they don't run out, because I said to some of my brothers and sisters who ran out, before anything hit you, they just ran over you, packed your bag and left. And what you left behind is all stolen and destroyed. Those who remain, nothing is being done, and life is good. And they're good. They need to be given help, support, especially the young men, women. Wallahi al-Azim. We have the best doctors. This country has 2,500 doctors. From the medical council, one of the ambassadors told me, they came to tell him, we thank you for Sudanese doctors. They're all consultants, registrars in high jobs, lecturers in University of Oxford and Cambridge, because of their honesty, transparency, and love of their job and caring for people, they reach that standard. We need those people back in Sudan. But what we have in Sudan now, with all this complex, fighting one another, how can a Sudanese man living in Khartoum say to somebody who came from the West or Iran, he's Sudanese? This is nonsense. All this friction, tribalism, and this and that, no place for it in Sudan. Mahdi of Sudan, if people can remember, he managed to bring the Sudanese people together to fight the English. Nobody defeated them before, but they defeated the English. And I heard from a man who was in authority, Tony Benn. He died, one of the leading men. He was a minister in government, Labour Party when I arrived. He said to me, we entered Sudan, the last country, we never managed to conquer it. And in order for us to take revenge for General Gordon, we sent Kitchener, who put down the Chinese, and put down the Indians, and he created massacres in Sudan. And they know that. So Sudan had the materials, had the brains, had the people. How can we bring those people together? The people from Darfur, I wish they were here. I went to Darfur. Beautiful, rich land. It is people should be. Sudan is being separated south and north. The separation of the south is the biggest mistake ever the politicians in Sudan have done. The biggest mistake. I heard it from one southern, a billionaire. Why is Sheikh Hassan and Fatih Gharib dying in hospital? I want to visit him. He whispered to him, we're only the us three. He said, Sheikh Hassan, I tell you by Allah, the Lord of you and mine, we never want a separation. This country have 4 countries, but if Scotland are not separate, they will die not separated. Why should we separate? What for? People come together. America is 50 states, different, but they're all working together. If you sit in America and divide yourself, they will destroy before you divide themselves. We have a wrong image of Sudan. We have a misunderstanding of history of Sudan. We need to go back to the books and bring the real people back from outside, pay them good money. As Dr. Alam said, we have too many names, young and old, but you need to tell them where they are, and they need to go. Wallahi, they want to come. Me and Dr. Alam went and saw the Ministry of Education. He introduced me. He did education. They built the whole system of Muslim schools in the country. The very thing I asked him, I said, Minister, because Sudan is a Muslim country, we need to bring back the identity of the Muslim, not because of what the Bashir did. That's the wrong Islam. Just the whole Habawat. He said, Islam, forget about it. I said, Allah doesn't go. It's the same. What is this nonsense? This is why Allah brought the war. Because what Bashir put there as civilian government was useless people. These are not Sudanese. Destroying the education system, removing things, teaching surah in the Quran, saying this is wrong. A child whose grandmother is telling him, this is my Quran, I love it, no, forget about it. What's this? After hard Islam, which was wrong from the Ikhwan, to this, communism, what is communism? Where is it coming from? This is nonsense. So may Allah bless you. I'm sorry, I'm transgressing here and there, but this is the reality. I don't mince my word, I talk reality. Justice is the most, إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان وإيتاء ذي القربى. All those Sudanese people who are poor, living in villages in Sudan, working hard, producing the material that are sold and bringing the hard currency. Did you build their villages? Did you build their roads? When I want to build for my money a well for a village, they say no, the authority has to run it for it. Why the authority run it for it? This is not, the system is wrong. So I hope I did not say anything to harm anybody sitting here or say anything to the يجرح الشعور, لكن Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands the truth. And He commands us to be with truth. May Allah bless me and bless you. And I'm sorry, we're going to go to a function, me and my son Adam. And I hope Sudan, inshallah, will come back. And I have a vision. It will be better than before. Wallahi, it will be better than before because the riches are there. What they stole is only the doors and the fridges and the cars that are delivered in Jamaica and stuff. They can have them. But we have the riches under the ground. Get the people back, sit them around the table, work with the people, consult them. أكيد ما خاب من استقرار وما ندري من استشار. استشيروا يعني دكتور علام والله I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I always tell all the brothers I mean, you are doing the best job by bringing people of knowledge. Academics are the brain of society. The Arabs taught the British academics to be academic because one of the biggest libraries before Britain was Britain. I went to Timbuktu. I saw a woman who had got 400,000 manuscripts. I went to Oxford, trying to give talk about Islam. One person came to me from the professor, we have 2,500. We are so lucky to have them. I said, how one woman have 400,000? And you are proud to have 2,500. And they are all from our countries. So may Allah give Sudan the dignity and the honor to realize its history, to be able to build its presence, to leave a legacy for future generations.
Thank you very much. I want to give you a look. Let's take a picture, but I think today, take it from here. Am I right? Better.
Yeah.
So can we all just come here and then we go? We need to go. So we have to come inside, right? Yeah. No, I think.
Oh, yeah, you want
to. If you all come inside.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Come, Professor. Come here. Just as quickly so we can, because some people want to go and the dome and take the cable car and things like that. Can we all come quickly? Yes.
Yeah. Just go around the table. Follow the edge of the table.
Yes. Between the two slides.
Yes, very good. Yes.
Bismillah.
We will share it. Don't worry, Professor. Okay. We will share it definitely.
Yeah, go ahead.
When do you come and join?
Is that? Okay, let's go. This is next. Go ahead. Hey. Yeah, you're done? That's good.
Yalla, have a come inside.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we will share it. Yes. Where is Garcia?
No, I just want to do one small thing. For you.
Where is Garcia?
I don't know. Oh, with the.
Lena? That's it. Now, that is the picture.
Yes.
Okay, just quick one. This one you'll not see them tomorrow. So if you need to take any of these, please take it now.
Which one?
No, I'm just talking to everyone because tomorrow I'm not coming back.
Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to give you a long yes. Thank you very much. If you want to take any of them, go ahead. Because tomorrow I'm not coming back. And the second thing, anyone going to the dome, either from Bond Street or Oxford Circus, both of them are the same. I sent this detail in the WhatsApp. Are you driving there?
Is it a bit far from here?
No, did you come by car?
Yeah.
Where is your car? I will tell you. See you, yeah. Huh? Going to the family. You just put the. Oh, no. I think we need to stop this one. Please take anything you want from there because tomorrow you will not find it.